Sure enough, just as Jinani expected, Xiaoning also had a slight amount of toxins in her body. Fortunately, Xiaoning was well protected, and her physical condition was much better than Zhang Yang's. Besides feeling a bit cold, she had no other problems. You also have some toxins in your body. I thought about it. Every time Bai Ling came to visit, she looked at me with some hostility. I used to think I was imagining it, but now I realize I wasn't. Xiaoning felt a little sad and sat quietly, letting Jinani treat her. Sister Xiaoning, you don't need to be sad for someone who isn't important. It only wastes your energy. Yes, thank you, Nan Yi. Knowledge South used her special power to help Xiaoning remove toxins from her body. She also gave her a camellia flower. Xiaoning touched her stomach and said, South, you're so amazing. My period is about to start, and my stomach has been uncomfortable these past few days. After you help me, I feel better and no longer hurt. Zhang Yong and Su Hian went to the living room to discuss how to solve problems at the base and with Bai Ling. In the dining room, only Knowledge South and Xiaoning remained. Xiaoning drank the spiritual spring water that South poured for her, feeling warm and very comfortable. Xiaoning looked at South, hesitating to speak, but afraid of being too bold. South noticed her worry and asked, Sister Xiaoning, just tell me what's on your mind. South, can you help look after my grandparents-in-law at our home? They're very kind people, but since the cold spell, they have fallen ill. Bai Ling said there's no hope, but I don't believe it. My sons and I have left the best things for them to eat just so they can stay alive. Please just go and check on them. I have a lot of food in my space, all brought back by my sons. You can take it as payment for your help. South thought Xiaoning wanted to talk about something else. I promise, I'll go with you to your home later. Thank you so much, South. You don't know, after old Zhang became the base leader, I've felt a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I've been cautious in everything, and my family hasn't taken good care of me. It's mostly my sons and old Zhang who look after me. I can store things for everyone, but that's all I can do. South understood Xiaoning's feelings very well. Before her rebirth, she was just like that. But some things are meant to be done by oneself, and going through them isn't necessarily a bad thing. Su Hian and Zhang Yong discussed for a long time. It was dark when Zhang Yong finally stood up to say goodbye. Xiaoning looked at the darkening sky and felt a bit shy about asking South to help her grandparents. Sister Xiaoning, I'll come find you tomorrow. Okay. Xiaoning happily looked at South, very pleased. Su Hian saw Zhang Yong and Xiaoning off and pulled South aside. What's wrong? What did you agree to? It's nothing. I just agreed to help the base leaders' parents with their health. It's a good practice for me. After learning for so long, I need to try it out. Yes, as long as you're happy. Uncle Zhang is indeed one of us. I talked to him a lot today. It seems the S-City base has already been taken over. Also, based on the information I received, several official bases and their deputy leaders might have issues. Chen Junsheng is the deputy base leader appointed by the authorities. Ji Nanny stood up. So, he was officially assigned. It looks like the people behind Chen Junsheng are quite powerful. Yes. We won't stay at the base much longer. Once Uncle Zhang and I remove the pests inside, we'll set out. Good. When we leave, Qingqing and the others will be at the base too, so we can handle everything together. Just as they mentioned Shin Qingqing, her voice sounded from outside the door. Nan Yi, I'm so hungry. Hurry up and make me something good to eat. Seeing Shun Qingqing exhausted and lying on the sofa, Ji Nan Yi asked, What did you all do? You look so tired. Shin Qingqing turned over and lay on the sofa, looking at Ji Nan Yi. Of course, we went out to show our skills. You don't know, once night falls, those zombies become very active. We had a good harvest tonight. As she spoke, Shin Qingqing took out the collected crystal cores and threw them to Ji Nan Yi. Here, crystal cores. Quickly make some food for sister. Okay, I'll get you something delicious. Although everyone had food in their storage rings, when only a few of them were around, they usually had Ji Nan Yi take out the prepared dishes directly from her space. After all, their cooking skills weren't as good as those of the three mothers. The four of them quickly finished the food Ji Nan Yi brought out. Shin Qingqing happily ordered Iron Wolf to wash the dishes. Once everyone finished cleaning up, Shin Qingqing and Iron Wolf went upstairs to invite Sun Bin and Professor Wang down to meet everyone. Iron Wolf looked surprised and asked Sun Bin, "Brother Sun, is this your son? He looks just like you, so handsome." "Hello, uncle. My name is Sun Letian." "Hello, hello. Everyone's back. Let's go down and meet." Sun Bin helped Wang Hongliang downstairs. The well-groomed Sun Letian was a cute little boy. Shin Qingqing immediately went over, pinched Sun Letian's face and said, "What a beautiful little friend." "What's your name?" "Beautiful sister, my name is Sun Letian. You are Sun Ji's son. Come over and sit with your sister. She has some candies here." Shin Qingqing took a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Sun Letian. Sun Letian looked at Sun Bin. Candy is precious, and this lollipop could feed him for 2 meals. Look at him. This is for you. Your dad won't mind you eating it. Sun Bin nodded at Sun Letian. Happy, Sun Letian took the lollipop, opened it gently, and put it in his mouth. He used to dislike candies, but now he thinks it tastes really good. "Hien, this is Professor Wang Hongliang. Professor, this is my husband." Su Hien already knew Wang Hongliang's identity from Ji and Yi. Looking at this old friend from his past life, Su Hien still feels a strange feeling inside, a bit blocked. People like Professor Wang, if there had been no apocalypse, would have been national heroes. Now, although Wang Hongliang's injuries are healed, the weariness and hardships on his face still can't disappear quickly. From now on, you can stay here and rest well. Take some time to recover. Everything can wait until you're better. Jin and Yi and I agree. You shouldn't be forced to do anything. When you're healthy again, you can go out with everyone to fight zombies and find supplies. Su Hien spoke first, easing Wang Hongliang's worries. He himself wasn't sure if he wanted to help Jin and Yi and others make weapons. He even felt he couldn't do his old job anymore. His words made Wang Hongliang feel much more relaxed. He nodded to Su Hien with a fist salute, feeling very grateful. "All right, it's getting dark and late. Everyone should go back to their rooms and rest. Tomorrow we'll assign tasks. Sleep early and wake up early." "Okay, sleep well. I'm going to bed now too. See you tomorrow." Su Hien pulled Ji and Yi back to their room. Su, do you think Professor Wang can resolve his inner demons?" "He can, but it will take some time. Just like when I retired, I also needed a while to get out of my low mood. Men need time to adapt." I know that. But about our plan, can we out the troublemakers in the base?" "Yes, it's definitely possible. They have already been taken down at their base in City H. The people there are now like headless flies. No one has contacted them for a long time. They must be feeling very anxious. This is a good chance for us to catch them making a mistake. Tomorrow we will start with Bai Ling to lure them out." "Yes, Bai Ling is really ruthless. I talked with Sister Xia Ning this afternoon. She's sure Bai Ling likes the base leader. Her love turned into hate, and with someone maliciously guiding her, it led to the current situation. Bai Ling might not even realize what the consequences could be, but when she finds out, it will be too late. Forget about her. Now, it's just the two of us. No work talk, let's talk about love." Su Hien turned over and pressed Jinani down, kissing her. Master, it's time to get to work." Just as Su Hien's lips touched Jinani's ear, TT's voice came from outside the door. "You go ahead yourself. I leave everything to you." Su Hien growled in a deep voice. "No, Master, this trader must see you before we can make a deal. Mainly, the goods this trader is offering are very useful to you, so you need to meet him in person." Jinani dressed quickly and opened the door. "TT, what's this about?" "An ability detection device." "An ability detection device?" "Yes, Master. The other party is a merchant from Wendastar. He has many special equipment for surviving the end of the world. If you build a good relationship with him, you can trade directly with him in the future." "A merchant from the end of the world. This is our first time meeting one. Please connect me with him." "Hello, Wendastar merchant. I am Wenda Xing from Wendastar." "Hello, Jinani." After the greeting, Jinani got straight to the point. "I really need the ability detection device you have. What do you want in return?" You probably already know that Wenda Star is currently in a zombie outbreak. I am a merchant for the end of the world. Although I have many pieces of equipment, food and supplies are really short. The zombie outbreak on Wenda Star happened suddenly, and no one has awakened abilities. They can't stop the powerful mutated zombies. Many people are either starving at home or going out to find food, only to be attacked by zombies along the way and lose their lives. Although Blue Star also experienced a zombie outbreak, the people there awakened special abilities and used space powers to store supplies. I believe you also have some supplies in your possession. I will trade you equipment for food. I can accept a price slightly lower than the system's standard by 10%. What do you think? After speaking, Wen Xing stopped and gave Jinani time to consider. Master, offering 10% below the system's default price shows that the merchants on planet Wenda are very sincere. How many units of food can one ability detection device be exchanged for? Rice and white flour are 500 gene each, and other types of grain are 800 gene regardless of the kind. Alright, that's good. We can trade for several more ability detection devices. Jinani looked at Wen Xing's anxious eyes and asked, "What kind of ability detection device do you have? I want to see it first." Wen Xing took out a box and pulled out a chip. This is the latest ability detection device. I only have 3 of these. They are implanted chips. After implantation, when encountering a person with abilities, it can directly detect what kind of ability they have and their level. Also, this. Wen Xing then showed another device similar to a scanner and continued, "This is a scanning type detection device. Just scan the person from head to toe, and the screen will display information about their abilities. I have 2 of these. I am willing to trade all of them with you. If you agree, we can add each other as friends. In the future, if I have new equipment, you can choose first, and I will trade with other merchants afterward." Master, this chip-based ability detection device is very advanced. We must get it. This chip can be exchanged for 1,000 gene of rice or white flour. Other grains can be exchanged for 1,600 gene. I want all 5 of your ability detection devices. I'm also willing to add you as a friend. Let's keep our promises. If I have good items in the future, I'll give you the first choice. Wen Xing's smile widened happily, and he quickly added Jinani as a friend. "Mr. Wen Xing, what kind of grain do you want? Use 3 detection chips to exchange for sweet potatoes, and wheat. The 2 scanning devices can be traded for rice and white flour. Is that okay?" "Yes, Mr. Wen Xing, please wait. I will go arrange the food right away." Okay. Wen Xing eagerly placed the psychic detection device on the trading table and transmitted it to Zainanyi. Cha-Cha also prepared the food Wen Xing requested and sent it directly to Blue Star. Seeing the pile of food beside him, Wen Xing was very happy. After thanking Zainanyi, he closed the communication channel. "Master, look. I told you, you're perfect to be a food trader. No matter which planet you're on, you'll be very popular. Hurry up and finish those few books. Unlock the small pharmacy, and maybe you can become a herbal merchant." A herbal merchant? With just that small patch of land inside, how much could it produce? Cha-Cha smiled mysteriously. "That's a secret I won't spoil. You'll have to explore it yourself." Su Hian stood at the door, looking at Zainanyi with a deep affection, like a little jealous wife. "Cha-Cha, bye-bye. Your master is going to fall in love now." After saying that, Zainanyi pulled Su Hian's sleep robe string and pulled him into the room, leaving Cha-Cha alone, grumbling and eating dog food in place. The next morning, when everyone woke up, Sun Bin and Sun Letian had already prepared breakfast. The day before, Zainanyi had taken out quite a bit of supplies. Seeing flour and potatoes, Sun Bin steamed buns, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and cooked potato soup. "Brother Sun, I didn't expect you to steam buns," Zainanyi said happily when she saw the warm buns. She was surprised that Sun Bin had the skill. She casually praised him. Sun Bin felt a little shy, scratched his head, and smiled. "My wife used to love eating them. I learned from a master. I can make all kinds of bread and noodles. As long as everyone likes it, I'll keep making them. Sister, my dad can also make pan-fried buns, small steamed buns, and even fried dough sticks," Sun Letian proudly told Zainanyi. Wow, then breakfast will be up to Brother Sun from now on. Can we have fried dough sticks tomorrow? Shen Qingqing heard about the fried dough sticks, and her craving immediately surfaced. She looked at Sun Bin expectantly. Of course, but about the fried dough sticks. It's okay, Brother Sunday. We can still afford fried dough sticks, Zainani said directly, knowing what Sun Bin was thinking. Big Brother Sun, don't worry. In our team, there's no need to worry about food. Everyone needs to eat well to have the strength to go out and fight, Jinani continued to add. Yes, I understand, Sun Bin nodded. On a cold day, everyone ate hot meals, feeling warm and comfortable. After breakfast, those who finished sat aside, waiting for Su He to assign today's tasks. Jinani took out the alien ability scanner and handed it to De Quan and Lao Jin. This is an alien ability scanner. Just point it at a person and it will tell you what kind of ability they have. You too, today you will work with the base center staff to re-register everyone in the base, recording their abilities and levels to see if it matches what they reported when they entered. Tai Lang stepped forward. Is this thing really so amazing? Come on, let's try it first. After speaking, Tai Lang directly stretched out his arm like going through security and Lao Jin scanned him with a device. The scanner beeped twice, and the screen displayed Tai Lang's ability information. Ability, Metal Type Ability, Level 2, Peak Treasure, a storage ring with 500 square meters of space. Tai Lang looked at the screen and said, Sister-in-law, this thing is really powerful. It can scan everything. Jinani didn't expect that even the storage ring could be detected. She wondered if her own space could be detected. Thinking of this, she decided to test it at night. Both she and Su He have multi-type abilities, and if they can be detected, it wouldn't be safe. She needed to think of a way to hide them. This device should not be handled by others. Only our team members can use it for now. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We will protect this, Heizi promised confidently. Also, pay special attention to the base center staff. If you notice anyone acting suspiciously, quietly record them without alarming others, Su He added. Got it, boss. I will rewrite a program, and later it will be installed directly on the computer in the base commander's office. It doesn't need the internet and can quickly find information about everyone in the base. Once we finish the registration tasks in the next few days, we will input everyone's information into the system. From now on, the base will use a point system. All your food, clothing, shelter, and daily needs will be paid with these points. When you register, be careful and avoid any mistakes. Don't worry, boss. Hi Z and I are good at this, said the person confidently. Okay, nodded Su Hien. Qingqing and Iron Wolf will join you after they finish their work. Don't rush. Make sure to count everything accurately. We will complete the task, responded Hai Zi and Old Jean together. Ji Nani turned to Shin Qingqing and Iron Wolf. Qingqing, Iron Wolf, you are responsible for going to the poor area. Find those who bully others with special abilities and bring them directly to the center of the base to register. If they bully again, they will be expelled from the base. The pests inside the base must be cleaned out when there's a chance. Understood, they replied. As soon as Ji Nani spoke, Shun Qingqing understood her meaning. For the development of the base, those bullies and troublemakers need to be removed. They cannot be allowed to continue. Latte, you've been at the base for a while. Are you very familiar with it? Yes, sister. I've been everywhere in the base, said Sun Letian, standing straight and serious when he heard about the task. Good. I have a task for you. Help your father check the walls around the base for any gaps or weaknesses. Can you do that? Yes, sister. I promise to complete the task, Sun Letian said confidently, with a serious look that made Shin Qingqing find him adorable and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle his hair. Su Hien took out a notebook that Ji Nani had prepared earlier and handed it to Wang Hongliang. Professor Wang, today you will help with the registration. Here's the notebook. This task is now yours. Okay, I will do my best, Wang Hongliang said, happy to help Ji Nani. It made him feel useful. Ji Nani stood up, clapped her hands to boost everyone's morale. All right, everyone, the tasks for today are assigned. Let's work hard together. At noon, everyone ate dinner on time. Work also needs to be done well. Today, Juan and I are responsible for lunch. Everyone start working. The official start of the activity. Keep it up, everyone. All right, sister-in-law, keep going. Keep going, keep going. Seeing everyone leave the room to get busy, Jinani also stood up and stretched her waist. All tasks have been assigned. Let's go to the base leader's house first. Yesterday, I promised Sister Xia Ning to visit her grandparents. Let's complete today's first task. Su Hian also stood up holding Jinani's hand. Let's go. After we finish, we'll find the people who followed me yesterday and play with them. Yes, yes. Let's have fun with them. When Jinani arrived at the Zhang family, Zhang Yong and Xia Ning were already waiting at the door. Seeing Jinani, Xia Ning happily went over and linked arms with her. Nani, you're here. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I have. Don't worry, Sister Xia Ning. Where are Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang? I'm here to check on their health. Okay, Nani. I'll take you there. Su Hian stayed in the living room, apparently discussing something with Zhang Yong. Jinani followed Xia Ning to the old couple's room. When she pushed open the door to the elderly's room, she found it very stuffy inside. Sister Xia Ning, has this room always been kept with the windows closed? Yes, that's right. Dad and Mom aren't feeling well. During the cold weather, they caught a chill. Old Zhang sealed the windows to prevent cold air from coming in and worsening their condition. Jinani walked to the window, looking at the plastic-covered window. She turned to Xia Ning and said, Sister Xia Ning, this room still needs proper ventilation. Only with good airflow can Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang benefit. A long time in a closed space makes the elderly uncomfortable. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the old man on the bed woke up. Seeing Xia Ning in the room, he smiled. Little Ning is here. Didn't I tell you to go back to sleep? Don't always worry about me and your mom. Xia Ning quickly stepped forward, helped the old man up, and leaned him against the bed. Who is this young girl? Grandpa Zhang sat up and saw Jinani. He asked, Dad, this is Nani. She is very skilled in medicine. I asked her to see you and Mom. Grandpa Zhang looked kindly at Nani. Young girl, thank you for your hard work. You're helping this old man with his health. It's no trouble, Grandpa Zhang. I'll check you now. Nani placed her hand on Grandpa Zhang's arm and used her special abilities to examine both his and Grandma Zhang's health. Xia Ning waited quietly nearby, watching nervously as Nani's hand lowered. She looked at Nani, waiting for her to speak. Big Sister Xia Ning, Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang are weak because they are older. They have some basic health issues, and the changing environment and stress have lowered their immune systems, causing various illnesses. During the end times, they couldn't get proper treatment, so they are like this. Don't worry, Big Sister Xia Ning. I can cure them. Really? Yes, I promise Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang can climb to the 6th floor without getting out of breath. Haha, you're such a funny girl. Please play with our Xia Ning more. Thank you, Grandma Zhang said, laughing at Nani's joke about climbing 6 floors without breathing. Her face turned pinker. Nani used her healing water and mountain tea flowers to boost their health. Their energy and vitality started to improve gradually. Seeing the two elders looking healthier, Nani called Su Hian and Zhang Yong. She removed the tape sealing the window. Seeing the window back to normal, Nani pushed it open. Big Sister Xia Ning, from now on, you can open this window for fresh air. Don't keep it closed every day. Okay, Nani? I'll listen to you. Grandma Zhang, who hadn't wanted to eat earlier, now said she wanted to have some food. Xia Ning was very happy and quickly went to make porridge. When Nani came out, Zhang Yong hesitated and asked, Nani, about my parents' health. Nani understood what he wanted to ask.
No worries, Uncle Sang.
Your parents are free of toxins. That's good. Thank you, Nani. You're welcome, Uncle Zhang. I promised Xia Ning I would help. After taking care of Zhang's family, Nani and Su Hian didn't stay long. They said goodbye to Xia Ning and left with Zhang Yong. They still had to deal with Bai Ling's situation. Zhang Yong tied Bai Ling up early in the morning, directly binding her to a chair. He also specifically sent someone to guard her. When Nani and Su Hian arrived, Bai Ling was loudly insulting the guards. Do you know who I am related to? How dare you tie me up? When the boss comes, you'll regret it. Did you hear me? Let me go now. You bunch of dogs, did you hear that? Nani smiled slightly. Bai Ling really doesn't know when to stop. Even when she's caught, she's still so arrogant. Nani and Su Hian followed Zhang Yong into the room. Seeing Zhang Yong, Bai Ling immediately became excited. Zhang Yong waved for the guards to leave first. Brother Yong, look at them. They tied me up. My arms are all red and it hurts so much. Bai Ling immediately started to act cute with Zhang Yong, but he didn't respond at all. This made Bai Ling look fierce, and she shouted at him. Zhang Yong, who grew up with her, was like a childhood friend. She was angry and yelled, Zhang Yong, we grew up together. You promised my father you'd take good care of me. Is this how you take care of me? Remember when my father entrusted me to you? You promised to look after me well. Isn't that what you said? Yet you let them bully and insult me. Zhang Yong suddenly felt a worse headache. He held his forehead and said carefully, Have I not taken care of you? I was asked by Uncle Bai to look after you. Think about it, haven't I done that? But you poisoned me and my wife. I am still alive and standing here because I survived. Shouldn't you be surprised that I am so tough? Bai Ling, you are really cruel. Hearing Zhang Yong's words, Bai Ling suddenly panicked. Her eyes were no longer as fierce as before. Her posture immediately lowered. Bai Ling reached out to grab Zhang Yong's sleeve, but she was and couldn't. It's not like that, it's not like that. Brother Yong, listen to me. I didn't want to kill you. Explain what? Explain why you planned all this, or why you changed so much. I thought you were still the brave and honest little sister I knew when we were kids. I want to protect you like a big brother, but... Zhang Yong's words were cut off by Bai Ling, who was overwhelmed with emotion and shouted, Sister? Haha, who wants to be your sister?
Why?
Why? Xia Ning, that sly girl, who let her you? You were mine originally, meant to marry me. It's her. She stole you from me. Bai Ling struggled and shouted, her eyes red with anger, as she looked at Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong looked at Bai Ling in disbelief. Could she really have such feelings for him? When did this start happening? He had never felt anything romantic for Bai Ling, not as a child or as an adult. He never gave her any unclear signals. In the past, he was a troublemaker in the big yard, climbing trees to collect bird eggs, catching fish in the river, even teasing the little black dog belonging to Mr. Wang next door. His status in the yard was low, disliked by people and dogs alike. Later, after being sent to the army by his father, he grew to love military life, wanting to make achievements and impress his father. He focused on climbing the ranks and never thought about love or romance. Later, when he met Xia Ning, he was even more disciplined and faithful to his duties. He only had eyes for her and couldn't see any other woman. Zhang Yong looked at Bai Ling with a serious face and a cold tone. I've never had romantic feelings for you. Even without Xia Ning, I wouldn't be with you. We're not meant to be. To me, you've always just been my little sister from the neighborhood. Bai Ling looked at Zhang Yong in shock and sneered. Even now, you won't even try to lie to me. If you tell me you love me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Okay, Brother Yong, Bai Ling whispered softly, lowering her head as if showing weakness. Zhang Yong was stunned and shook his head firmly. That's impossible. I could never like you. Then don't expect to know anything, Bai Ling said as she looked up again, threatening Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong wanted to persuade her, but Bai Ling refused to say another word. Her face showed she didn't want to communicate anymore, yet her eyes still held deep affection. Zhang Yong awkwardly turned his head to look at Su Hian with a look of pleading and embarrassment. He really didn't expect that at his age, he would still get involved in such romantic troubles. If his little Ning found out, what if she misunderstood? Director, this is a personal matter, Before Su Hian could finish speaking, Zhang Yong interrupted him directly. Hian, stop joking with Uncle Zhang. Come on, help Uncle Zhang out. Su Hian no longer teased Zhang Yong. He nodded to Jinani. Jinani stepped forward, looked down at Bai Ling on the chair, and without hesitation, activated her special ability. Soon, Bai Ling was hypnotized. Her eyes became vacant as she stared ahead, and all her emotions disappeared. Jinani signaled to Su Hian and Zhang Yong. All right, now you can ask what you want to know. In Jinani's eyes, Bai Ling was pitiful, but just like how pity can sometimes be accompanied by resentment, love is neither a reason nor an excuse. When Bai Ling used love as an excuse to hurt others, she was no longer pitiful. When Zhang Yong got the answers to his and Su Hian's questions from Bai Ling, he turned and looked at Su Hian in surprise. So, in the office, that's why you asked me those questions. His expression was serious, and Jinani clearly felt the pressure from him. Yes, Gui Junsing knew my father before the apocalypse. Back then, he gained trust by selling national secrets and even wanted to steal the core technology of my father's company to give to foreigners. Luckily, he was caught in time and the technology was saved, but I had already submitted evidence that Gui Junsing was a traitor, so when I saw him become deputy director at the base, I felt suspicious. Zhang Yong pondered, his tone heavy. So, other bases might be facing similar situations. Things might not look good. Hian, once I resolve the issues at my base, could I ask you to stay a few more days? I want to check on the other bases. Su Hian nodded. Only Nani and I will leave. The others will stay at the base for a while longer. That's good, that's good. Thank you, Hian. You've helped me solve a big problem. I'm so grateful to have you. Zhang Yong stood up. I'll send someone to catch Lin Jun and Han Quan. We'll meet at the base center later. Su Hian thought for a moment and said, I'll go with them. More help is better. Nan, go to the base center and wait for me. I'll come find you later. Jinan untied Bai Ling's hypnosis, and Bai Ling woke up. She looked up and angrily shouted at Jinan. What did you do to me? Nothing much, just hypnosis. Jinan replied casually. You scoundrel. Just like Xiaoning, such a villain, smack. A red, swollen handprint appeared quickly on Bai Ling's face. Jinan was caught off guard. When she saw Xiaoning suddenly appear beside her, a few words popped into her mind. Even a little white rabbit can be fierce when angry. Xiaoning rushed in. Zhang Yong didn't have time to stop her. Bai Ling's words earlier, Xiaoning had heard them all. She didn't expect Bai Ling had always been secretly plotting against her. She was furious. You are the real villain. We treated you like a sister and protected you. But you poisoned us, colluded with outsiders, and endangered the base's safety. You're the worst and most wicked person. Xiaoning was very emotional. Seeing Bai Ling get angrier, she shouted, You want to destroy my family. You want to destroy my family. She reached out to hit Bai Ling. Bai Ling wanted to curse loudly, but when she saw Zhang Yong following Xiaoning, her face changed instantly. She pretended to be sad and said, Brother Yong, look. Xiaoning is just a troublemaker. She hit me, and it hurts so much. Bai Ling's words made Xiaoning stop her attack. She turned her head, looking at Zhang Yong with a sad expression. Her eyes were red, looking pitiful and innocent, like a hurt little deer desperately needing protection. Zhang Yong felt sorry for her and hugged her. Your hand is red. Does it hurt? Xiaoning nodded, her nose red, looking even more upset. Bai Ling, I have no relationship with you. Never have and never will. I used to see Xiaoning as a sister. Although she is younger than you, she played the role well. But you, using old Bai as an excuse, took many things from us and gained a lot of favoritism. People should know their place. I hope you will behave yourself. Once I deal with the others, I will handle your problem. This time, no one will protect you anymore. When someone makes a mistake, they must pay the price for their actions. After saying this, Zhang Yong turned without looking and pulled Xiaoning out the door. Bai Ling saw Zhang Yong's cold eyes and suddenly felt scared. She shouted, Brother Yong, I was wrong. I really was. Please don't leave me here alone.
I'm scared.
But Bai Ling's voice grew hoarse, and Zhang Yong's figure did not turn back. After witnessing this scene, Su Hian found it very boring. He pulled Jinan and headed toward the door. Just a few steps out, Jinan suddenly turned around, activated her special power, and countless vines shot toward Bai Ling, wrapping her up tightly like a dumpling. Bai Ling's raised hand was also suppressed by Jinan's power, and the poison on her hand was forcibly taken back. You are both a healing power user and a wood element power user. I can't believe there are dual element power users. Bai Ling stared in disbelief at Jinan. Jinan was filled with anger, her grip tightening around Bai Ling's neck. She coldly said, You tried to poison him? My person? How dare you attack her? Jinan's hand clenched tighter around Bai Ling's neck, her face turning red from the effort. Who told you to use healing powers to poison? Your methods are not clever at all, and your technique is terrible, she sneered. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Ling, struggling for breath, was released as Ji Nanyi loosened her grip, tossing her aside like a dirty rag. Breathing in fresh air, Bai Ling looked at Ji Nanyi with some fear, but she forced herself to speak. So what? I just didn't succeed on you. It doesn't matter. If I didn't succeed on me, then I succeeded on you, Ji Nanyi replied. But you should thank yourself. In your lifetime, I've shown you what real success looks like, she added. Ji Nanyi patted Bai Ling's cheek and said, Remember to thank me. As soon as Ji Nanyi finished speaking, Bai Ling felt all her bones start to ache painfully, as if countless bugs were biting and eating her from the inside out.
What did you do to me?
Bai Ling's itchy skin made her want to scratch herself wildly, but her hands were tied, so she couldn't. It's nothing. I just want to tell you that this is what true poisoning looks like. I just promised you earlier that you would see what success really is. And this is the consequence of trying to harm my man. You should know that living in pain is worse than dying. Ji Nanyi smiled mischievously, looking at him provocatively. After speaking, Ji Nanyi pulled Su Hian to leave, coincidentally meeting Zhang Yong, who wanted to come in and see what was happening. Seeing something was wrong inside, Zhang Yong asked, What happened to Nanyi? Bai Ling wanted to secretly poison Hian, and I just caught her in the act. Hearing Ji Nanyi's words, Zhang Yong glanced at Bai Ling in the room. Then, without hesitation, he took Xia Ning and left. The book that Qing Luo gave Ji Nanyi had the very first page about how to make poisons from plants. Different plants produce different toxins. With proper dosage and control, you can achieve various effects. Among the plants that can extract toxins was the camellia flower, so Ji Nanyi decided to practice with it. Unexpectedly, today she also used it. From now on, Bai Ling's body will feel intense pain and itching every 3 hours, like insects biting her all over. Su Hian held Ji Nanyi in his arms and gently comforted her. It's nothing. Don't be upset. Smile for me, Nanyi. Ji Nanyi's face still showed no relief. Her tone was a bit harsh. She actually wanted to harm you. And it wasn't like the poison from the base leaders. They used love poison. She wants to control you and then use you. Nanyi, you have to believe me. No matter what kind of poison it is, even if it succeeds, I won't be controlled by anyone. Aksu, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Actually, Ji Nanyi wasn't afraid of the poison itself. Even if she was poisoned, she could heal Su Hian. What she was really afraid of was the charm. Earlier, Su Hian secretly traded a charm with a merchant from the spiritual charm realm through TT. If Su Hian ever betrayed her or tried to do something harmful, the charm would cause his internal organs to rupture and he would die. Although she had given Su Hian an antidote pill to make him immune to all poisons, she still feared that Bai Ling might succeed and control Su Hian to do something to hurt her. The consequences of the charm taking effect would be irreversible. Ji Nanyi wants to find that traitor again and exchange for another talisman to see if they can cancel each other out. But since then, Ji Nanyi has never met him again, not even a merchant from the spiritual talisman realm. Knowing what Ji Nanyi fears, Su Hian holds her hand. Their fingers are tightly linked and Su Hian's warmth passes through his palm, making Ji Nanyi feel much more at ease. However, Su Hian does not regret. With this talisman, he can fully protect Ji Nanyi. Even if someone tries to hurt him in the future, no matter what methods they use, they won't be able to harm Ji Nanyi. This makes him very satisfied. After wasting some time, someone from the base leader's side reports that Su Hian's people have already captured Lin Jun and others. Hearing this, Su Hian and Ji Nanyi immediately return to the center of the base together. When they arrive, many people are gathered around the main platform at the base center. However, the scene is somewhat chaotic, with many people chattering non-stop below. Zhang Yong's 2 sons are trying hard to maintain order and line everyone up. Although everyone respects the base leader's sons and tries to behave, they can pretend not to hear. Seeing this, Zhang Yong steps onto the platform and holds a loudspeaker. Quiet. Everyone, Be silent. His words command more obedience than those of his sons. A few people who were talking deliberately quiet down and look toward the base leader. Starting today, all personnel lists at the base need to be completely re-registered. Everyone must cooperate. Those unwilling to cooperate should pack their things and leave the base within 3 days. The management mode of the base in the future will be closely related to this re-registration. People who refuse to cooperate will no longer be allowed to stay. Also, rechecking the list does not mean everyone has to pay grain or crystal cores again. It's to help the base better understand everyone's true situation. Those with strong abilities will be assigned higher yield tasks. Ordinary abilities will get suitable tasks. Even those without abilities can be assigned appropriate work to ensure everyone can earn a living and survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Based on everyone's cooperation, it should take about 3 days to complete the full count, Zhang Yong tells Su Hyun. Before I leave, I will help you set up the necessary operating systems. Find trustworthy people to learn from so that the base can become mostly automated in the future. It won't be as connected as before, but it will be enough to keep the base running smoothly. Huan, thank you. You've really helped me a lot, Zhang Yong said gratefully to Su Huan. Thinking about what Ji Nanyi told him, Su Huan asked directly, "How are the weapons and equipment at the base?" Zhang Yong looked uncomfortable and hesitated before speaking, feeling a bit ashamed. To be honest, some of the weapons I brought before are almost out of bullets. Guo Junsin secretly took some away earlier. I searched everywhere when I found out, but I couldn't find them. Su Huan turned his head. Find some trusted people. When we came here before, we discovered a batch of weapons. They are guarded by quite a few people. Your team and mine managed to get some. We split it 4 and 6. Good. This 4-part share will last me a long time, Zhang Yong said excitedly. He had thought about going out to find more weapons, but internal problems already worried him enough. He didn't want to add external troubles. With Su Huan's people around, their chances of success doubled. Zhang Yong continued, "We also stored some weapons earlier, but we couldn't retrieve them. We don't know if that place has been discovered. If you come with me, we can check it out. If we get them back, we split the loot 4 and 6. Su Huan replied calmly, "I said 6 for you and 4 for me. I only want 30% of that batch." "No, that won't do. Without your people, I don't know if I can succeed in getting them back." "The division," Su Huan interrupted him. "Listen to me. It will be 6 for you and 4 for me. Otherwise, I and my people won't participate at all. All right, no more talk." "Huan, Uncle Zhang, thank you. If you need any help, just ask. I'll do whatever I can." Zhang Yong wanted to stay at the base center a little longer to register the roster. Since he was present, some troublemakers didn't dare cause trouble openly. They had to cooperate quietly. Seeing that everyone was lining up in good order, Zhang Yong felt a bit more relaxed. At this moment, a noisy commotion came from afar. Ji Nanyi and the others turned to look. It was Shun Qingqing and Iron Wolf, escorting 2 people over. The 2 being escorted were somewhat well known at the base, so people around started talking quietly. "Isn't that Captain Lin?" "Yes, that's right." "What's wrong with Captain Lin? It looks like he's hurt. His face is all bruised. Look at the person behind him. His face is swollen. Do you recognize who it is?" "I really can't tell." "Could it be Han Quan? That does look a bit like him." "It probably is Han Quan. Boss, these 2 have been following us all day," Iron Wolf said as he brought the 2 men to Su Hyun. "Was it you 2 yesterday as well?" Su Hyun looked at them carefully. "How do you know?" "No, it wasn't us." Lin Jun quickly stopped Han Quan from speaking, and Han Quan finally understood. "Yes, yesterday I was helping Captain Lin at his house." "Oh, really?" Su Hyun suddenly smiled, looking at them with a playful expression. "Why, yes, of course," Han Quan stammered. Lin Jun stood there, showing no clear emotion, but instead observed Su Hyun carefully. "I wonder if Captain Lin knows Mao Hao. When we returned to the base this time, Mao Hao and his family disappeared. I want to ask Captain Lin, where did his family go?" "Mao Hao is the only one with special abilities, but he wouldn't have moved his whole family away from the base. Never seen him before," Lin Jun replied calmly. Han Quan wanted to speak again, but Lin Jun glared at him, so he stayed silent. At this moment, someone from the crowd stepped forward and asked, Are you talking about Mao Hao from room 201, the second son of Grandma Mao? His special ability seems to be farsight and listening. I remember after he returned, life in Mao's family got better. Mao Hao even joined the zombie squad, probably in Captain Lin's team. Another man stepped out and said, "Captain Lin, Mao Hao is one of us. He was sacrificed during the last mission when he covered the rear. You took his belongings to the Mao family, right? Don't you remember?" The people around the man tried to stop him from speaking, but he seemed not to hear and kept talking. That mission, it wasn't originally planned for Mao Hao, but for some reason it ended up being Mao Hao. I was confused at first, but no one asked about it later, and I was afraid of gossip, so I didn't ask. Su Hian looked at Captain Lin, signaling him to explain. He waited for an answer. Captain Lin pretended to think, and then looked up. "Oh, you mean him? It's been so long I forgot. Mao Hao was once part of my team, but we went on missions together and he sacrificed himself. As for Mao's family you mentioned, I don't know them at all. I just sent some condolence supplies, and that was the end of it." Lin's words were honest and open, as if he had nothing to hide, but he met Su Hian's scrutinizing gaze. "Then, have you heard of Laboratory Number 6? What is Laboratory Number 6? What does it do?" "I've never heard of it. That's strange. Why are all the missing people in the base connected to Laboratory Number 6? And why are they related to you, Captain Lin?" Lin couldn't hold back his emotions. He pointed at Su Hian, raising his voice. You're just spreading false accusations. How could I be involved?" Su Hian's smile made Lin feel less confident. He thought for a moment and realized that the person in question probably wasn't alive anymore. Lin suppressed his pounding heart. "Yes, or what? Come out." Su Hian no longer spoke to Lin but called out behind him. A disfigured man stepped out from behind Su Hian. His eyes stared fiercely at Lin, filled with deadly intent that couldn't be hidden. His face was unrecognizable, but Lin recognized those eyes. He lost control of his emotions and immediately pointed at the man, shouting, "It's you. You're still alive." The man chuckled at Lin. "Yes, Captain Lin, didn't expect that, huh? I'm still alive and well." He spoke each word clearly, but Lin felt his back go cold and clenched his fists nervously. "Captain Lin, it seems you've forgotten your little brother after such a short time." Lin Jun spoke, trying to step forward and hold the man's hand. "Wei Wu, I'm so glad you're alive. When I go home tonight, I'll have your sister-in-law cook something nice. I want to welcome you back." Wei Wu dodged Lin Jun's hand. "Lin Jun, do you still think I am the Wei Wu who always nodded and agreed with you? All the dirty work was done by me. You know better than anyone about Lab 6. It's like a living. Yet, you want to send me there so those people can do experiments. Is it because I was bitten by a zombie and my wound healed on its own? That my blood can cure others bitten by zombies? Don't forget, it was me, Wei Wu, who bit my finger and gave you my blood. That's why you're alive and safe. You're too cruel." After speaking, Wei Wu took out a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Su Hian. "This is the list of everyone sent from our base to Lab 6 since it was built. You can compare it with a list of missing or dead personnel." Wei Wu then looked at Han Quan beside Lin Jun. "Your fate will be like mine. Remember this clearly." Han Quan trembled as he looked at Wei Wu's fierce face. He turned to Lin Jun and asked, "Brother Lin, is what he's saying true?" Lin Jun's cold, sinister eyes looked at Han Quan. Inside, he thought, this fool. Still asking now. Doesn't he see how chaotic things are? Not getting a clear answer from Lin Jun, Han Quan suddenly jumped out and raised his hand, shouting at Su Hian, "I know everything. I know about Lab 6. I know it's gone. Brother Lin. You." In desperation, Lin Jun pulled out a dagger. In an instant, he stabbed it into Han Quan's heart. Han Quan felt the pain, but didn't have time to say another word before he died. "Someone's been killed. Captain Lin has killed someone." The people around, watching the scene, immediately shouted. The few who had just spoken quietly hid among the crowd, afraid that Lin Jun might lose control again and hurt them next. Wei Wu acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He turned to Su Hian and asked, "When will you keep your promise to me?" This morning, when Jinani and Su Hian went out, they saw Wei Wu waiting at the door for them. Wei Wu was originally an orphan. Using tough methods, he gained some respect locally and escaped his past of being bullied. However, his good fortune didn't last long. Just 1 month after taking power, a pandemic broke out. At first, Wei Wu was able to control the situation, but most of his subordinates gained special abilities, and those who were already dissatisfied with him started to challenge his authority. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Wei Wu sneaked out secretly. He was almost caught and brought back, but Lin Jun saved him. Those people couldn't defeat Lin Jun and his team, so they left in frustration. Wei Wu, who had been very tense, finally relaxed. Then he fell ill with a high fever, which unexpectedly awakened his healing ability. Wei Wu's ability requires a sacrifice, whether from bites or injuries caused by zombies. Drinking his blood can save lives. When injured, drinking his blood can restore normal health within minutes. Because he trusted Lin Jun deeply, Wei Wu told him about his ability. Lin Jun asked Wei Wu to keep it a secret, and from then on, Wei Wu became Lin Jun's personal doctor. Wei Wu, who had a rough background, was skilled in fighting even without powers. He quickly became Lin Jun's right-hand man, and they even called each other brothers privately. Lin Jun also entrusted Wei Wu with many tasks at Laboratory 6. Things changed when Yamamoto became interested in Wei Wu. Yamamoto thought Wei Wu's strong body was more useful than the experimental samples they had captured. Yamamoto gave Lin Jun 3 days to deliver Wei Wu. But Lin Jun only needed 1 day to decide his answer. He could find another brother, but he couldn't fail or oppose Yamamoto. The promises Yamamoto made to him were unbreakable. Lin Jun invited Wei Wu over, saying he wanted to cook something nice for his wife and have a drink. The tempting offer of alcohol made Wei Wu trust him completely and agree to come. Sure enough, there was a table full of delicious food and a bottle of beer. But halfway through drinking, Wei Wu started feeling dizzy and sleepy. "Brother Lin, there's a problem with this wine." Lin Jun took back the half bottle of beer from Wei Wu and drank it all in one gulp. Unfortunately, Wei Wu didn't see this and had already fainted. Lin Jun kicked Wei Wu a few times. "You still want to drink my wine? There's no way the wine is bad. I wouldn't waste it." After saying that, Lin Jun called his wife. "Wash this cup thoroughly and throw it away. Reheat the food. I'll take him over there first, and then we can celebrate when I come back." So, Wei was taken to laboratory number 6. However, Lin Jun overlooked an important point. Wei Wu is a healing ability user. The original dose of medicine only lasted less than half the time on Wei Wu. Wei Wu woke up. He looked at Su Hian and said, "The story after this is boring. I escaped. Lin Jun thought I was dead, but I got away. So what? Why are you coming to find us? I think your story is pretty average and I'm not interested. You're just wasting our time." Su Hian pulled Jinani away from Wei Wu and started to walk past him, looking like he was about to leave. Wei Wu shouted, "I came here to make a deal with you." Jinani held Su Hian's hand, stopped, turned around, and looked at Wei Wu. "Let's hear what he has to say. We're not in a hurry. The poison that Bai Ling put in the base leader, you can easily remove it. If you help me change my appearance and give me a new identity so I can survive in the base, I will publicly expose Lin Jun. Also, I have a list of people Lin Jun sent to laboratory number 6. It could be helpful to you." Su Hian still wanted to leave, but Jinani held him back and playfully said, "Now, you can tell me what your second awakened ability is. At least show us your sincerity." Wei Wu's willpower finally began to weaken. He lowered his head and softly said, "I have the ability to turn invisible. I can become invisible because after I came back this time, I discovered I had awakened this power. Yes, I haven't hidden it. I see your sincerity. Once this matter is settled, come find me, and I will help you change your appearance." Jinan Yi looked at Wei Wu, who had just said a few words, then pulled Su Hian away. Wei Wu's appearance made Lin Jun stop arguing and accept that he couldn't stay at the base anymore. He decided to bring some others down with him. Su Hian looked at Lin Jun coldly. Originally, Han Quan was also supposed to deal with him, but now he didn't need to do anything. Lin Jun saw that Su Hian and the others showed no reaction. He waved his big hand with a knife, forcibly pulling a young girl close and pressing the knife against her neck. His eyes threatened Su Hyun, saying, "Don't come any closer, or I will kill her." "Are you sure?" Su Hyun asked coldly. Su Hyun's icy gaze made Lin Jun feel a chill down his back. A cold wind blew, causing Lin Jun to shiver involuntarily. To boost his confidence, Lin Jun pressed harder with the knife, causing blood to start flowing from the girl's neck. A woman nearby saw the blood on her daughter's neck and cried out in panic. She knelt before Zhang Yong, begging, "Base leader, please, please save my daughter." Perhaps the woman's intense reaction gave Lin Jun some confidence. He looked at Su Hyun with a hint of provocation, as if to say that Su Hyun had no real way to deal with him. "Hurry up and let people clear the way, or I can't guarantee her safety," Lin Jun shouted at Su Hyun and Zhang Yong. "All right," Su Hyun replied expressionlessly. His calm response stunned Lin Jun for a moment. How could he be so easy to talk to? In that brief moment of distraction, Su Hyun threw a lightning ball, hitting Lin Jun's hand directly. The intense pain made Lin Jun loosen his grip, and the knife fell to the ground. At the same time, the little girl in Lin Jun's arms was pulled out by Ji Nan using vine tendrils. In an instant, Lin Jun lost all his leverage. Everyone around him looked at him with suspicion and caution. "Take him down," Zhang Yong ordered sharply. Lin Jun was still confused about how everything changed so suddenly. He was quickly captured by Zhang Yong's two sons, and with ropes. Jinani pulled Su Hyun over to Lin Jun and asked directly, "Shimamoto is dead, so why are there still people missing at the base? Who is the contact person behind you now?" "I don't know." "I don't understand what you're saying," Lin Jun replied. After what just happened, Lin Jun was afraid he might say something wrong again. He lowered his head, stopped looking at Jinani and Su Hyun, and refused to answer any questions or talk to them. "Let's keep him restrained for now. There should be his accomplices at the base. They might try to rescue him. Let's see if we can catch them all in one trap," Su Hyun whispered to Zhang Yong. "Okay, let's do as you say," Zhang Yong agreed. Everyone noticed that the base leader's face looked very bad after the recent chaos. Usually, Captain Lin was respected, but now it seemed he was a bad person. This made some people feel uneasy. Someone spoke up first. When they heard that the new registration was to find hidden enemies around them, the line for registration became much more orderly. Zhang Yong stayed behind to supervise. Jinani and Su Hyun greeted him and then left first. Wei Wu was still waiting for them. At the center of the base, Wei Wu saw Jinani approaching and immediately stood up to meet her. "Let's go. There are too many people here. It's not suitable. Let's find a quiet place," Jinani said, glancing at him. Hearing this, Wei Wu finally smiled. But the smile looked a bit scary on his scarred face. Still, he grinned happily and followed Jinani and Su Hyun. Although he had lost all his cards, starting a new life was like a fresh beginning for him. Wei Wu looked forward to his new life. With his current abilities, he could live well even without joining any team. As he walked, Wei Wu imagined his bright future. Thinking about how ugly he looked now, he felt lighter and more energetic. Jinani and Su Hyun took him to a room. She took out a pill from her pocket and handed it to Wei Wu. "Will this help me transform completely?" Wei Wu asked skeptically. "Of course not," she replied. "Did you lie to me?" Zinan did not answer Wei Wu's question. Instead, she continued speaking calmly. "This is just a test. After you take this, you will only listen to me and become part of my team. You must obey my orders and do tasks for me. Only then can I slowly heal your face. Of course, if you don't want to, we have many ways to make you take it," Zinan said softly. Yes. Since he and Su Hyun learned that Wei Wu had a hidden special ability, they decided to include him. With Wei Wu, they thought it would be much easier to gather information, as he would be a perfect scout. Zinan and Su Hyun couldn't always be with everyone, so they needed talented people from different areas. Wei Wu's ability was exactly what they needed. At first, Zinan didn't plan to let Wei Wu go. In this dangerous world, she and Su Hyun weren't good people. Saving Wei Wu without controlling him could be dangerous if he turned into an enemy later. Wei Wu looked at the pill in his hand, clenched it tightly, and looked around, trying to find a chance to escape. Su Hian used his ability to play with a small lightning bolt in his palm, calmly looking at Wei Wu and speaking. You can try to run. I want to practice my skills too. Lately, I feel a bit lazy. Wei Wu saw Lin Jun's burned arm earlier. After struggling inside for a while, he obediently swallowed the pill. About 3 minutes later, Wei Wu looked up. His eyes now showed only respect for Zinani. Although he knew the pill given by his grandfather was effective, seeing the results with his own eyes still amazed Zinani. Wei Wu seemed to have lost all his desires and emotions, standing respectfully beside Zinani. This effect is truly amazing. No wonder Grandpa told me to be careful when using the pill. Su, do you think he doesn't know anything now? If that's the case, we still need to teach him, which could be troublesome. Su Hian shook his head. It shouldn't be. Try it and see. Now, go hide near Lin Jun. If there are any situations or people appearing, report back immediately. Yes, Master. Wei Wu respectfully left the room. After Wei Wu left, Jinani and Su Hian entered the space, following closely behind. Wei Wu, after leaving the room and checking that no one was around, quickly ran toward the room where Lin Jun was held. He confirmed no one was at the door, then entered the room invisibly. Lin Jun was thrown on the ground. Wei Wu turned invisible. Jinani could only sense his exact position. Seeing that Wei Wu had been staying close to Lin Jun, he didn't hesitate further and pulled Su Hian to leave. As soon as they reached home, Sun Bin brought Sun Letian back as well. As Su Hian had guessed, there were some small, unnoticed gaps around the base. If you weren't looking for them specifically, you wouldn't find them. Thanks to these gaps, Lin Jun's people could smoothly take someone out of the base quietly. Zhang Yong, along with a few metal elemental abilities, went with Sun Letian to fix these gaps. They took 3 days to re-register the information. During this time, Lin Jun's 2 subordinates, Yi Zhe and Shi Chuan, tried to come and take Lin Jun away. Wei Wu immediately informed Jinani, and both were caught. After taking a pill, Jinani gained 2 more ability users, Yi Zhe with wind powers and Shi Chuan with speed powers. No wonder they could help Lin Jun escape from the base quietly. Lin Jun looked at the 2 people in front of him, ignoring him completely, which made him feel a bit anxious. Jinani spoke to the 3. Wei Wu, take those 2 and see if there's anything useful. Bring everything back. Yes, Master. The 3 responded and left the room one after another. What did you do to them? Do you want to try? Jinani's words cut off Lin Jun's attempt to speak further. Su Hian grabbed Lin Jun's chin and fed him the pill. Less than 2 minutes after swallowing, Lin Jun started to cough up blood wildly and twitched on the ground. Cha-cha, what's going on? Master, Lin Jun has been cursed with a spell. These medicines don't work on him. Also, because of the properties of this pill, it caused a clash, leading to a strong reaction in Lin Jun's body. Jinani originally wanted to ask Lin Jun for some information, but it was pointless now. Seeing Lin Jun convulse wildly, Jinani felt that he might die from the fit at any moment. Master, quickly enter the space. Cha-cha sensed the danger and immediately reminded Jinani to hide inside the space. Just 1 second after Jinani pulled Su Hian into the space, Lin Jun suddenly died, blood splattering all over the room. Inside the space, Jinani looked outside and turned to meet Su Hian's gaze. This is too unbelievable. Su Hian was also shocked by what he had just seen. It was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. He comforted Jinani. Wait for me inside the space. I'll go out and check. Su Hian looked around the room but found nothing unusual. Lin Jun's body was only half remaining, lying on the ground completely dead. Cha-cha, is there no way to deal with their talismans? Master, using talismans is an ancient method mostly passed down. There are no written records. You might need to trade with more merchants from the spiritual talisman worlds to see if they can help. I can't assist you with this. Cha-cha, help me find more of these merchants. Try not to miss any. Understood, Master? I'll do my best, but merchants from the spiritual talisman worlds are few, and most are quite powerful. You'll need to work harder. There was nothing unusual in the room, so Su Hian called Jinani out. Let's go. First, Find someone to handle this place. Then we'll check on Bai Ling. When Jinani pushed the door open, Bai Ling was suffering from a new round of biting pain. Seeing Jinani, she collapsed to the ground and begged, "Please let me go. It hurts so much. Who told you to poison the team leader?" Lin Jun said Junshin was killed by the team leader. They've already noticed what we did, so we had to strike first. He brought back some medicine from somewhere, claiming that if I quietly put it on Zhang Yong, he would only love me from now on, and I could fully control him. And what else? That's all. Nothing more. I only did it because I love Brother Yong. Whiteling kept insisting that she loved Zhang Yong. She was soaked in sweat, with beads of water on her forehead. Her hair was completely wet and stuck to her face, making her look very miserable. During a short break, Whiteling lay on the ground, gasping heavily to ease the pain in her body. She watched Jinani walk away and wanted to get up and follow, but she had no strength. She could only stare desperately at the direction Jinani left. Her body was slowly regaining some energy, but then new pain shot through her bones. Ah! Whiteling moaned in pain and curled up. At that moment, opened quietly in the door, and an ugly man stepped inside. "Xiaoling, how are you? I've come to save you." Whiteling looked up at the man entering and showed deep fear in her eyes. Go away, Xiaoling, don't be afraid. I'm here with you." The man's dark hand reached out and touched Whiteling's body. She desperately tried to avoid him, but she couldn't escape. Jinani was eating when suddenly a figure appeared beside him. Wei Wu slowly materialized and stood next to Jinani, speaking, "Master, Bai Ling is dead." Who did it? Wei Wu's message surprised Jinani. Someone dying so easily was too cheap for Bai Ling. The medicine Jinani gave Bai Ling was meant to slowly torment her, not to kill her. He wouldn't want her to die. Her name was not to be taken. But Bai Ling was dead, which meant someone else was involved. It was someone who previously pursued Bai Ling. He's usually lazy at the base and does some sneaky things. He tried to pursue Bai Ling before, but she rejected and insulted him publicly. So, when no one was around, he sneaked in. Bai Ling was and couldn't resist, so he abused her. However, Bai Ling seemed to have injured him, which made him furious. He strangled her to death. After hearing Wei Wu's story, Jinani said directly, "Break his limbs and throw him out of the base. People like him are a danger. Keeping him here could cause more trouble later. Just eliminate him to prevent future problems." "Yes, master." Wei Wu finished speaking and disappeared beside Jinani. Shin Qingqing pointed at where Wei Wu had vanished. "Where did he go? Is this a person with the ability to turn invisible?" "Yes, I am an invisible ability user. Also, I have 2 new team members I recently recruited. One has wind powers, and the other has speed abilities. Their names are Nozawa and Ishikawa. They will be responsible for passing messages and communicating quickly. Their abilities are quite good, so if anyone needs help, they can directly ask them." After Jinani finished speaking, 2 men walked in from outside. Shin Qingqing glanced at them and gave Jinani a thumbs up. "Not bad, sister. These 2 helpers are very handsome." Iron Wolf immediately looked upset and said, "Wife, you just said last night that I am the most handsome." "They are very handsome, but you are the most handsome." Shin Qingqing quickly responded with a thumbs up to Iron Wolf. Hearing Jinani's words, Iron Wolf stopped talking and returned to normal. Jinani asked the 2 men to step back and then said to everyone, "These people, after He-en and I leave, will be assigned to you. If anything happens, you can rely on them. You can trust them completely." When Jinani finished speaking, everyone except Sunbin nodded in understanding. Shin Qingqing still felt uneasy about Jinani going to S-City, with Su, He, and without anyone else. She expressed her concern. "I know about that, but Jinani, are you sure you and Su-Hien can handle going to S-City alone? It's a long way, and having more helpers would be better. If not, you should bring those few people with you. We'll stay at the base to guard the rear. H-City is not close to S-City, and many things could happen along the way." Shin Qingqing still wanted to accompany Jinani. "Don't worry, Qingqing. Su-Hien and I will go quickly and come back soon. The new year is coming, and I want to go home and watch fireworks. Jinani knew Shen Qingqing was worried, but going with Su Hian alone was more convenient and less troublesome. It was the best choice. Also, she hadn't shared all the details about the laboratory with everyone. Okay. Shen Qingqing nodded and agreed without insisting further. She knew Jinani's abilities, but she was still a little worried inside. Jinani stood up. She and Su Hian had already discussed the upcoming plans. Now, she mainly wanted to inform everyone so they would know what to expect. Let's quickly organize the outdoor task for the day after tomorrow. We will go out with the base leaders team. The main goal is to practice our skills. Professor Wang and Sun Letian, you two are in charge of guarding the house. Everyone else will go out together. Big sister, I can also fight zombies, Sun Letian said seriously, standing up and looking at Jinani. Since moving into the villa area, he had only been cleaning and eating delicious food. That's not good. Food is hard to come by, and he shouldn't eat for free all the time. Although his dad told him he had him, now he's grown up and can work hard with his dad. Okay, next time, big sister will take you out to fight zombies, Jinani said, patting Sun Lishan's head. The little boy looked serious and very cute when he was focused. Okay, Letian will follow my plan. Sun Letian sat obediently and listened carefully to Jinani. After arranging the basic plans, Jinani told everyone to go back to their rooms. Everyone needs their own time and space. When there's nothing to do, they are free. The base provides electricity regularly, though for short periods. It's enough, and having some alone time in their rooms is also good. Jinani took Su Hian and the others back to their rooms. As soon as the door closed, Wang Hongliang knocked on their door. Jinani opened the door and was a bit surprised to see Wang Hongliang. She called Su Hian to come in with her. She didn't know why Wang Hongliang was there, so she waited for him to speak first. Wang Hongliang looked at Jinani and slowly said, "Earlier, you told me you wanted me to develop weapons for everyone. I didn't agree at first. But after thinking carefully, I've decided to agree. I am willing to do this. In this end-of-the-world situation, as long as you think this old man, can still be useful, I am happy to contribute my part. Besides, being able to do what I love again gives me a reason not to hold everyone back. From now on, I won't hold back. And also, over the past few days, I have seen everything you have done at the base. No matter what your reasons were, the results align with my values. So, I am willing to do my best to help everyone. All right, Professor Wang, don't worry. We will never use the weapons you developed to do anything harmful or unjust." Honestly, she didn't expect Wang Hongliang to come tonight and say these things. Originally, she and Su Hian thought it would take at least a month or 2 weeks for Wang Hongliang to agree, and the experimental base prepared for him could only be used after they returned, so they weren't in a hurry. But since Wang Hongliang had already agreed, Jinani was not polite. Since they were going out on a mission and Wang Hongliang and Sun Letian would probably be bored at the base, she decided to find something for him to do. She took a wooden launcher from her pocket and placed it in front of Wang Hongliang. "Professor, this wooden launcher is for you to study. If you need materials or equipment, just ask and we will find them for you." Wang Hongliang picked up the weapon and examined it carefully, his tone excited. "Nani, where did you get this weapon?" "This is a good wooden launcher, small recoil, easy to carry but quite powerful, and it has a longer range than a normal handheld launcher." As he looked at it, his eyes shone with enthusiasm, and he kept flipping the launcher in his hands. Jinani didn't answer, but directly asked, "Professor Wang, if you have enough materials, how long would it take you to make a similar weapon?" 1 week. It will take at least a week. This launcher is different from ordinary ones. I need to disassemble and study it before I can start making one. Also, I think this launcher can be improved. Its range could be extended further, Wang Hongliang said excitedly. He had never thought about making a handheld launcher like this before, and now he saw how it could solve many problems. He liked it very much. "All right, Professor Wang, you focus on your research. When we return, I will find the materials for you. We will also set up a fully equipped research lab. Just make a list of what you need." Okay. I will prepare the list for you later." Wang Hongliang's eyes never left the wooden box. Jinani thought to himself, he is truly a weapon enthusiast. If he saw other weapons, he would be even more excited. It seems best to take it step by step and prepare the ground first. Wang Hongliang asked Jinani again, "Can I keep this wooden box for research?" "Yes, Professor Wang. Keep it for your study. Consider it your personal weapon for self-defense," Jinani replied, then took a box of bullets from his pocket and placed it in front of Professor Wang. "Here's some bullets for you too." Making bullets is easy for Professor Wang. Wang Hongliang looked at the bullets handed to him. "These are easy to make. As long as I have the materials, I can produce as many as you need." "Good," Jinani nodded happily. Having received what he wanted, Professor Wang didn't stay long. He happily took the items back to his room to study. Jiang Sheng had already met Gua Xiaoxiao 5 times at the base. Every time, he came out of Lu Qiaoji and ran into her. Recently, Lu Qiaoji had been bothering him. She had given him many crystal cores, but she hadn't given him any weapons. There was no news about further experimental data either. Every day, she just kept urging him for more crystal cores. After the recent cold spell, many people disappeared from the base. At first, no one noticed, but somehow, a few ordinary people suddenly reacted and caused trouble at the center of the base. Jiang Sheng lost several pieces of clothing and some food before things stabilized. Lu Qiaoji, as the saintess, told him she couldn't produce anything to stabilize the people's confidence. Because of the extreme cold, everyone had reduced outdoor activities. Lu Qiaoji had already taken all the crystal cores from his side. Today, he came to see Lu Qiaoji because William's side couldn't be persuaded anymore. He wondered if his brother had discovered Lu Qiaoji's secret. Why did he insist on sleeping with her? Both sides were making him feel embarrassed. When he suggested Lu Qiaoji go to accompany William, she started crying and whining, which annoyed him. Fortunately, she finally agreed. "Are you William's woman?" Jiang Sheng looked at Gua Xiaoxiao, thinking other thoughts. "I am indeed here at the base with Mr. William." Gua Xiaoxiao's answer made Jiang Sheng smile. He beckoned her with his finger and said, "Come here." Today, Gua Xiaoxiao wore a cheongsam. When William left that morning, she couldn't hold back her smile. She didn't believe Jiang Sheng could resist, and sure enough, he took the bait. This made Gua Xiaoxiao very happy. She twisted her waist and moved closer to Jiang Sheng. Before she could get close, Jiang Sheng pulled her into his arms and placed his hands on her waist, which was about to twist off, and kept stroking it. "Director, what are you doing? It's not good if someone sees." Gua Xiaoxiao pretended to push Jiang Sheng away, but her legs, peeking out from the slit of her cheongsam and dressed in black stockings, kept teasing Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng simply lifted her up. They were less than 100 meters from his home. Now, feeling excited, Jiang Sheng quickly carried her back and threw her onto the bed. The cheongsam was already high-slit. When Jiang Sheng threw her, he saw everything underneath her skirt. "Little devil, are you deliberately trying to me?" Jiang Sheng didn't believe it was a coincidence to meet her 5 times in the same place. Seeing Gua Xiaoxiao, who was almost, he confirmed his suspicion. His hands moved faster than his mind and acted first. Gua Xiaoxiao stopped pretending. She originally wanted Jiang Sheng to get her from William. She was serving a man, and Jiang Sheng only had Lu Qiaoji. Lu Qiaoji was not very smart, but William's side was different. More than a dozen women fought for one man. If she lost favor, she might even lose her life, not to mention having food to eat. Gua Xiaoxiao deliberately lifted her foot and teased Jiang Sheng. "I'm just a little devil, here to tempt you today. What can you do to me?" She looked seductive, very different from Lu Qiaoji, who was always delicate and shy in front of him. This woman, however, was full of charm, making Jiang Sheng almost lose control. Jiang Sheng pressed her down and said, "What can I do to you? Try me and you'll find out." Taking advantage of Jiang Sheng's distraction, Gua Xiaoxiao flipped herself and sat on his waist. She leaned in and kissed his lips. When Jiang Sheng wanted to deepen the kiss, she quickly pulled away and looked at him with a smile, slowly unbuttoning her cheongsam. Jiang Sheng rested his hand behind his head, staring at Gua Xiaoxiao's actions without blinking. The way she unbuttoned her clothes seemed to stir his heart, and this charming beauty was definitely more captivating than Lu Qiaoji. Xiaoxiao had learned many tricks to please men from William, and she used all of them on Jiangsheng. The room was filled with breathing sounds that continued all night. Jinani and Su Hian returned to their room. Thinking about what Cha-Cha had said today, Jinani locked the door and pulled him into the space. Cha-Cha, help me open the dimensional trading square. Yes, master. Jinani used her hand to scroll through the trading panel, carefully examining each trade listed. Su Hian came over, picked up Jinani, and held her in his arms, watching the screen together. Nani, what are you looking for? A merchant from the spirit talisman dimension. Su Hian understood what Jinani wanted to do. They started to carefully check all the trades on the dimensional trading square. After reviewing everything, they still couldn't find the merchant they wanted. Jinani looked a bit down and leaned on Su Hian. Su, how did you find that spirit talisman merchant last time? Jinani turned to face Su Hian. Su Hian thought for a moment about the situation, then said, it was probably just luck. After the last trade, I didn't get any notifications from friends, and I haven't encountered a similar merchant since then. Jinani completely relaxed in Su Hian's arms, feeling a little discouraged. It seems there are very few merchants from the spirit talisman dimension. I was hoping that if I could find one easily, I might solve the curse problem, whether it's on you or others. That way, we could get more useful information. But it looks like the revolution hasn't succeeded yet. Comrades still need to work hard. It's okay. Everything is still under control. We may not have broken the curse, but we already have some advantages. And I didn't really want to break the curse on myself. I mean, truly, Nani. Su Hian comforted Jinani, sincerely looking at her as he spoke about the curse on himself. Jinani directly covered Su Hian's eyes and said, I don't care. I don't want any accidents. Nothing is more important than you. Jinani reached out and hugged Su Hian's neck, then gave him a quick kiss. Su Hian immediately understood and picked up Jinani to carry him into the room. The atmosphere was romantic and warm. But TT didn't give Jinani any time to get comfortable. It interrupted Su Hian and said, Master, the owner wants to see me. There are several merchants from different worlds who want to meet you. Want to see me? Hearing this, Jinani jumped down from Su Hian's arms. Why do they need to see me? Aren't you trading with them too? Since the system upgrade, TT, as the butler, can handle trades for Jinani when he's busy. This was the first time TT specifically asked to meet someone. Master is now a big trader in the system, and many merchants want to trade food with him. Some want to establish long-term deals. This requires the Master's personal involvement. TT doesn't have that authority. Hearing this, Jinani picked up TT with one hand, looked into its eyes, and asked carefully, TT, what have you done? Master, I've been outside fighting zombies every day. I left me alone in the space, and I feel so lonely. So I had to work hard. There's so much food, and I can harvest once a week. I was worried I couldn't handle it all, so I became more active in the trading market. More active? Jinani looked suspicious. If it was just a little more active, how come several merchants came to see him? Wanting long-term cooperation? It's just a little more active, really, TT promised, raising its paw. Master, let's not talk about this now. 3 merchants want to see you. They're all waiting in line just for you. Jinani put TT down and said, all right, let's see these merchants you mentioned. Yes, master. TT happily bounced around Jinani. At this moment, Jinani remembered Su Hian. He turned and blew a kiss to him, saying, young master, wait patiently for me to come back and pamper you. Then he turned and left with TT without looking back. Master, you must make a deal with that merchant in the golden clothes. Looking at Jinani's doubtful expression, Cha-Cha moved a little closer and said, Master, this merchant has many shiny stones, and they are all high quality. You know what I mean. What if we can't make the deal? Master. Cha-Cha playfully blocked Jinani's way, pretending to be angry. Seeing Cha-Cha pouting angrily, Jinani laughed so hard her stomach hurt. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go. We will definitely close this deal. Jinani sat in her study, and Cha-Cha connected her directly to the first merchant. The scene on the screen almost blinded Jinani with its brightness. No wonder Cha-Cha said we must work with the merchant in the gold-colored clothes. The room was extremely luxurious, decorated with splendid ornaments. Every piece in the room shone with gold, truly astonishing. Not only was the clothing adorned with many gemstones, faintly shimmering with a golden glow. Jinani was sure the fabric was sewn with gold thread. That shows how rich this person is. Cha-cha, is this the merchant you said we must work with? Yes, it's him. He's very generous with his offers, Cha-cha said excitedly. Oh, beautiful Miss Launching, I finally see you, the man on the screen said, looking very excited when he saw Jinani. Hello, Jinani replied, surprised by his enthusiasm, and she raised her hand to greet him. Beautiful Miss Launching, I am Queso. I believe your butler has already told you that I want to establish a long-term partnership with you. I am sincere about working with you. The quality of the grain you provide is very good. I like it very much. The aroma, when cooking, is just right for us nobles. I want to order 5,000 jin each month from you. How do you feel about that? 5,000 jin. Yes, let's sign a 1-year contract first with 5,000 jin each month. If we need to increase the amount later, I will discuss it with you. The price can be negotiated. I am offering a price 10% higher than the highest market rate for this grain. That's my sincerity. I really like your grain and hope we can cooperate. Jinani was originally thinking about negotiating the price, maybe haggling a bit, but he ended up raising the price himself. If he didn't agree soon, it would seem ungrateful. Just as Jinani was about to agree, a Kazuo spoke first. I know your grain is very high quality, different from other grain sellers. I am willing to add 5%. That's my bottom line. Do you think this price is suitable, Miss Launching Meili? Jinani mentally responded loudly, while trying to keep a calm face. After a moment of hesitation, Jinani nodded in agreement. Both parties' system managers began preparing the contract and actively coordinated. They reached an agreement, and Jinani and a Kazuo each signed the cooperation contract. Jinani then asked Cha-cha to send 5,000 jin of grain to a Kazuo this month. A Kazuo received the grain, and his beard trembled with joy. He happily said goodbye to Jinani and logged off. Before leaving, he praised Jinani for being quick to agree and gifted her a ruby ring he was wearing. Cha-cha, holding the ruby ring, smiled so much that her eyes nearly disappeared. Looking at the dozens of large boxes behind her, filled with her belongings, Cha-cha happily rolled on the ground. Cha-cha, people who don't know better might think I usually mistreat you. Master, with these things, this year's end evaluation will surely recognize me as an excellent system. This was the first time Jinani heard Cha-cha say such things. Curious, she asked, Cha-cha, do you also have assessments and evaluations? Of course. You don't know, but during the years I was trapped in the bracelet, I was often mocked in evaluations. Not only did I fail to get rewards, but I was also ridiculed by other systems. This time, I want to prove myself and show them how powerful we are. Good. Jinani was also inspired and became more motivated. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly contacted 2 other merchants. One was the head of a cultivation family, wanting to buy spiritual energy-rich grain from her. The other was on a planet at war, lacking large amounts of food. After negotiating, Jinani gained what she wanted and also exchanged many gems for Cha-cha. After the transaction, Jinani leaned back in the chair, feeling empty and lost in thought. Master, what are you thinking about? Hearing TT's words, Jinani was brought back to reality. She sat up straight and asked, TT, why are all 3 merchants in this trade short on food supplies? Master, you may not know, but Blue Star has the richest resources. Other planets also have their own abundant resources, but food supplies are always limited or even in short supply. In fact, even on Blue Star, some people are still starving. Jinani nodded. She had seen this before on TV, news reports about poor areas where many children couldn't get enough to eat. She was really tired now. After chatting a few more words with TT, she yawned and went back to her room. When she found Su Hyun wasn't there, she took out her phone and lay on the bed playing a single-player game, waiting for Su Hyun to return. After Su Hyun finished his shower and saw that Jinani hadn't come back yet, he left the space to discuss tomorrow's plans with Tai Lang. When he entered the room and didn't see Jinani, he checked the time. It had been so long that he started to worry something might have happened to her. He entered the space and saw Nani lying on the bed, already asleep. Her game was still running on her phone. He picked up her phone, helped cover her with the blanket, and looked at TT on the floor nearby. TT had surrounded herself with various gold and silver jewelry, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, as if performing a ritual. As Soo Hyun approached, TT opened her eyes. "Master, you're back. The master is asleep. Yes, yes. You guys had a good haul today." TT seemed excited and stood up to show Soo Hyun her loot. "Yes, yes. Master, look at all these shiny stones I got. I can absorb them for a long time. I might level up soon." Thinking of something else, TT called out to Soo Hyun. "Oh, right, master. Because of the dimensional trading system, we've completed 66 trades, so there's a reward, a lottery draw. Since the master is asleep, you can draw it. The draw will be invalid in half an hour, so don't waste this chance." Soo Hyun looked at Nani sleeping peacefully on the bed. She showed no signs of waking up. He just gently pushed her pillow and continued sleeping. He nodded, helped tuck her in, and then left the room with TT. TT brought out the lottery system, and Soo Hyun pressed the start button. The spinning wheel began to turn. "Congratulations. You have won a high-level dimensional trading card. Congratulations. You have won a designated dimensional trading card." An emotionless system notification sounded. Soo Hyun looked at the two trading cards on the screen. "TT, can this designated dimensional trading card be used to start a trade with merchants from the Spirit Rune dimension?" "Yes, master, but the merchant on the other side must also be online for the trade to happen." Soo Hyun nodded. It seemed his luck was good with this draw. With this card, Nani should be very happy. When they return from their mission, he can try to see if he can meet a high-level dimension merchant. The next morning, Zhang Yong arrived early with his two sons at Soo Hyun's place. Seeing Soo Hyun and his group having breakfast, he felt a bit shy and sat in the living room waiting. "Hyun, these are my two sons. This is the older one, Zhang Mingyuan, and the younger one, Zhang Mingxin." The two tall boys, both 188 centimeters, stood in front of Soo Hyun and greeted him. "Brother Soo, hello. For this mission, if there's anything you need us to do, just tell us. We promise to complete the task." "Good, I will tell you everything you need to do," Soo Hyun said, patting the two young men on the shoulders. "Uncle Zhang's sons are really tall and handsome. Uncle Zhang is so lucky." Hearing the compliment, Zhang Yong couldn't stop smiling. After some small talk, Zhang Yong pulled Soo Hyun aside to discuss serious matters. For this trip, 2 heavy-duty trucks and 2 military-modified off-road vehicles. Are 4 vehicles enough? If not, I'll arrange more. Soo Hyun had been thinking about this too, even considering finding an excuse to bring out 2 modified vehicles from the space. Now, he didn't need to. Once the base arrangements were settled, everyone set out together. Iron Wolf was fascinated by the heavy trucks and asked to drive one himself. No one objected. Soo Hyun and Nani took the lead to open the way, while Zhang Yong was responsible for the rear guard. Although the extremely cold weather has ended, the temperature has only returned to normal. There is still a lot of snow on both sides of the road. Nani uses the walkie-talkie to remind the cars behind to keep a safe distance, then releases her mental energy to scan the surroundings. The 4 cars have been driving for about an hour. On Nani's mental map, not a single zombie has appeared, which makes her feel uneasy. Sue, we haven't seen a single zombie on this whole trip. That's strange. I noticed that too. The road here looks damaged. Even though it's been somewhat hidden, there are clear signs of human destruction. Tell the cars behind to watch their surroundings, lock the doors, and stay alert. Shun Qingqing sits in the back seat, pulls out her weapon, and looks outside cautiously. Nani, the flowers outside are so pretty, and these trees are much thicker than the ones we saw earlier. Her words make Nani look over instinctively. Immediately, she realizes something is wrong. The environment around them is not normal. Just a moment ago, there was snow everywhere, but now the plants are lush and thriving. And these flowers don't bloom in winter, especially after such extreme cold weather. Nothing could survive that. These are clearly mutated plants. Nani looks at the trees Shun Qingqing pointed out. Sure enough, those are the thickest trees in the area. The flowers on them are bright and alluring, like tiny, tempting spirits. She picks up the walkie-talkie and warns the others. The plants around here are poisonous. Don't touch them or stare at them too long. We're probably trapped in a hallucination. Stay alert and, if necessary, use pain to wake yourself up and regain your senses. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Take care of Ching Ching for me. Nani, should we keep going? Zhang Yang's voice comes through the walkie-talkie. Nani considers for a moment. Keep moving forward, slow down, and reduce the distance between the cars. I'll try to find a way to break this illusion. Looking at the lively, vibrant environment around her, she thinks to herself, when did they enter this illusion? If they don't realize it, they might keep wandering inside forever. How can we break this illusion? Jinan thought quietly. Su Hian looked around. He hadn't noticed any change in the environment either. Looking at the thickest trees in the distance, Su Hian suddenly had an idea. Nan, to catch the thief, catch the king first. Look at those trees. Jinani nodded. I saw them too. Those trees must be controlling the surroundings. Cha-Cha was inside the space, holding a shiny stone and absorbing energy. When she heard Jinani call her, she immediately reported, Master, I'm here. What's the matter? Oh, Master, how did you get trapped in the illusion? Like you see, Jinani shrugged, waiting for Cha-Cha to speak again. Master, these are oleander flowers. The whole plant is toxic. It was originally just a decorative plant. As long as you don't eat it, you won't get poisoned. But now, they have mutated. They can use their poison to create illusions, trapping zombies or humans inside. They make people die inside, then use the bodies as fertilizer, burying them at the roots to nourish the trees and help them grow. Looking at how thick these trees are, many zombies or humans have probably been absorbed as nutrients. Master, be careful not to get splashed by their sap. Usually, the poison isn't harmful to you and the male master, but these oleander trees' sap can burn the skin. So, be cautious. Got it? Jinani nodded. Seeing that Cha-Cha didn't seem to need help, she went back to her energy absorption with her shiny stone. Su Hian picked up the walkie-talkie, speaking seriously. Uncle Zhang, Iron Wolf, everyone stop the cars but don't turn off the engines. Lock the doors, close the windows. No one gets out unless I say so. Understood, boss. Iron Wolf always obeyed Su Hian's orders without question. Zhang Yong heard Su Hian and looked out the window. The scene outside was becoming foggy, and he grew tense. His voice became anxious. Hian, what's going on? What happened? The plants around us have mutated. We are inside their illusion now. Let's go down and explore. Stay in the car and don't get out. No matter what sounds or events happen outside, do not come out. Su Hian reminded them once again. Okay, Hian, you must be careful and stay safe, Zhang Yong instructed. Jinani looked at the once lush green environment outside, which was now completely gone. Instead, a gloomy fog covered everything, making people feel oppressed and heavy-hearted. Ching was the first to notice the change outside the window. She exclaimed, Wow, this change is so sudden. Ching, after we go out, lock the door. Wait until we come back to open it, Jinani told Ching. Ching really wanted to go out with Jinani, but she thought she might be a burden to them, so she held back her feelings and warned, Be careful, don't worry, I'll be back soon. After giving instructions, Jinani and Ching got out of the car, pulling Su Hian along. This place really feels so creepy, Jinani said, glancing around. Everything had changed completely from before. The two big trees that were close by were now hard to see clearly. Jinani took out two bright flashlights from her space and handed one to Su Hian. Su Hian held Jinani's hand and said, Be careful. We probably haven't seen zombies on this road, but those two guys might have used everything as fertilizer. Do you mean? Yes, I think so. These two trees have probably mutated or even become spirits. As Jinani finished speaking, a faint rustling sound came from around them. Su Hian pulled Jinani aside, sidestepping to cut off whatever was flying toward them. Nan, be careful. This thing moves very fast. Nan, I'll attract its attention here. You go around from behind. Okay, Jinani nodded at Su Hian.
Su, bé cà phê.
If it gets too dangerous, go into the space. Got it. Don't worry. Watching Su Hyun disappear into the fog, Jinani used her mental power to cover her scent and quickly ran around to the back of the two oleander trees. Thanks to Su Hyun distracting the creature, Jinani successfully circled behind the trees. Oh my goodness! Seeing the scene before her, Jinani was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Under the roots of the oleander tree there were so many white bones. The smell of blood and rotten flesh filled her nose. She used tissue to block her nose and took a step forward. Cha-Cha, come out quickly and take a look. Master, how? Yuck. What is this place? It's the place where oleander plants are composted, the roots. Jinani looked at the tangled roots and pointed at them. Cha-Cha, if I destroy the part where these roots are wrapped around, do you think these two oleander trees will die? Master, look carefully at the area where the roots are entwined. There should be something there. Cha-Cha's words made Jinani realize that through the cracks in the roots, it did seem like there was something inside. She took out a tang sword from her space. Just as she was about to strike, Su Hyun appeared beside her. Nan, let me do it. At this moment, the two oleander trees also noticed Jinani and Su Hyun. A branch about the size of a bowl flew toward them. Jinani immediately threw the tang sword to Su Hyun. I'll hold them off. Su Hyun caught the sword and looked toward the spot she had just examined. He swung the sword down. The tightly entwined roots scattered quickly. Jinani also activated her powers and fought with the oleander branches. Using vine tendrils, she jumped onto the tree and cut off the extending oleander. As Su Hyun acted, the oleander trees stopped attacking recklessly. The parts that Su Hyun had cut were no longer wrapped in roots, and what was inside was revealed. It was actually a crystal core. So many crystal cores. Jinani moved quickly, swinging on her vine tendrils. The oleander trees noticed her intention and extended their vines to stop her. But Su Hyun was faster and cut through the oleander that was trying to block her. There are still 3 level 2 crystal cores. No wonder these oleander trees grow so lush. They can even deceive level 3 zombies and turn into fertilizer. Impressive. The crystal cores under the roots were all collected by Jinani into her space. The 2 oleander trees instantly became furious. Their branches began to grow wildly and attacked the 2 people. Jinani and Su Hyun were forced to part ways and started fighting the oleander plants. However, these 2 oleander plants seemed to have endless energy. Even when their branches were scorched by Su Hyun's lightning ball, they quickly grew new branches and attacked the 2 people. Jinani jumped up to dodge the flying branches and shouted to Su Hyun, Su, this won't do. These 2 plant spirits are draining our powers and stamina. Let's go back to the space first and think of a plan. Okay, Su Hyun replied. In the next moment, the 2 disappeared into the air. The oleander plants couldn't find Jinani and Su Hyun, so they retracted their branches and quickly grew new roots to cover the places where they had been cut. The bones and bodies that hadn't yet decayed were tightly wrapped by the roots. In an unseen area, the fog gathered even thicker. What should we do? We can't fight these 2 transformed oleander plants head-on. They will just keep draining our energy. I think if it were someone else, they would have been exhausted and dragged into the roots already, Jinani said, resting his chin and watching Su Hyun. Su Hyun nodded, thinking about what to do. Suddenly, Jinani stood up. I have an idea. To cut the grass, we need to remove the roots. We should destroy the roots of those 2 plants. Then they won't have a source of energy. Exactly. Should we use poison or fire? Jinani pondered, resting his chin. Use poison, Su Hyun said. I think fire can only scare them, but it won't cause real damage. After all, I used my powers earlier and burned their branches, but they grew new ones quickly, Su Hyun explained. Jinani suddenly remembered something and ran to the warehouse. Su Hyun followed closely. Nan, what are you looking for? Herbicide. I remember we bought a lot before. It should work on the roots, right? Let me improve it a bit to make sure it works perfectly. Seeing Jinani's mischievous smile, Su Hyun knew he was confident about his plan. I found it, Jinani said, pointing to a box of herbicide in the corner. Ah, Sue, help me carry it out so I can modify it. 5 minutes later, Jinani looked happily at the 2 buckets in front of him. Ah, Sue, you can start working now. Pour the contents of these 2 buckets onto them. They won't last 10 minutes before they're finished. Okay, Nan Nan. Wait for me in the space. Jinani interrupted Su Hien, saying, I'll attract their attention. You go and set the trap. We split up to finish quickly. Got it. Su Hien didn't say more. He picked up 2 buckets of herbicide and followed Jinani out of the space. Sure enough, the oleanders' reaction became more alert. As soon as they appeared, they were quickly noticed, and branches shot toward the 2 of them. Jinani used his powers, releasing the scent of camellia flowers. The branches from the oleander lost their direction and spun in the air. Su Hien quickly moved to the tree roots and poured 1 bucket of herbicide directly onto them. The oleander immediately reacted, stopping their attack on Jinani, pulling back all their branches and turning around to fly towards Su Hien. Ah, Su, be careful. They're coming over, Jinani shouted to warn Su Hien. Su Hien responded with a signal to let him go, then quickly poured the 2nd bucket of herbicide at the roots and swiftly entered the space. Jinani was already waiting in the space for Su Hien. Watching the oleander outside with their branches quickly wilting, he felt a bit proud. Impressive, right? Now we just wait for the roots to completely die. About 10 minutes later, Jinani and Su Hien came out of the space. They looked at the 2 completely withered oleander trees. Jinani circled around them. Aren't you very powerful? Still can't escape my super herbicide, but why is there still fog around here? Jinani asked Su Hien with curiosity. Su Hien also noticed this and examined the surroundings. If I'm guessing right, all the oleander trees in this area are interconnected and rely on these 2 trees for nutrients. Even though they're dead, their roots are well-developed and still providing them with life energy. Now I understand. Seeing Jinani's clever ideas, Su Hien just looked at her with a fond smile, supporting whatever she did. Jinani then released the dog from the space.
Woof.
Woof. Looking at the surroundings, the dog barked nervously. Jinani told Su Hien to directly knock down the 2 big trees, pointing at the roots and saying, Marble, burn all of this. Woof, hearing the command, the dog wagged its tail excitedly and spat out fire, aiming at the roots. Soon, both trees were blackened by the flames. As the fog around them slowly began to clear, Jinani withdrew the dog back into the space. This place is really desolate, she said, watching the remaining burning roots with a look of disgust. The illusion disappeared, leaving only some dry grass and dead branches, with no signs of life. Jinani used her mental power to check the area again, making sure there were no dangers, then called everyone down from the car. Let's rest here for a while. Once these 2 trees burn a little more, we'll pour water on them to turn them into charcoal and put them in the car. It will be great for heating. Zhang Yong nodded in agreement. These trunks are really thick. They should burn for a long time. Everyone help out later and load the stuff onto the car, Zhang Yong ordered, pointing at the people behind him. Okay, director. As the wood burned down, a psychic stepped forward and poured water to extinguish the still-burning branches of the oleander. Once they cooled, everyone started carrying the wood onto the car. These are pretty heavy, of course. 2 such thick trees. Once we bring them back, they'll last a long time for many people to burn, they said while working. Although they had plenty of firewood, gathering it outside on the mountain in this weather was quite troublesome. Since they already had firewood, no one wanted to give it up, so everyone was very eager. Zhang Yong came over and looked at the thick tree trunk, saying, This thing is really thick. How many years do you think it took to grow this big? No wonder it became a spirit and fooled us. Jinani turned to the side. Uncle Zhang, it's not because it took a long time to grow. It's because it used zombies and passers-by as fertilizer that it grew so fast. Look at the roots, they're all bones. Zhang Yong listened to Jinan's words and felt a cold chill down his spine. Although he had seen many things before, he had never heard of plants using people as fertilizer. In the end, Zhang Yong couldn't resist his curiosity and went over to take a look. He saw that the large tree hollow was filled with white bones, which made his blood pressure rise sharply. He walked over and stood beside Su Hien. Hien, if these plants have mutated into this form, what about the animals? And the zombies? Will they also become like this in the future? Right now, we can still fight the zombies, but if they start to mutate like these plants, it will leave us with no way out, Su Hien replied. And the ordinary people in the base, it's already hard to survive now. If everything mutates, the pressure on the base will only grow. Supporting so many people and providing free food will surely cause disagreements. The more Zhang Yong thought about it, the more headache he had. He originally took on the task of building the base with confidence, thinking that once the base was established, he could settle the people hiding everywhere. Everyone would work together, and someday the apocalypse would end. Later, when everyone started awakening their special abilities, he saw it as a chance given by heaven, an opportunity for people to fight back against the zombies that bit everyone. He joined the team to complete missions and gather supplies. But he realized that, given the number of ordinary people in the base, the supplies he could bring back were barely enough, completely insufficient. If it weren't for Su Hien, he wouldn't even know that the deputy base leader was a traitor. He might have thought Gu Junsen only wanted power. Plants mutating means the abilities of the special users will also upgrade, Su Hien said. But the ordinary people in the base need to find a balance. They can't always rely on the abilities of others to go out and bring back supplies while they stay behind the safety wall. People tend to become lazy. Hearing Su Hien say this, Zhang Yong realized he had a plan. He looked at Su Hien expectantly. Hien, do you have a good idea? Su Hien nodded. If Uncle Zhang wants the base to develop steadily and safely in the long run, the ordinary people in the base also need to learn to protect themselves with weapons, instead of always staying behind the safety wall. Those strong young men can learn to carry weapons through training and go out with the ability users to hunt zombies and find supplies. The women can do the same. They can't kill zombies, but can gather crystal cores. Through their efforts, they will have confidence when sharing supplies later, and the ability users' complaints will decrease. During the new registration, everyone's previous jobs were also recorded. I saw that many teachers and other professionals could return to work. There are so many children in the base. Education must continue. We should start again. People skilled in carpentry, electricians, and workers from various fields can be assigned reasonably. This way, the base can operate faster, instead of the current situation where most ability users feel some resentment. Zhang Yong patted Su Hien on the shoulder. Hien, having someone like you to give me ideas is really my luck. After I go back, I will start organizing this matter. Jinani walked around and then stood beside Su Hien. I thought we had been running for so long and were close to reaching our destination, but it turns out we've just been circling inside this illusion created by the oleander. It's okay. Since we probably can't reach anywhere tonight, once we finish with the wood later, we'll check out that house up front. Although this area is desolate, there's still a house that can provide some shelter. That's not bad. Is that the house we passed by just now? Zhang Yong asked. Yes, since the weather is still cold, lighting a fire outdoors is easy to attract attention. Having a house to hide in means everyone can have a warm meal tonight, Su Hien explained. All right, I'll arrange for someone to go and check if the house is livable, Zhang Yong said, then ran off to organize people. I didn't expect plant mutations to be more dangerous than zombies. Hien, do you think the animals in the mountains have also mutated? If it's just a few, they're easier to deal with. But if they come in large groups, we'll have to take a detour. It's better not to risk bringing them along with Uncle Zhang and the others. Su Hien nodded in agreement with Shi Nani. Thinking about the animals in the mountains, he leaned close and whispered to her. I just used my ability to investigate. There are prey animals in the mountains behind us. Once everything is settled, we can go take a look. There are animals in the mountains. Can you sense what kind they are? Jinan Yi asked curiously. Su Hien's beast taming ability has not improved much, even though other powers have advanced. It still develops slowly, but for now it is enough. He can tame the animals he encounters. They are probably domestic animals that wandered into the mountains. Since they lack intelligence, he can only sense them roughly and cannot communicate with them. Even if they mutate, they can still be eaten. It is said that mutated animals have tastier meat. Today, they plan to try some together. Jinan is a bit eager, as she has avoided Professor Wang and Sun Bin recently. She hasn't eaten meat in a long time, which is hard for someone who loves meat. Today, she can finally indulge herself. Jinan thought about her recent inspection of the surroundings and continued, but we still need to be careful. These oleander plants can turn into spirits, and the fertilizer has nourished this land. Other plants might also mutate into spirits. I'll discuss with Uncle Zhang tonight to arrange a watch schedule. It's very dark at night and dangerous. Don't worry, Nan Nan. I'll talk to Uncle Zhang later, Su Hian assured her. After giving her instructions, Su Hian went out to find Zhang Yong to discuss the night shift schedule. They agreed to change shifts every 2 hours. Then Su Hian returned to help set up the tent. Zhang Yong, after hiding the vehicles outside, came in holding a tent. Hian, this tent is for you guys. The 2 girls shouldn't sleep outside like us rough men. The living room isn't small, it can fit a tent. Su Hian waved his hand to refuse. We have our own tents. Don't worry. Tonight, we'll take turns on duty. We can sleep inside the tents and rest well. Seeing that Lao Jin and others were also packing tents, Zhang Yong didn't insist further. He took the tent to set it up elsewhere. Jinan looked around the house and said to Su Hian, let's go upstairs and take a look. Although the person in charge of the base had already checked the second floor and found nothing special, Jinan had a gut feeling that there was something upstairs. This house appearing in this location is very unusual. There are no other houses nearby, making it look like an abandoned building. However, despite being damaged by zombies, the house's structure and decoration show that it is not truly abandoned. Old Jean and the others are setting up tents, while Shin Qingqing and Iron Wolf are preparing to start a fire. Before leaving, Sun Bin steamed many buns for Ji Nani and the others to take with them. Since it was almost mealtime, the 2 of them also started to get busy. Zhang Yong brought his own supplies. He told Shin Qingqing that they planned to cook porridge and asked Ji Nani and the others to come and eat together. Shin Qingqing thought refusing would be rude, so she agreed, planning to take out some canned lunch and meat later to add to the meal. Ji Nani and Su Hian went upstairs. The second floor is so different from the first, there's not even a piece of furniture, Ji Nani said, looking around. She noticed something strange. Aksu, come here. Behind this wall, it's empty. Su Hian came over, looked at the wall Ji Nani pointed to, and knocked on it. It really is empty, he said. Ji Nani used her powers to explore behind the wall. What she found made her eyes sparkle with excitement. There's actually a small room back there. It's full of things TT likes. What things? Where is it? Before Su Hian could answer, TT popped out. Ji Nani chuckled. The stuff behind this wall is what you like. Shiny stones? TT asked uncertainly. Yes, Ji Nani confirmed. TT then whispered in Su Hian's ear, the handsome master, the most handsome master, please break down this wall quickly. Unable to handle TT's noisy teasing, Su Hian decisively pulled Ji Nani into the space, and in the next moment, they appeared inside the small room behind the wall. Ji Nani looked at the 2 neatly stacked walls of gold in front of her and was speechless. On the ground nearby, there were several boxes. Su Hian opened one. Nan Nan, come look. Ji Nani's eyes kept drifting toward the dazzling gold walls, but she glanced at the open boxes, which contained weapons and bullets. She then looked away and continued to stare at the gold walls. This is so shiny and bright. Ji Nani waved his hand and put the golden wall into his space. Then he focused on Su Hian's side. There was 1 box of wooden bullets, 2 boxes of ammunition, and a box of antique gems. Hian, do you think this was someone's house before? This place is pretty remote, so I'm not worried about things being stolen. Su Hian shook his head and told Ji Nani to put the items away first. When they heard Shin Qingqing's voice, the 2 of them returned to their original room. Nani, Iron Wolf wants to go to the back mountain. Do you want to come along? Sure, we were planning to go see too. Ji Nani walked over to Shin Qingqing and whispered, Hian said there are prey on the mountain. We can go check it out. Maybe we can have a good meal tonight. Really? Then let's go now, before it gets dark. We should leave quickly. Shin Qingqing held Ji Nani's hand and led her ahead. Su Hian and Iron Wolf followed behind, watching the 2 women chatter happily. Iron Wolf suddenly spoke to Su Hyun. Boss, now I understand why you could leave everything behind before. Having such a lovely person by your side is worth it. Su Hyun patted Ji Nani's shoulder. You will understand more in the future. Boss? Iron Wolf didn't understand what Su Hyun meant and wanted to ask more, but Su Hyun ignored him and turned to give instructions to Lao Jin. Zhang Yong came over, curious about what Su Hyun was doing. Hyun, what's going on? Uncle Zhang, we're planning to go hunting on the back mountain. See if we can bring back some food for everyone tonight. Hunting? In this wild mountain area, even if there are animals, it won't be easy to find them. It's okay, Uncle Zhang. We're just going to take a look. If we don't find anything, we'll come back. You all stay safe here, Ji Nani said as she stepped out from behind Su Hyun and spoke to Zhang Yong. All right, you young people go ahead. Come back early. As Ji Nani and her group walked away, a man behind Zhang Yong stepped forward, looking a bit annoyed. Base leader, we're here on a mission. These people are planning to go mountain hunting. That's not proper. Lu Yi, don't speak nonsense, Zhang Yong said with a stern face, looking quite serious. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Lu Yi quickly lowered his head. Base leader, I was wrong. Go ahead and get the food ready with your brothers. We'll eat together when they return. Lu Yi was reluctant, but still led a few people downstairs to prepare. Nearby, old Jean smiled slightly, but didn't argue much with the others. He believed that eventually, these people would be convinced by the leader's strength. Let them discover it on their own. Not only was Lu Yi unhappy, but several other mutants around him were also curious about Su Hyun. Brother Lu, do you know who that person is? How does he get the leader's trust? Yeah, Brother Lu, I think the leader listens to him a lot. Do you think this person is as capable as Brother Lu? If he has no special abilities, how can he compare to us? Xiao Lu Yi interrupted the speaker. Stop talking. We're on a mission with the leader. Just focus on doing your job. The others looked a bit unwilling but responded. Got it, Brother Lu. Understood. All right, Brother Lu, we won't say more, Xiao Lu said, then pulled his companions to gather firewood. Iron Wolf ran up the mountain freely, racing with Shin Qingqing to see who could reach the pine tree first. When Shin Qingqing was gasping for breath, he asked Ji and Yi for water. Any new discoveries? Ji and Yi asked Su Hyun. Yes, a few chickens further ahead, and a bit deeper there should be about a dozen pigs. They might have been raised by someone nearby before the apocalypse, and after everything happened, they ran up the mountain. Boss, are you serious? Iron Wolf's ears perked up immediately.
What?
Even you doubt your boss. I don't dare, I don't dare. Iron Wolf took the tang sword handed by Su Hyun and cleared the way at the front. No one had passed through for a while. The weeds were dry, but still grew as tall as a person, with some thorns among them. Ugh! Shin Qingqing cried out, a bleeding cut on her hand. Jin and Yi was about to step forward to check on Shin Qingqing's hand when he saw the thorns that had injured her retreating quickly. Shin Qingqing, be careful. Shin Qingqing nonchalantly wiped the snow off her hand. Don't worry, I'm not that delicate. Jinani used space communication to tell Su Hyun, these thorns are suspicious. There might be mutated plants nearby. You and Qingqing and the others go and deal with those prey. I'll follow these thorns first. Once I finish, I'll come back to find you. Be careful yourself. I'll come to find you soon. Okay, don't worry. Shin Qingqing was still behind Iron Wolf and didn't notice that Jinani had disappeared. When they reached the place Su Hyun mentioned, Iron Wolf saw about a dozen pigs in front of him and took a few steps back. Boss, are these pigs? Or are they monsters? They're so big. This one must weigh around 600 pounds, and their tusks are so long. Shin Qingqing also saw them and immediately said with disgust, they're so ugly. She pinched her nose and turned away to look for Ji Nani. This smell is terrible.
Huh.
Where's Nani? Shin Qingqing looked around but couldn't find Ji Nani. She then walked up to Su Hyun and asked, where is he? Nani found something else interesting. We'll handle this first. The pigs had mutated and grown very large, but their hearing seemed to be impaired. When they approached the pigs, they still couldn't find the three of them. Let's attack. Su Hyun gave the order, but Iron Wolf and Shin Qingqing hesitated. Boss, these pigs are mutated. Can we still eat them if we bring them back? Su Hyun looked at Iron Wolf. No, we can't. Why are we doing this? Even humans have mutated, let alone animals. Iron Wolf lowered his head and thought for a moment. That made sense, so he immediately got motivated. Today, he was determined to have some grilled meat. Iron Wolf pointed to an open space on Shen Qingqing's right. Surround them. I'll go over there to prevent them from escaping. Okay. Shen Qingqing nodded. Su Hian moved to a position opposite Iron Wolf. He had just observed that although the pig's hearing was almost gone, their thick fur had grown more than one layer. The original domestic pigs now had much thicker hair than wild boars. The three of them took their positions. Iron Wolf pulled out a metal bow. Since his supernatural ability had upgraded, he could manipulate metal molecules in the environment to create various metal objects. 3 iron arrows were ready on the bowstring, prepared to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out in quick succession. 3 mutated pigs were hit and let out loud screams, becoming very aggressive. Their large tusks and open mouths full of teeth made Shen Qingqing a little scared, so she stepped back a few steps. Wow, what kind of pig is this? Its skin is so thick that my arrow only went into one of its heads. Iron Wolf cursed. Seeing one of the pigs that was shot running toward Shen Qingqing, he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, wife." The 3 mutated pigs started running wildly. The arrows on their bodies fell off. One of them charged towards Su Hian. He quickly stepped back and used his powers, shooting a lightning ball at the pig. The pig, which had been fighting fiercely, finally collapsed to the ground, twitching and groaning. Su Hian felt uneasy. These animals had such thick fur, and when he tried to use his powers to control them, it failed. It seemed that after mutating, these animals not only lost their intelligence but also became even dumber. The sharp tusks, about 30 centimeters long, caused one of the running pigs to crash into a tree. Its long tusks pierced through the trunk, trapping the pig. The pig struggled wildly. Shen Qingqing steadied her mind, took out a wooden slingshot, aimed at the pig's vital points, and shot. The pig was hit, blood flowing out, and its struggles slowed down. Iron Wolf saw that Shen Qingqing was safe and hurried to deal with the other mutated pigs. He had thought it would be easy, but in the end, he collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. "Boss, these mutated pigs are even harder to deal with than those zombies," he said. "These animals have no intelligence. They only charge blindly. Plus, their thick skin shows they've fully adapted to this end-of-the-world life," Su Hian replied. "Boss, does that mean other animals are like this too?" someone asked. Su Hian nodded. "Probably. Let's go. We need to get them down the mountain. The strong blood smell will attract other mutated beasts, and that's dangerous," he said. Iron Wolf took the water Shen Qingqing handed him and drank it all in one gulp. "Boss, there are 6 mutated pigs here. How are we going to get them down the mountain?" Su Hian thought for a moment and took out a bundle of climbing ropes. "Come on, tie them up, carry them down, and let the others deal with them." "Okay, let me do it," Iron Wolf said. He took the ropes from Su Hian and quickly each mutated pig. Luckily, the ropes were long enough for Iron Wolf to work with. So, the scene that Zhang Yong and the others saw was Iron Wolf pulling a rope in front, while 6 pigs rolled on the ground behind him. The group was so surprised they almost dropped their jaws. Now it was Iron Wolf's turn to be annoyed. He shouted at Lu Yi and the people behind him. "What are you standing around for? Are you stupid? Come help. I dragged these from the mountain all the way here. I'm exhausted." Zhang Yong finally reacted. "Quick, come help." Honestly, the base's mutants had gone hunting before. But after animals were mutated, they became smarter. They couldn't find any traces of animals anymore. The animals that were originally dumb became even tougher, like they wore armor. They were stronger and bigger, making them very hard to deal with. Most of the time, they returned empty-handed, and sometimes even teammates got hurt.
So no one wanted to take that risk.
Louis stepped forward and took the rope from Iron Wolf, trying to do the same, pull the mutated pig into the yard. Then an awkward scene happened. The wild pig stood still, not moving at all. Instead, Louis almost got pulled over. Louis looked at Iron Wolf in disbelief, feeling mixed emotions and a bit embarrassed. He shouted to the others nearby, "What are you waiting for? Come help. Let's get it into the yard." And then, even more awkwardness occurred. 6 people, like in a tug-of-war, struggled with all their might to pull the mutated pig into the yard. Zhang Yong watched this huge difference and looked at Iron Wolf again. Iron Wolf felt like a hungry wolf about to pounce. He quickly ran to Shin Qingqing and leaned on her, as if he had no bones. It was really hard to watch. Su Hian didn't care about them. He stepped into the yard and stopped beside Zhang Yong. "Uncle Zhang, no one in my team knows how to handle this. Do you have someone who can? The fur is very thick, so it might be hard to deal with." "Yes, we do. Actually, there are 2 people who can handle this kind of thing. Xiao Lu, Fei Xiong, come over." The people who had just pulled the mutated pig back and were resting on the ground heard the base leader's call. They immediately got up and ran over. "Base leader, what do you need?" Zhang Yong pointed at the mutated pig on the ground. "You and Fei Xiong are responsible for dealing with these pigs. Don't worry, base leader. This is my and Little Six's job," said Fat Bear confidently, feeling it was his time to shine as he prepared to dismember the pigs. His tone was full of excitement. Little Six thought the same. This was exactly what he and Fat Bear were good at. They would handle it this time. Old Jean also came from the room to stand beside Su Hian. "Boss, everything is ready." Okay, Su Hian nodded. "Later, give them a hand and see if you can help out." "Got it," Old Jean agreed. Today, they were preparing to slaughter pigs. Zhang Yong crawled over to Su Hian and said, "Hian, your people are really impressive. With such strength, they can handle these mutated pigs alone. I really envy that. When you have time, you must train my people at the base. Let them learn that there are always stronger people outside the mountains and beyond." Iron Wolf was nearby, lying on Shin Qingqing's shoulder, whispering so only they could hear, "Be jealous if you want, but that's all you'll get." The team members, including Jinani, had all taken powerful pills from Su Hian, activating their special abilities. Their strength would increase as their powers improved, so others could only envy them. At this moment, Fat Bear and Little Six finished their preparations. They were in a corner of the yard, ready to start slaughtering the pigs. Since Su Hian and the others had already drained the blood during the slaughter, there was no need to do it again. They could start butchering directly. However, everyone overlooked how thick the mutated pig's skin was. The fire-type abilities in the base immediately set the pig's hair on fire, burning it off. After Little Six finished removing the hair, he tried to cut the pig apart with a knife. But the knife in his hand couldn't hurt the mutated pig at all. It was as if the knife was scratching the pig's skin, tickling it. Little Six and Fat Bear looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Their knives were already the sharpest they had. Shin Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore. She snatched the knife and activated her abilities, reinforcing the blade. The knife looked much brighter and sharper, giving off a fierce aura. "Here, this should work now." Shin Qingqing handed the knife back and sat down beside Iron Wolf again. Shin Qingqing's actions made Lu Yi blush deeply. Thinking about what she had just said to the base leader, she felt very embarrassed. Lu Yi walked straight to Su Hian and bowed deeply. "Sorry, I said some inappropriate things behind your back just now. On behalf of everyone, I apologize to you." Zhang Yong did not stop Lu Yi. His team members were usually quite proud and thought they were the best. It was good to give them a little shock and help them see the reality. Su Hian didn't react much. He just nodded and said, "It's okay. I accept your apology." Lu Yi then stood up straight. "Brother Su, from now on, you're the person I respect the most besides the team leader." Su Hian patted his shoulder without saying anything. The abilities of this group of mutants in the base were quite good, but compared to them, they were still weaker. With Shin Qingqing's power strengthening, Xiao Lu's knife easily cut through the rough, thick skin of the mutated pig. Watching everyone work smoothly on dissection, Su Hian took a few steps back, explained a few things to Lao Jin and Iron Wolf, then talked to Zhang Yong and left the room. Zhang Yong finally realized that Jinani was no longer with the team.
"Hian, you should go now."
"We'll stay here to guard." Su Hian quickly left the yard, trying to connect with Jinani through space, but there was no response at all. This made Su Hian very anxious. His steps quickened as he rushed toward the place where they had just separated. Meanwhile, Jinani looked around at the dense environment. Calmly, she took out a chair from her space and sat down. She also took out an ice cream and started eating it calmly. She had followed the mutated thorns all the way here. It was just an ordinary patch of mutated bushes. After mutation, they must have eaten many animals, which made them a bit smarter. They learned to set traps and lure prey into their territory to feed themselves. Jinani used her powers to make the thorns listen to her commands. Then she uprooted them and transplanted them into her space. Once her base was built, planting these thorns on the outermost layer would be a good way to protect it. Originally, Jinani was about to go back to find Su Hien when she discovered a different cave. Her mental power detected what was inside. Last time, it was under the experimental base of Mountain Ben. Jinani was a bit excited. Could it be black crystal again? With this idea in mind, Jinani directly entered the cave. About 4 or 5 meters inside, there was a stone door. Jinani searched for a long time before finding a hidden switch. After opening the stone door, she found a different world inside. It was a natural cave, very spacious, but it had been deliberately modified. Inside, there were various experimental tools, but it looked like they hadn't been used for a long time. Jinani wandered around the cave and finally discovered a pile of bones and a few withered thorn branches. She had a bold thought. Could these be from the small bushes she recently stored in her space? She looked through the research data on the table and confirmed that it was probably connected to the Yamagoto group with similar research projects. She decided to take everything in the cave into her space since she was the one who found it. It was only fair that she got the benefit. However, after exploring, she couldn't find the black crystal stones she had seen before, which made her very confused. Cha-cha, there are no black crystal stones here. Why can't I sense them with my mental power? She asked. Master, they should be here, but we just haven't found them yet, Cha-cha replied. This made Jinani excited. Finally, she discovered the black crystal stones hidden beneath the pile of bones. She was quite disgusted and didn't want to pick them out herself, but Cha-cha, who was excited in her space, kept urging her, so she had to do it. The moment she managed to extract the black crystal stones, she and the bones fell into a sealed room. She tried to use her space to escape or send messages, but neither worked. Luckily, she had left marks along the way, so she was just waiting for Su Hien to find her. After finishing a piece of ice cream, Jinani felt a little hungry again. She took out a spicy hot pot from her space. She loved her space. No matter when she took out her stored food, it always looked freshly prepared. After eating the hot pot, she also had a fruit salad. She relaxed, replaced her chair with a lazy sofa, and lay down completely, waiting for Su Hien to come find her. After a while, she finally heard sounds above. Listening carefully, it was Su Hien's voice. Jinani quickly stored her lazy sofa into her space, paying close attention to the sounds above, thinking about how to tell Su Hien that she was below. Su Hien followed the marked signs left by Jinani to the cave entrance. Seeing the closed stone door, he had no mood to look for a switch. He activated his special power, gathered energy, and the stone door was split in half. Looking at the empty cave, there were signs on the ground of things being placed and moved. Su Hien was sure that Jinani had been there. He searched inside the cave, but found no other exit. He was certain Jinani was still inside, so he started knocking on the walls and floor piece by piece. Jinani noticed Su Hien's actions. He took out a 3-legged ladder from his space, set it up, and climbed up. He was about to find a tool to knock on the wall to get Su Hien's attention. Holding a small hammer, Jinani raised it just as Su Hien was prying open a panel nearby. Jinani was happy and wanted to jump into Su Hien's arms. But Su Hien, quick and alert, caught him and said, "Don't move around. It's dangerous up high. I'll carry you up." He carried Jinani up, and the ladder was put away. Jinani hung on Su Hien and said, "Ah, Su, you're so amazing. You found me so quickly. You scared me to death. Why couldn't I contact you through space? What's wrong with Cha-cha?" Cha-cha heard her owner asking and immediately jumped out. Master, I'm here. It's mainly because there are black crystal stones here, so I was affected. Black crystal stones. Yes, Jinani nodded. When I first came in, it was full of experimental equipment. I think it was people from Yamamoto's group. They probably used the mutated plants here as fertilizer. When I entered, I saw many bones in that area, but nothing was destroyed. Su Hien looked around. He hadn't paid close attention before, but now he saw some withered branches crawling on the walls. There are quite a few mutated plants around. Did those thorns hurt you? No, I'm too strong. I just caught them and put them in my space. When we get home, I'll plant them at the door to guard us. Good. Our Nani is still the best. Let's go home. We caught 6 mutated pigs. Once we get back, they'll be ready. Okay. Jinani jumped down from Su Hien. The two held hands and left the cave. Seeing the stone door, Jinani gave Su Hien a thumbs up. As the two just left the cave, Su Hien noticed something was wrong. The sky around them had darkened, and in the distance, a few pairs of green eyes lit up, staring directly at Jinani and Su Hien. A wolf pack. Jinani also sensed danger and immediately sent out her mental energy. Su Hien's face changed. Mutant wolves. There are 16 of them. Nan, we're in trouble. Not listening to you. Jinani understood what Su Hien meant. When they encountered wild animals before, Su Hien could communicate with them quickly. These animals were also suppressed by Su Hien's aura and eventually submitted to him. But this group of mutant wolves refused to communicate with Su Hien. He also felt the alpha wolf challenging him. Yes, these mutant wolves seem to have gained intelligence and are harder to deal with, Su Hien said grimly. He could feel their strong malice. It seemed they hadn't caught prey in a long time. The green glow in their eyes looked even brighter. The wolves moved closer to them. Jinani saw the gaunt, bony wolves in the distance and instinctively held her breath. The lead wolf sniffed the air as it moved forward. These wolves were very thin, with their tails hanging down. They circled around the two of them, but didn't attack. They only growled low and stared fiercely, looking very dangerous. Jinani whispered to Su Hien, "There are 16 wolves. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid fighting them head-on. Wolves are clever and patient. Now that they've gained some intelligence and their powers are suppressed, we don't know what they're capable of. Yes, we'll act according to the situation." Back to back, Jinani and Su Hien stood. Su Hien's eyes met one of the wolves in the distance, the alpha wolf, who was commanding the attack. Looking into its eyes, Su Hien quietly took out a wooden gun, aimed at the alpha's forehead, and pulled the trigger. A bullet shot out quickly, hitting the wolf and knocking it down. Before he could feel relieved, another wolf stepped forward, becoming the new alpha. The rest of the pack, under its command, took a step closer. Jinani used her special ability to make the scent of camellia flowers spread out. Wolves have a very good sense of smell. Jinani was betting that the smell of the flowers would affect these wolves, but she watched for a long time and realized that the scent didn't seem to work on these mutated wolves at all. "It's over. Asu's gadget isn't working on the wolves anymore," she said. "It's okay. Let's go all out," Asu replied. He fired another shot from his gun. A wolf hiding behind a tree was shot in the head and fell down. 2 wolves had fallen so far. The alpha wolf, who was new to the group, hesitated whether to keep attacking. Jinani took out a gun similar to Asu's from her space. She attached a scope and silencer, aimed at a distant wolf, and pulled the trigger. Another wolf dropped dead. She shook her hand, feeling a bit numb from the recoil, and her arm was slightly sore. She kept her eyes on the 2 wolves in the distance and whispered to Asu, "This gun's recoil is too strong. It hurts my hand." Asu then noticed she was using the same gun as him. He took out another gun from his space and handed it to her. "Use this one. The other isn't suitable for you." Jinani took the gun from Asu. "They're coming," she said. 2 more shots rang out, and 2 more wolves fell. The alpha wolf was angry. It howled loudly, and all the wolves hiding nearby jumped out. They started to move forward slowly. With the experience from before, the other wolves became smarter. Several bullets Jinani fired missed their targets. The wolf pack stopped advancing but learned to dodge their bullets. They stayed in this standoff until suddenly, one wolf twitched and fell to the ground. Before anyone could react, another wolf twitched and collapsed. Nani quickly understood. She was excited and said, "Asu, it must be my poison. It's working. It's not useless. The effect is just a bit slow on these mutated wolves." Before the alpha wolf could decide what to do, one mutated wolf after another fell, twitching until the last one, the alpha, also collapsed. Asu put his gun away into his space and took out a sharp dagger. He and Nani carefully checked the fallen mutated wolves. These wolves were twice as big as normal wolves. Although they looked very thin from hunger, their thick fur was still very strong. Su Hian checked the situation and found that all 16 mutated wolves had only fainted. He quickly dealt a finishing and then stored the wolves in his space. Since these wolves were so large after mutation, their fur's insulation was even better. It would be nice to make a blanket for the two mothers with the fur later. After tidying up the mutated wolf pack, it was already completely dark outside. Su Hian pulled Nani and hurried down the mountain. If they didn't leave soon, Shun Qingqing would definitely come up the mountain to find them. Sure enough, just as Nani and Su Hian reached the door, Shun Qingqing came out pulling Tai Lang and Haizi, ready to go up the mountain. When Shun Qingqing saw Nani, she immediately pulled him close and spun him around to make sure he was okay before speaking. "Where did you go? You didn't tell me." If you didn't say anything, Su Hian didn't either. "I was so worried." Nani hugged Shun Qingqing's arm and pouted. "Sorry, I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. I'm hungry now. Are the mutated pigs ready? Let's have a barbecue." Nani's words made Shun Qingqing roll her eyes and whisper in her ear, "There's only half a pig left, but it will be ready soon. This base's leader really isn't capable." After dissecting only 3 pigs, he's too tired to lift his arms. Old Jean took over the job, and he looks like he's been a pig farmer all his life, very skilled. "Really? Old Jean can slaughter pigs too? Let's go see." Nani and Shun Qingqing entered the yard, where Old Jean was just finishing the last piece of meat. "It seems you don't think much of Old Jin's pig slaughtering skills," Shun Qingqing said. "There might not be another chance later," Nani replied, following Old Jean into the house. He was shocked by what he saw inside. Wow, so much meat. Yes, this one pig weighs over 600 Jin. There are 6 pigs in total, so of course there's so much meat, Tai Lang added. On the way back, Nani had already discussed with Su Hian how to divide the meat. Su Hian stepped forward and said to Zhang Yong, "Uncle Zhang, let the space ability users in your team come out. We'll split the meat together. After that, we'll have a barbecue tonight. Su Hian, did you hunt these pigs?" Zhang Yong looked a bit embarrassed when he heard they wanted to share the meat. He kept refusing. "Uncle Zhang, please don't refuse us. Let's go out together. There might be more chances on the way. Next time, we can go hunting together. I'll take 2 pigs, and I'll share 4 with you. Just don't mind the small amount." 2 pigs, Fat Bear accidentally shouted. He had just helped cut the pigs himself. 2 mutated pigs mean a lot of meat. 2 is too many. "Just a small share is fine," said Zhang Yong. He thought 2 pigs were too much. Helping to kill 1 pig already gets you 2 mutated pigs worth of meat. That's a big advantage. "Stop talking and come over to share the meat," said Su Hian, waving for the base's psychic to come over. The psychic looked embarrassed and wanted to run over to the base leader, but he didn't dare move his feet. "Forget it, just go," said Su Hian. He led the team to share the pork. Nani and Shun Qingqing picked some good spots for barbecue and started preparing. Nani took out some potatoes and asked Tai Lang to slice them thin. They also prepared pork tenderloin, pork belly, pork shoulder, and ribs. Nani guided Tai Lang to cut everything properly. Lu Yi and a few others quickly came over to help. After finishing, they had 2 iron trays on the fire with sizzling pork belly on top. Nani took out some barbecue sauce because if they were going to eat, they wanted to enjoy it fully. The smell of grilled meat filled the room. Everyone looked at the meat eagerly. Little Six and Fat Bear took turns grilling the pork belly and ribs, serving everyone. Soon, the pork belly was cooked. Little Six carefully sprinkled seasoning on it. They hadn't smelled this flavor in a long time. It was so delicious, they didn't want to waste a single bit. Everyone waited until Jinani and Soo Hyun started eating before they began. Half of the trays were cooked, and the other half was being refilled. "This is so tasty. These mutated pigs are pretty good," said Tai Lang happily, enjoying the food. The basis people hadn't eaten meat in a long time. They just marveled at how delicious it was and tried to hide their hunger, not wanting to look greedy. Jinani was eating the pork belly that Soo Hyun had given her. She said, "This mutated pork is really good. Maybe we can get a few more in the future and take some home for my parents to try." Soo Hyun reached over with another chopstick and handed over some roasted potatoes. "Eat up. After we finish our work and head back, we can go up the mountain and take a look." Lu Yi and the others were happily eating meat. They felt very pleased, so good. While eating, they thought about bringing their friends up the mountain to try hunting. They wanted to ask Soo Hyun to teach them some hunting skills. "Brother Soo, I want to ask you how to catch those mutated pigs. When we go back, I want to take my friends up the mountain to try. We can share some fresh meat with everyone at the base." "Sure, no problem. After we finish eating, I'll have Iron Wolf teach you some tips." "Thanks, Brother Soo." After everyone finished their barbecue, they happily rubbed their stomachs. Toward the end, they ate plain rice porridge with the meat. The men drank several big bowls. It was the first time since the end of the world that they felt so full and relaxed. They all felt a little shy about how much they had eaten. After a short rest, Lu Yi quickly called everyone to clean up. "Hyun, your people can go rest now. Tonight, we will stay on watch." "Exactly. Brother Soo, you and your team go rest. The brothers are full of energy. Watching the night is no problem." Zhang Yong also kept encouraging them. Soo Hyun didn't refuse anymore and told everyone to go rest first. Jinani pulled Shin Qingqing into the tent. Shin Qingqing wanted to ask her something but hadn't spoken yet when she saw Jinani holding a milk tea. Excited, Shin Qingqing took it and said, "It's still with ice. Jinani, you're amazing. You even have this." She couldn't wait to take a sip and sighed. "Nani, you always make me feel like I haven't really experienced the end of the world." Jinani threw her a flirtatious look. "We focus on happiness. Whatever you want, just ask me. I told you, I'll be your treasure chest from now on. Your happiness, Shin Qingqing, I will take care of everything." Shin Qingqing was touched and hugged Jinani. "We love you the most, Nan Nan." They joked around for a while. Outside the tent, Iron Wolf whispered to Shin Qingqing, "Wife, are you coming back to sleep tonight? Or sleeping with sister-in-law?" "Oh, Qingqing, you're so clingy. How far have you and Iron Wolf gone?" Shin Qingqing hit Jinani lightly. "That far? You're still asking? Haraha, Qingqing, I've never seen you shy before." Outside, Iron Wolf overheard their conversation and felt a bit embarrassed. He remembered how red his face was when the boss gave him the TT back then, looking like a monkey's. Jinani took out a few boxes of TT and short-acting contraceptives from the space and handed them to Shin Qingqing. "Take care of yourself. During times like this, you must not get pregnant. We don't have the right people or a suitable environment for childbirth." Shin Qingqing put away what Jinani gave her. "Don't worry." Shin Qingqing always knew how to handle things properly, so Jinani was no longer worried about this. After speaking, Jinani pushed the person outside. Let's go. If we don't leave now, Iron Wolf will poke a hole in my tent." Just as Shin Qingqing left, Soo Hyun came in and hugged her. "Are you cold?" Jinani snuggled into Soo Hyun's arms, rubbing her cheek against his chest. "Not cold, just sleepy." After saying that, she yawned. Soo Hyun took out a thick blanket from the space and wrapped both of them in it. "Sleep now. Tonight, just bear with it." Jinani lightly kissed Soo Hyun's lips. "Husband, here's a good night kiss. Sleep well." Soo Hyun held her tighter, helped tuck in the blanket corners, and gently patted her to help her fall asleep. The next morning, Lu Yi and the others had already prepared breakfast. Knowing that Zhang Yong felt they had taken advantage of them, Soo Hyun and his group didn't mind and started eating. Zhang Yong carried a bowl over to Soo Hyun. "Can we reach the first spot this afternoon?" "Probably by noon. We'll pick up the pace a little on the way." Good. Hearing Su Hian's confirmation, Zhang Yong got excited. He told Lu Yi and the others to eat quickly and get ready to leave after finishing. Under Zhang Yong's urging, everyone packed up quickly. The 4 vehicles set off again on the highway. Su Hian used the walkie-talkie. "I'll drive a bit faster. Keep your distance, don't fall too far behind. Don't worry, boss. Got it, Su Ge. Don't worry, Hian." With everyone's responses, Su Hian increased his speed. To ensure they arrived safely and on time, Nani released her mental power, covering the entire convoy to avoid attracting zombies nearby. The 4 vehicles traveled for about 2 hours. Nani glanced at the surrounding houses and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Everyone prepare to stop. Rest here for a bit. If anyone needs to take care of personal needs or use the bathroom, do so now." "Okay, got it." Nani and Su Hian sat on top of the car, watching the road ahead. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the nearby highway. "Someone's coming." Nani used her mental power to sense, then turned to Su Hian and said, "It's actually 2 women." Nani spoke in surprise. "Let's observe first. They might just be passing by." Inside an old van, the girl in the passenger seat asked, "Jingjie, there's a village ahead. Should we go in and see if there are any supplies?" The girl driving nodded. "Yes, we don't have much left. We didn't bring many things from the base this time. It might be good to look around." Seeing Nani's car ahead, the girl in the passenger seat quickly asked, "Jingjie, there's someone. Should we keep going?" They seemed to be from another base. Their supplies were running low. If these people were from another base, it would be fine. But if they were bandits nearby and they got robbed, their days would be very hard. Li Jing also saw the person on top of the car. She always felt that girl looked familiar, like she had seen her somewhere before. "We haven't done anything wrong, so we're not afraid. If the village has supplies, whoever finds them gets to keep them. Okay, Jingjie." As the car got closer, Li Jing finally saw clearly the people on top. She hit the brakes, pulled the handbrake, and got out of the car. "Thank you so much. I've met you again. Last time, you saved me and Yuan Qing. You gave us a second chance at life. We haven't had a chance to thank you." Li Jing was a bit emotional. She thought she would never meet Nani again. If it weren't for her, she and Xiao Qing would have lost their lives long ago. Nani was a little confused by Li Jing's actions. She moved closer to Su Hian and whispered, "Who is she?" Yuan Qing also recognized Nani and quickly grabbed Li Jing, excited. "Jingjie, it's the girl who saved us. I didn't expect to see her again." From their words, Nani understood who they were. After all, she had only helped them once out of curiosity. "Xiao Qing, hurry up and bring that thing over here." Li Jing spoke, and Yuan Qing immediately understood what she meant. She quickly ran back to the car to get it. Nani and Su Hian also jumped down from the roof. Everyone was now more comfortable and looked back. When they saw the 2 women suddenly appear, they became cautious. At this moment, Yuan Qing returned with something in her hand, a wooden gun. She excitedly ran over. Heisei saw this and immediately flew to Yuan Qing's side. He threw her to the ground with a shoulder throw, and her wooden gun fell far away. Li Jing quickly ran in front of Nani. "It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This wooden gun is a gift from me and Xiao Qing. We found it by accident during our last mission. It only has 20 bullets in total. Xiao Qing and I used to. We discussed that if we meet you again, we want to give this to you. You saved us back then and we want to thank you." Heisei also heard Li Jing's explanation. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Hian give him a meaningful look. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly stepped back and helped Yuan Qing up. Seeing the scratch on Yuan Qing's face, Heisei felt even more embarrassed. He hurriedly brushed the dust off Yuan Qing's clothes. In the chaos, his hand accidentally touched Yuan Qing's chest. Yuan Qing immediately kicked him, causing Heisei to wince in pain and crouch down. Seeing Heisei in pain, Yuan Qing was at a loss. Her eyes reddened, and she stood still. This farce left Nani unsure of what to do. Li Jing picked up the wooden gun from the ground and handed it to Nani. "This is the only thing my sister and I can give you. Please accept it. Thank you. You saved us last time. Xiao Qing didn't mean to hurt your friend. If needed, We will take responsibility. We also have some food in the car to compensate this gentleman. No need, no need. Heisey, who was crouching, quickly raised his hand and waved. It was embarrassing enough that he bullied the girl and now wanted her to give him something in return. That was too shameless. Jinani took out a bottle of disinfectant and some cotton swabs from the car and handed them to Li Jing. First, clean the wound on her face. They acted impulsively. It wouldn't be good for the girl to be scarred. Li Jing took the disinfectant and repeatedly said thank you. Li Jing carefully helped Yuan Qing clean her wound. The scrape was quite large. Yuan Qing endured the pain but still let out a few moans of discomfort. This made Heisey feel even more guilty. He shouldn't have been so rough. Seeing Yuan Qing's face mostly covered and injured, Heisey stepped forward and bowed deeply. Sorry, it's all my fault. If your face is scarred, I will take responsibility. Yuan Qing quickly waved her hand. It's not your fault. I was too excited when I saw my savior and didn't explain myself clearly. She tried to smile at Heisey, but the pain from her injury made her smile look a bit strained. Heisey went to Jinani and whispered, Sister-in-law, can I share some of the mutated pork from yesterday with her? Jinani nodded in agreement. It was just some mutated pork, not a big deal. After all, someone was hurt. With Jinani's approval, Heisey ran straight to Yuan Qing and asked, Are either of you space ability users? His question surprised Yuan Qing. Space ability users? Neither she nor Sister Jing had such powers. If they did, they wouldn't have had so many supplies taken from them. Yuan Qing shook her head. She didn't understand what Heisey meant but answered honestly, We don't have space ability users. This left Heisey at a loss for words. All his brothers had storage rings given by Jinani, and they had never faced this problem before. Seeing Heisey scratching his head in confusion, Yuan Qing cautiously asked, Is there something you need? Heisey didn't reply. Instead, he pulled her and Yuan Qing to the side of their van. Looking at the open door, he took half a piece of pork and placed it inside the car. This is for you. You got hurt, so this is my apology. Yuan Qing was surprised. So much pork, more than a whole pig's worth. She hurriedly said, This isn't right. You didn't mean to do it. I can't accept this. Please put it away. She pointed at the half piece of pork, her speech trembling a little. She hadn't seen meat in a long time, let alone so much. Heisey definitely won't put the meat away again. He was about to leave when Yuan Qing, anxious and unsure, quickly grabbed Heisey's arm. Please, you really need to put the meat away. With so much, if Jingjia and I go back to the base, those people will definitely steal it again. Maybe this time, we won't even keep half. We can't let them waste it. Please put it away. Huh? Your base? Who's bothering you? Heisey's focus shifted immediately, but he still didn't intend to put the meat away. Yuan Qing was startled by Heisey's serious tone and stammered as she answered, Longdu base. Jingjia and I don't have space to store supplies, so people might steal from us. But we keep our things separate, so we still have a lot left. But this meat is really not safe. If we go back, the guards will see it. The people at the center of the base will find ways to make us take it out. So, we can't let those people get it. Just put it away, Yuan Qing pleaded. She looked young, with a soft voice that sounded a little cute and coaxing, which made Heisey instinctively want to protect her. Why don't you go to other bases? Heisey asked, confused. Because we moved. Jingjia and I changed to 2 different bases. We had some savings at first, but each base requires paying for food, housing, and water. It used up most of our savings. All bases are the same. We don't have space to store supplies anywhere. So, no matter where we are, the most important thing is to live well. Yuan Qing's answer surprised Heisey. Seeing her pleading eyes, Heisey took out a knife, cut off a big piece of meat, and kept it. He put the rest away. Here, you keep this. Eat it before you go back to the base. Thank you, Yuan Qing said happily, no longer refusing and nodding with a bright smile. Seeing her smile, Heisey hesitated and stammered, Okay. Jinani watched their exchange closely and nudged Su Hian. Your people seem to be in trouble. Su Hian pinched Jinani's face. Nan, you're so nosy. This made Jinani feel upset, so she turned and pinched Su Hian's face. This isn't gossip, it's caring about everyone. If this person is good and gets along well with Heizi, we could help them meet. Heizi is not young anymore, so if they find someone suitable, they should seize the chance. But we also need to see what this person is like. Jinani stopped talking to Su Hien and pulled over Shin Qingqing, who had just finished her physical needs, and they started whispering and gossiping together. Heizi stood there blankly, watching Yuan Qing, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Yuan Qing quietly slipped from Heizi's side to stand behind Li Jing and whispered to her, "Jingjia, he's going to give us half a pig's worth of meat a lot." But I refused because I was worried the people at the base might steal it again. If they eat it, it would be a waste. So I refused, but he still gave me a piece to eat before we go back to the base. "Jingjia, now we can eat meat." When Yuan Qing talked about having meat, she sounded very happy, hugging Li Jing and secretly glancing at Heizi. "Jingjia, you won't blame me." Yuan Qing thought about refusing that half a pig and didn't discuss it with Li Jing, so she asked, "Blame you for what?" "Because of our little Qing, Jingjia is happy to have me today." "I should thank her, not blame her," Li Jing said, patting Yuan Qing's head. She looked at Yuan Qing's swollen face and felt very distressed. She truly regarded Yuan Qing as her little sister, taking good care of her. Since the end of the world, whether it was because of what happened before or because they escaped together, they had depended on each other. Yuan Qing had always taken care of her in daily life. Li Jing took Yuan Qing back to Jinani and handed her the wooden box she had refused earlier. "We've been wanting to see you again, so we can thank you in person. Thank you for giving us a new life." Yuan Qing also spoke. "Please accept this. It's a small token from me and Jingjia. We have nothing else to thank you with. We hope this wooden box can help you in danger, but not that you will encounter danger." Yuan Qing felt her words sounded a bit awkward and quickly added. Jinani still didn't take it. "I have plenty here. You can keep it for emergencies. Saving you back then was just a matter of luck, and I don't need anything in return." Shin Qingqing leaned close to Jinani's ear and whispered something only the two of them could hear. "This little girl is quite cute." Jinani glanced over and said, "Whenever you see a little girl, you always say she's adorable." "Really? Look at how cute this little girl is, and see how gentle Heizi's gaze is. Isn't that love at first sight?" The two had already been gossiping for a while, and now, seeing Heizi quietly watching Yuan Qing, Shin Qingqing found it hard to resist gossiping with Jinani. Jinani pushed Shin Qingqing gently. "All right, let's continue on our way." Seeing everyone was ready, Jinani stood straight and looked at Li Jing, who was still holding the wooden box. He continued, "I really don't need it. Actually, I think you need it more than I do. We have things to do and can't delay any longer. Put the box away. We're leaving now." Li Jing hesitated for a moment but finally packed away the wooden box. Seeing Jinani get into the car and honk the horn, she realized her small van was blocking the way. She quickly got in, turned around, and drove to the nearby yard to clear the path for Jinani. Yuan Qing waved goodbye from the roadside, and Heizi stayed where he was, still watching Yuan Qing. Iron Wolf drove up and stopped beside Heizi, honking twice. "Get in the car." Following Heizi's gaze, Iron Wolf saw Yuan Qing. His expression suddenly turned mischievous. "Hey, look at you falling for that girl." "Huh? Brother, you're quite something. If you like her, go chase her." "I support you. Stop talking nonsense," Heizi immediately retorted, pulling the car door open and stepping in to sit in the passenger seat. "Let's go. Drive quickly. The others are already far ahead." Iron Wolf deliberately slowed down the car and said seriously, "Brother, are you sure you want to give up so easily? Not chase her? This is the end of the world. If you miss this chance, you might never meet someone like her again. Meeting someone you like at first sight is rare. If you want, you can talk to the boss and sister-in-law. They'll definitely support you." Heizi looked at Yuan Qing in the rearview mirror. She was getting smaller, and suddenly, he felt very upset, as if he was about to lose something important. "Iron Wolf, what does it feel like to like someone?" Heizi asked. "Love is when you see her, and your heart beats faster. You want to sneak a look at her now and then, hear her voice, protect her, hold her hand, and when you meet her, you just want to hug her. You want to kiss her, and so on." All right, said Hei Leng quickly, stopping him as he started to ramble. Seeing Hei Lang's ears turn red, Hazy teased him. What are you thinking about?
Your ears are red.
TSK, brother, you're drifting further away. If you miss this chance, you might never see her again. Hazy looked in the rearview mirror, sat up straight, and saw that the small figure was gone. He was a bit excited and picked up the walkie-talkie. Boss, sister-in-law, can we bring those two girls with us? Jin and Yi, who was betting with Shin Qingqing, was startled by the sound of the walkie-talkie. After hearing the message, she gave Shin Qingqing a proud look. Shindenyo, you lost. Jin and Yi suppressed her excitement, picked up the walkie-talkie, and asked, why do you suddenly want to bring them along? Well, it's because of that girl. I got hurt, and my face still has a scar. I think if it leaves a mark, I should be responsible for her. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't let them affect the team. They will eat from my supplies. If they... Hazy was worried Jin and Yi wouldn't agree, so he kept promising. All right. If you keep talking, it's like how you and your boss tease me. As long as their character is good, our team will need new members in the future. If you have this idea, go ahead. Just finish in 15 minutes, get them, and we'll continue. Hearing Jin and Yi's approval, Hazy was so excited, he almost jumped in the car. Okay, sister-in-law. I promise not to delay everyone. Hei Lang pressed the brakes, turned, and sped up. The heavy truck felt like a race car. When they reached the previous spot, Hei Lang parked the car. Z couldn't wait to get out. Seeing his excitement, Hei Lang was afraid he might mess things up again, so he also set the handbrake and got out to follow. Xiaoqing, come quickly. There are some useful things in this room. After Jinan and her group left, Li Jing started pulling Yuanqing from room to room, looking for supplies. Luckily, their luck was good. Maybe because the village houses were a bit old and worn, travelers passing through didn't search each house thoroughly, so they found quite a few things. Seeing the extra supplies in the van, Li Jing was very happy. She pulled Yuanqing and said, Xiaoqing, we found a lot of good stuff today and we even have meat. Let's find a safe place to cook tonight. Okay, Sister Jing, Yuanqing replied. Noticing Yuanqing seemed a little down, Li Jing put the things down and took Yuanqing's hand. Xiaoqing, do you like that guy we saw earlier?
That.
No, I don't, Yuanqing quickly said. Sister Jing, what are you talking about? I'm not someone who can like others easily. Let's pack up and go, Yuanqing said, avoiding her. Li Jing didn't press her, but gently hugged her. She understood how Yuanqing felt. She felt the same way. But as an older sister, she hoped Yuanqing could move past her sadness and maybe meet someone who liked her. After packing up, they were about to leave when they ran into Hazy. Yuanqing saw the person suddenly appear in front of the car and sat up straight, a small smile secretly forming at the corner of her mouth without her realizing. Li Jing quickly braked the car. Seeing Hazy, she understood. If Hazy was really here to pick up Xiaoqing, she would let her go. As long as Yuanqing was happy, she could live well alone. Looking at Yuanqing still standing there, Li Jing said, Why are you just standing there? Go see what's going on. Go ahead, Xiaoqing. Sister told you, people should look forward. The past is gone, and we can't change it. But the future is different. Give yourself a chance to change it, Li Jing encouraged.
Yingye Yuanwing hesitated.
She was afraid. She was just imagining things. But Hazy didn't give her a chance to hesitate. He opened the passenger door and said, I saw your face was hurt. I need to take care of you. Will you come with me? I want to look after you. Hearing this, Yuanqing's earlier excitement faded a little. It turned out he wanted to take responsibility because he had hurt her. Just then, Iron Wolf came over and saw the disappointed look on Yuanqing's face. He said directly, Fool, that's not how you confess.
Who was just saying they like someone?
Now you're talking about taking responsibility. My brother here is not very smart. He just likes you and fell in love with you at first sight. That's why he talked to the boss and came back to find you, hoping you would come with us. At this moment, Hazy realized he had said the wrong thing. He looked at Yuanqing and said, I like you. I liked you the moment I saw you. Would you like to come back with me? Hazy's words stunned leaving her speechless and unsure of what to do. But thinking about herself, Yuan Qing shook her head and refused. We only met once, and I don't even know your name. You don't know anything about my past or what kind of person I am. I don't think I am worth your liking. Yuan Qing's rejection made Haizi a bit anxious. We don't know each other well, and I don't even know your name. But that doesn't change how I feel. We can take our time to get to know each other. If later you still don't want to, I won't force you. Right now, come with me. In this world after the disaster, if we miss each other, we might never meet again. I don't want to lose you, or never see you again. I've already talked to the boss. Come with me. Join us. The idea of being with their savior made Yuan Qing excited, but that excitement only lasted a moment. She looked at Haizi calmly and said, I can't go with you. I can't leave Sister Jing. We are part of the same team. Without Sister Jing, I wouldn't still be alive. Shao Qing, Sister Jing hopes you can go with him. Someone to take care of you makes me happy, said Tai Lang sincerely. Tai Lang couldn't stand it anymore. Haizi usually seemed clever, but now he was acting foolish. It seemed that this family couldn't be left without him. Tai Lang stepped forward and pulled Haizi back. He looked at the two people in the car and said directly, Listen, everyone. Now, I want to ask you too, are you willing to join our team and live with us in the future? Li Jing looked at Tai Lang, confused, and asked, Me too? Of course. My brother likes your sister. If he wants to take her away, he will consider her feelings. From that point of view, of course he would bring you along. But let me be clear, our team doesn't keep anyone who doesn't contribute. If you are willing to join us, then come with us now. We still have some things to do, and you can come along, then we will all go back to the base together. Later, when we get to know each other better, everyone can take their time. Right now, you only need to answer whether you want to join us. Yes, we both want to. Good, then it's settled. Follow us. Yuan Qing glanced at Haizi, but then looked away, without saying anything more. She closed the door and refastened her seatbelt. Haizi looked at Yuan Qing with reluctance, but Tai Lang firmly pulled her away. Hurry up, boss is waiting. We have a long way to go. If you want to chase after that girl, you need to work hard. Thinking about the time Ji Neni gave her, Haizi still followed Tai Lang onto the car. She kept watching Yuan Qing and the small van in the rearview mirror. Li Jing looked at Yuan Qing in the front seat. Shao Qing, I think you should consider it. We all need to look forward. Jing Jiai. Yuan Qing didn't know what to say. Shao Qing, you don't need to give me an answer now, or tell anyone. Just listen to your heart. This time, we are lucky to have a savior. Life will only get better. We must seize this chance. You will have time later to get to know him better. I believe he won't decide everything right now either. Thinking about the task the base gave them, Yuan Qing continued speaking to Li Jing. Jing Jia, when we stop later, should we tell our benefactor? The solar panels at the power plant are very useful. We need to contribute and work hard. You're right. Those solar panels are a waste for those people. I just forgot. When we stop, we should tell them. Both women felt a little excited. Li Jing tightly gripped the steering wheel, trying to suppress her excitement. Yuan Qing also felt disbelief. She relaxed for a moment, then turned to Li Jing and asked, Jing Jia, are we really going to have someone in the future? We won't have to fight alone anymore, and we won't have to go back to that exploitative dragon capital base. Yes, really. Li Jing tried to stay calm, but she failed. The two sisters looked at each other and smiled. Then they completely let go of their emotions, laughing wildly in the car. Su Hian's car was moving very fast. Throughout the journey, Li Jing and Yuan Qing kept up without falling behind. The convoy traveled for a long time, and Ji Nani finally, faintly, saw the destination. She immediately released her mental energy, quickly covering the surrounding area to gather information about the nearby situation. Husband, we can't go any further. We need to find a place to stop the car so we won't be discovered. There are 52 people in total, including 30 mutants. The rest are ordinary people. The area next to the weapons warehouse is their gathering spot. There are also 2 trucks. When we passed by last time, we didn't see so many people. They must be out looking for supplies. This place is probably a small gathering point for individuals. I just don't know what these people are like, but those weapons probably aren't theirs. Last time, we saw that ordinary people can't even touch those weapons. Su Hian picked up the walkie-talkie. All vehicles turn right into the woods. Find a hiding spot first. Just as the car stopped, Zhang Yong hurried over to Su Hian. Hian, what's going on? Why do we need to hide now? There are quite a few people ahead. We need to think carefully. I'll send someone to check the situation first, then we can act. Got it. I'll tell them to hide the cars better so no one notices. Zhang Yong ordered Lu Yi and others to cut branches and cover the cars. The trees in the woods had snow on their branches, intertwined and layered, making it hard to see the cars from a distance. Heizi also helped hide the cars and then hurried over to Yuanqing to assist in cutting branches. With Heizi's help, the van was also hidden. Nani watched Heizi busy working and pulled Su Hian aside. Heizi doesn't know about their situation. The things those beasts did in Su's village are inhumane. If Heizi finds out later and starts to dislike the girls, what should we do? I didn't think about this just now. I was just hoping that if he really likes her, he shouldn't miss the chance. Su Hian glanced at Heizi. If he truly likes the girl, then he wouldn't dislike her for small things. He's not worthy of being my soldier. Don't worry, he won't. And the girl hasn't even said she likes him yet. Training him well isn't a bad idea. Nani rolled her eyes at Su Hian. This guy, isn't he just trying to get closer to her? Forget it. Matters of love are nobody's business, but the people involved. Let them develop freely. Anyway, she had always planned to include these two sisters, just helping Heizi by passing along this favor to him. Shen Qingqing liked these two girls a lot. Just their looks matched her taste perfectly. Also, having two more sisters in the team was good. They could play mahjong together, which was more fun than playing cards with those guys. The men either never lost, like Su Hian, or her own silly friend who kept losing. It was really boring. Su Hian and Zhang Yong were discussing the investigation. Meanwhile, Nani took the chance to observe the surroundings. She thought the branches weren't very dense, so she quietly used her powers. The branches moved silently to cover their spot perfectly. Shen Qingqing had already run over to Li Jing and Yuanqing. Seeing Yuanqing's cute face, she couldn't help but pinch her cheek. You're really adorable. I'm Shen Qingqing, Nani's good friend. What's your name? Yuanqing blushed shyly after Shen Qingqing pinched her face. Her face turned red. My name is Yuanqing. This is Li Jing, the older sister who's been protecting me. Yuanqing, that's a lovely name, just like you. After speaking, Shen Qingqing looked at Li Jing. Welcome to join us. When we go back, we can play mahjong together.
Ukay, Li Jing nudda pili.
At first, she and Xiao Qing were quite nervous. But Shen Qingqing came over and greeted them, which eased their tension. Li Jing looked at Shen Qingqing and said, We want to tell you something. Our original mission from the base was to come here to get a solar panel production site. We plan to take the solar panels back. If we succeed, 10 panels can exchange for a gene of rice. But do we still need to do that now? There are many solar panels over there. Since you have space powers, you can take them all without leaving any for those people. Do you know where the solar panels are? Yes, Li Jing and Yuanqing nodded together. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Li Jing's words caught Shen Qingqing's interest. They planned to form a team of ability users in the future. Although she knew that Nani's space had solar panels they were free to take, and she didn't want to miss out. These panels are now non-renewable resources, so they must be obtained. Shen Qingqing quickly ran over to Nani. Seeing her approach, Nani pretended to be jealous. What? Qingqing has made new friends again? You got off the car and ran over without inviting me. Nani, your acting skills to pretend to be jealous are really bad. Shen Qingqing exposed her directly, then took a step forward. We have something serious to discuss. Let's go over there. She pointed to a spot near Lao Jin and the others. Nani stopped teasing Shen Qingqing. The two of them moved a little further away from the group around the base leader. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Why so serious? Just now those two young ladies told me they know where some solar panels are, and quite a few. Are you interested? Shen Qingqing looked at Nani's expression. Sure enough, Nani thought the same as her. She lowered her head and asked in a quieter voice, Where? Of course I'm interested. This is good stuff. Why wouldn't I be interested? I didn't ask for the exact location. We haven't finished our work here yet. Anyway, it will be ours sooner or later. What's the situation over there? They're discussing sending someone to check the situation first, then planning the next steps. You can go play with those two young ladies. I think Heizi is just pretending to stand next to Lao Jin now. If it weren't for this mission, Heizi would probably be glued to the girl. Go ask Tai Lang about the situation. See how those two just went over, and how Heizi talked to the girl. Don't scare her again. Ji Nani watched Heizi's eyes, which never left Yuan Qing. She was curious about what was said earlier, and whether it went well. Okay, I'll go gossip a little. You keep busy. Ji Nani returned to Su Hian's side. Everyone had already discussed their plan. Since they didn't know the exact situation on the other side, to minimize the loss of the base leader's personnel, she and Ji Nani would go ahead to investigate first. Once they understood the details, everyone would act together. Ji Nani nodded. She had the same thought. Although the base leader was quite capable, she had already used her mental power to scan the area and sensed many traps and hidden dangers. Touching any of them would probably be deadly. Zhang Yong instructed the others to wait where they were. Ji Nani and Su Hian quietly moved around the side. When they reached the edge of the woods, Ji Nani felt something was wrong. She quickly stopped Su Hian, who was about to keep going. Be careful. The plants around here seem strange. Ji Nani used her mental energy to cover herself and Su Hian. While this kept them hidden from others, any sudden movement could still attract attention. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into an open space ahead. Sure enough, as soon as the stone landed, vines nearby quickly wrapped around it and crushed it with great force. Ji Nani turned to Su Hian and said, "It looks like all the plants here have mutated. No wonder these people aren't afraid. The mountain is covered with these strange plants. If you try to go into the woods, you'll get trapped or attacked. This is like a natural barrier." Su Hian held Ji Nani's hand. "Let's take a different route. We'll go around. When we make our move, we can set a fire here. These plants aren't fully alive yet, so they should be afraid of fire. Yes, yes. Later, I'll have those two girls come over and set the fire." Su Hian led Ji Nani around to the other side. This time, the plants didn't block their way. The path ahead looked fine on the surface, but in reality, it was full of traps. Almost every step had a danger. Ji Nani even saw mouse traps. These people really used every trick they could think of. In the deep pits covered by plants, there were long, sharp steel spikes. They were very dangerous. If someone fell in, the spikes could pierce skin and organs due to gravity and inertia. Ji Nani saw that some of these pits already had several bodies inside. With Ji Nani's special abilities, they avoided the traps and reached their destination safely. Watching the guards, Ji Nani pulled Su Hian into her space to ensure safety. It seems the guards here are quite strict. Let's go inside and take a look. Su Hian nodded slightly and activated the space. The two of them started exploring inside. The weapon storage is in the far west, inside a cave. What surprised Ji Nani the most was that she found an exit in the cave, which seemed to be undiscovered. The exit led exactly to the other side of the mountain, the side that was blocked by plants earlier. If those plants hadn't been there, they might have secretly moved all the weapons out without anyone noticing. Su Hian listened to Ji Nani's idea, thought for a moment, and nodded. This plan could work. With this method, Ji Nani felt less anxious. She and Su Hian began exploring other places. On the far right, there was a row of houses, probably where the ability users lived. But none of that interested Ji Nani the most. What caught her attention was the house in the middle, which was actually empty underneath. It seemed there was once another cave here, but the people blocked the entrance. Then, they opened a hole in the top of the mountain and built the house above it. Ji Nani had already seen that inside the cave there was a lot of food stored. This made her very curious. She wanted to find out where that cave entrance was, so she urged Su Hian. The two entered the house. Inside, it was another scene of peace and beauty. A woman with fair skin was leaning on a fancy chair, wearing only a silk slip that barely covered her chest. Next to her were 4 young boys, who looked about 17 or 18. 2 boys were standing, massaging her upper body, while the other 2 knelt, massaging her legs. The woman was gently touching the boys' bodies, speaking softly. "Where is Lu Lin? Hasn't he come back yet?" Reporting to the master, "Brother Lu hasn't returned yet. He might be delayed on the way and should be back soon," answered one of the kneeling boys carefully. But when the woman heard that Lu Lin hadn't come back, she immediately got angry. A silver whip appeared in her hand and swung toward the boys. The sound of the whip made the other 3 boys tremble involuntarily. Until the young boy's upper body was covered with whip marks and bleeding, the woman stopped her beating. She let out a light laugh, looked faintly at the boy standing on the right, and spoke again. "Lu Xian, if your brother doesn't come back, maybe I can eat you instead." Her voice was soft, but to the boy's ears, it was frightening enough to make him kneel down. "Sister Miao, please spare me. My brother, he will come back." The boy's body trembled uncontrollably. The woman looked more pleased and stood up, pulling the boy to sit on a fancy chair. Then she sat on him, her delicate fingers gently touching his skin inch by inch. Such soft, white skin. "I really don't want to hurt you, do I, Lu Xian? If you keep trembling, I might not keep my promise," she whispered close to his ear. Her breath made Lu Xian shake even more, and he couldn't control himself. Her reaction made her laugh loudly. "Your brother can resist my charms, but you can't." It was mockery and sarcasm. Lu Xian bit his lip hard, trying to control himself, but he was too scared to do so. The woman stood up from him and pointed to the other boy. "Come here. Lu Xian is too boring, not fun at all. You come over and we'll show him how to serve me." The boy quickly got up and moved to her side. She pointed to 2 other boys. "Watch him carefully and learn well." The scene inside the room suddenly made Jinani feel a bit shocked. Is this a free romantic scene? Su Hyun looked angry. The fair skin of those boys reminded him of his own skin tone. What if Nani saw it and liked the pale color? Nani wasn't interested in what was happening. He finally found the entrance to the underground cave. It was under that fancy chair, so annoying. He lost interest. After checking once, he saw that most of the mutants were in the houses on the right side. Probably because of the group's atmosphere. Most of the ordinary people were women, and now they were all inside enjoying themselves. This made Nani very happy. Let's go back now. This is the best time to attack the city." Su Hyun nodded in agreement with Nani's idea. He hadn't expected such a ridiculous scene to unfold. The 2 quickly descended the mountain. Nani quietly directed Su Hyun to fill all the traps and clear out the mouse traps and similar devices. They had originally planned to try approaching from the other side of the cave, but now it seemed better to attack directly and catch them off guard. Zhang Yong saw how quickly the 2 returned and eagerly asked for an update. However, Su Hyun immediately felt that the situation inside was not good to describe. He gave a vague explanation, and everyone quickly understood what was happening. Zhang Yong's face turned slightly red. Fearing others would notice, he cleared his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment. According to the original plan, everyone was divided into 5 small teams. They would approach from the front to avoid direct confrontation, aiming to surprise the enemy and seize the weapons and food supplies. Lu Yi and others were excited when they heard there was still plenty of food. They could exchange some for supplies during the new year. His young daughter was cheering him on, and he wanted to get a chicken leg for her during the holiday. Su Hyun, Nani, Shun Qingqing, and Zhang Yong formed one team. Lu Yi's group was divided into 3 teams: Haizi, Lao Jin, Yuan Qing, Li Jing, and Sun Bin, 5 people each. Before setting out, Su Hyun gave some additional instructions. Everyone set off in an orderly manner. Fortunately, Nani and Su Hyun had scouted ahead, clearing the traps. The journey went smoothly. As they neared the top of the mountain, someone suddenly appeared ahead, startling Nani. When she recognized the face, Nani immediately communicated with Su Hyun through her mind. "Isn't that Lu Lin, the disciple of Professor Wang? I heard he inherited all of Professor Wang's skills, and that his techniques are even better. The weapons he designed are more powerful. Why would he be here?" Su Hyun remembered that he had heard the name Lu Lin earlier in the woman's room. "Do you remember the woman in the room just now?" She called out the name of another young boy. "I think it was Lu Xian." Could her brother be Lu Lin? I think I heard her call that name. Knowing Nan E carefully thought back and said, yes, that's right. I was just wondering why the name sounded so familiar. Seeing Lin Lu standing nearby, knowing Nanny turned to Su Hien and said, let's go directly. You two wait here. We know this person. He's one of ours. Su Hien nodded and moved with Nan E. When Lu Lin saw the person suddenly appearing in front of him, he almost shouted out but was quickly covered by Su Hien and pulled aside into the woods, then released. Lu Lin looked at the two in front of him, cautious, and asked, who are you? Why are you here? You're Professor Wang's student, Lu Lin, right? Knowing Nan E directly mentioned Lu Lin's name and Professor Wang, which made Lu Lin more guarded. He looked at the two and refused to speak. Su Hien frowned and then said, I'm Su Hien. Professor Wang is now in my team of special abilities. We heard about you from Professor Wang. Really? Lu Lin still didn't fully believe Su Hien. It's true. You can believe it or not, but that's the truth. Is the person called Lu Xian inside your brother? You're here for him too. Knowing Nan E didn't want to talk more with Lu Lin. Time is precious. They took this chance to come up because they saw someone inside doing something sneaky. If they missed it, there are more special abilities inside, and although they could still win, there would be casualties. Knowing Nan E didn't give Lu Lin a chance to speak further. Tell us about the situation inside. We will help you rescue your brother, and then take you to see your master. Now, time is limited. Lu Lin looked at Knowing Nan E and Su Hien thought for a moment and then said, okay, I believe you. The woman inside has dual abilities, lightning and fog. She can silently control a person, and the controlled person seems to be in a daze, obeying her commands. Some of the special abilities inside are her former subordinates, and others are controlled by her fog ability and brought back. She is a second-level lightning ability user, so no one can beat her. They can only be controlled and forced to serve her. There are 10 trusted people among the ability users. They probably won't betray her. The others are just a mob and insignificant lives, so they are in danger and will likely run away immediately. My brother has been controlled by her. He wanted to control me too, but he failed. Now, my brother is still in her hands, so I have no choice but to stay here. Is it a fog-type ability? Nani softly repeats these 4 words. This is the first time she has encountered a fog-type ability user. Before the apocalypse, she saw these words in a novel. Fog abilities are indeed powerful. She has always wondered whether fog abilities are stronger or her camellia flower ability is. Although they are completely different, the methods of controlling people seem similar. Now that she has met one, she can finally get the answer she wants. Nani hasn't forgotten that the person just now said he wasn't controlled by a fog-type ability user. She doesn't know what ability Lu Lin had in the last life, so she looks up at him and asks, what about you? What's your ability? Why weren't you controlled? Lu Lin, though still cautious, honestly answers, illusions. I can create illusions, so her fog ability can't attack me. Hearing Lu Lin's answer, Nani understands. No wonder he wasn't controlled. Someone who can create illusions can't tell what is real or fake, so how could they be controlled? Su Hien, listening to the situation inside, feels it's about to end. He pulls Nani aside and says, there's no time. We must seize this chance. We have to act now. Nani turns to Lu Lin and says, that woman, let's deal with her. You can create illusions, so work with the others I brought to handle the rest of them. Can you do that? Yes, Lu Lin stands up immediately. If he can save his brother and escape this place, he is willing to do anything. Nani and Su Hien lead Lu Lin in front of everyone. This is Lu Lin, Professor Wang's disciple. He's with us to deal with the people inside. Zhang Yong steps forward to greet Lu Lin. You're Professor Wang's disciple? Nice to meet you. Once we return to the base, you'll see your master. Lu Lin nods, but doesn't say much. Su Hien pointed to the row of houses on the right. Uncle Zhang, Lu Yi, Lao Jin, you work with Lu Lin to handle the mutants inside. Ching Ching, you and the 2 girls stay outside and watch for any escapees. Also, guard the cave on the left. No one from their side should get inside. I and Nan E will take care of the 5 people in the middle house. Everyone, start now. Even though the people inside the room were still caught up in their fun, they sensed someone outside. Just as they tried to push the woman off and check outside, They were confused by Lu Lin's illusion and lost focus again. Everyone was shocked by Lu Lin's special power. Lu Lin shouted, "Hurry up and act. There are too many of them. My power only lasts 2 minutes." Hearing this, everyone quickly rushed into the room, grabbed the people from the beds, tied them up with ropes, and threw them on the ground. The woman in the middle room was still enjoying the company of 2 young boys when she suddenly heard Lu Lin's voice. She kicked the person on top of her aside and was about to get out of bed when she realized something was wrong outside. She instantly became furious. Ignoring her clothes, she hurried over to Lu Xian and grabbed him, lifting him up. "Lu Xian, your brother is so dead. He brought people here. I think he doesn't want you to live anymore." When Jinani and Su Hian entered, Lu Xian was being tightly choked by the woman, his face turning red from lack of air. "Let him go," Jinani shouted. "Ha ha ha, so you're Lu Lin's people here to save him? Where is Lu Lin? Bring him here to see me. Otherwise, I'll suffocate him." The woman yelled at Jinani. "He won't come. Leave this to me," Jinani said softly, looking at the woman. "Ha ha ha, you? Just you? You think you can handle me?" "No, it's not just me. We'll handle you together," Jinani challenged, pointing at Su Hian. The woman was distracted by Su Hian's appearance. Her grip on Lu Xian loosened a little, giving him a chance to breathe. "Your man is quite handsome. If you want to trade him for Lu Xian, I might consider it," she said. Su Hian didn't even look at her. He spoke with disgust. "A constantly aroused dog is truly disgusting." Who knows, the woman was not affected by Su Hian's words at all. Instead, she continued to speak. "Is that so? Would you like me to be your? I will be very obedient." The woman threw Lu Xian to the ground and tried to walk towards Su Hian, but was immediately whipped by Jinani's vine. Seeing the blood seeping from her arm, her smile turned cold. She then faced Jinani. "Just you, a wood-type ability user, hurt me. I will make you understand the cost." As she finished speaking, she quickly gathered a bolt of lightning in her palm and struck toward Jinani. Su Hian raised his hand, summoning a larger lightning bolt that swallowed her attack. "You're also a lightning-type ability user. It seems even heaven wants to send me a man who can stand beside me. I must have you today." The woman's eyes gleamed with excitement as the lightning ball in her hand slowly shrank. Jinani observed her movements and realized she was about to use her fog-type ability. Following her actions, Jinani activated the camellia flower. A faint floral scent began to spread, intertwining with the wisps of fog that suddenly appeared in the air. Jinani took the initiative to attack, sending a vine toward her. The camellia flowers on the vine started blooming one by one. The woman was drawn to this strange scene and quickly discovered that her fog ability was being suppressed. The silent fog was gradually being purified and absorbed by Jinani's camellia flowers. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" she murmured, seemingly unable to believe what she saw. Jinani looked at the situation and turned proudly to Su Hian. "See? My camellia flowers are a bit more powerful." Su Hian smiled indulgently at Jinani and launched a lightning ball. The woman's attack was once again swallowed by Su Hian. Originally, Su Hian had planned to let Jinani play, but the woman took advantage of his turn to secretly attack, which made him angry. He quickly pulled Jinani behind him and made a move toward the woman. Seeing Su Hian approaching, the woman, who was only wearing what looked like pajamas, immediately stripped everything off and began to show off her figure in front of Su Hian. She was confident about her body. Except for Lu Lin, who had no taste, all other men would fall for her. No one could escape her charm. Clearly, she overestimated herself. Su Hian didn't even look at her and immediately attacked. The woman, realizing something was wrong, quickly gathered her powers to block the attack, but it was too late. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Unwilling and angry, she glared fiercely at Su Hian. "You?" Wounded and knowing she was no match for the two of them, she quietly moved toward Lu Xian, intending to threaten Jinani and Su Hian with him. However, all her actions were under Jinani's control. Before she could touch Lu Xian's clothes, Lu Xian was caught by vines from Jinani and pulled close. Your brother is outside. Go find him. You don't need to interfere here. Liu Xian was still stunned. He nodded foolishly in thanks, then turned and left the room. Behind him, the three other young boys, frightened and curled up on the ground, saw Liu Xian leave and hurriedly shouted, Liu Xian, take us out too. Please save us. Liu Xian glanced at the three of them, trying to hide his pain and anger. He immediately turned away and left the room without looking back. He had endured enough from what they did to him. Saving them was impossible for him. Not only did they gang up to bully him, but they also insulted him. The three of them bullied him alone, just to make that woman smile. They had cursed him for not being proactive, blamed him, and said it was because he didn't show affection that they got beaten. All of this was because of him. He would never forget these things, and he would never forgive them. The door closed, and the light that entered the room disappeared at the same moment. Su Hian was about to strike again, but Ji Nani stopped him. Let's leave it to Lu Lin and his brother. We have that pill to suppress powers, give her one. The woman understood what Ji Nani meant. Realizing she was in serious trouble, she hurriedly pulled up her pajamas and knelt in front of Ji Nani, begging for mercy. No, please. I know I was wrong. I don't want to lose my powers. I can't lose my powers. I was wrong. I have a lot of supplies. I'll give everything to you. Please let me go. The woman said nothing useful and revealed her final secret. I am a space ability user. I have a space of my own, filled with many grains and various items. Please let me go. I will give you everything for my space. Her words indeed made Ji Nani change her mind. Since she had a 3-element ability, losing it would be a big loss. Ji Nani glanced at Su Hian. Su Hian immediately understood her idea. He took out a pill from his space and walked to the woman. Eat this, and we won't take away your ability. The woman was skeptical. Really? Ji Nani looked at her and asked, Do you have any other options? Her words made the woman accept the harsh reality. She took the pill from Su Hian's hand and swallowed it directly. About 2 minutes later, the woman looked up again. Her eyes had completely changed, now full of respect. Master, yes. Find some clothes to wear. I'll wait for you outside. Yes, master. 3 little boys trembling in the corner saw this scene. They immediately ran to Ji Nani's feet, kneeling and bowing. Sister, take us with you. We will serve you. I will make sure you're satisfied. The 3 let go of Ji Nani's clothes and started showing off. Originally, Su Hian didn't care much about these 3, but their actions angered him. He kicked 3 times, smashing the first person's door, and then the others were thrown out one after another, crashing into the yard, spitting blood and fainting. Zhang Yong and the others had already tied everyone up and thrown them into the yard. They were all, making the girl's eyes wander everywhere. When Tai Lang saw Shen Qingqing secretly looking at the 2 handsome men, he immediately got angry. He went back to his room, tore off a bedsheet, and threw it into the crowd. Have some shame. Cover yourselves up. If I see you again without clothes, I'll cut you apart. The men, piled together, heard Tai Lang and started crawling on the ground in fear, trying to cover themselves with a sheet. A bunch of bodies pressed together looked funny enough, and as they moved again, Lu Yi and others couldn't help but laugh. Originally, Shen Qingqing was curious, but now she was openly hiding behind Iron Wolf and looking ahead. Heisei quickly ran in front of Yuan Qing to block her from seeing the dirty scene. Ji Nani and Su Hian came out just in time to see the scene. Su Hian didn't have time to stop it, and Ji Nani saw the disturbing image. Ji Nani raised an eyebrow. This really is a dramatic moment.
Quick, put some clothes on them.
What's going on here? There's also a young girl, Ji Nani said. Now that the joke was over, everyone stopped joking and focused. Louis let a few people into the room, grabbed some clothes, and kicked a person on the ground, telling him, Get up and put on your clothes. Hurry up, boss. What should we do with these people? You guys stay here and question them. Make them tell everything they did wrong. Yes, boss. The 3 Iron Wolf members immediately started working. At this moment, a woman who had finished dressing came out of the room. She respectfully approached Ji Nani and called him, Master. Lu Lin watched this unbelievable scene, curious about what these two had done to make the woman look like that. He wanted to ask Lu Xian, but saw Lu Xian trembling and hiding behind himself, so he gave up. Forget it. His curiosity should be controlled. The more he knew, the more trouble he might cause. Ji Nani went to Iron Wolf and reminded him to use his psychic scanner to learn everything about these people. You don't need to scan all of them. There are many other abilities in this world we haven't encountered. We need to be careful and know the details to stay safe. Sister-in-law understood. Li Jing and Yuan Qing also came over to help Iron Wolf. They weren't interested in how the weapons were distributed. They mainly wanted to see what was inside the base, but Zhang Yong stopped them. Lu Yi, stay outside and guard. Then send a few people to check each room for usable items and bring everything back to the base. Yes, base leader, Lu Yi wasn't very interested in the weapons inside the cave. He knew they would eventually be used by those on missions. As a soldier under Zhang Yong, he always followed Zhang Yong's orders without question and immediately arranged for people to do the task. Zhang Yong, with two space abilities, Su Hian and Ji Nani, entered the cave together. Inside the cave, there are many boxes stacked together, almost reaching the ceiling. There are probably hundreds of boxes, and each one is quite large, likely holding many items. Zhang Yong casually opened the nearest box, which was filled with bullets. He then opened a few more boxes, surprisingly finding rifles, machine guns, and even handguns. There were also unopened boxes filled with weapons. As Zhang Yong looked at the weapons, his brow furrowed more and more, and his face grew heavier with concern. The amount of weapons here is even more than what I brought from the military. If these people can gather so many weapons, others probably can too. This situation is getting worse. He walked over to Ji Nani and asked, Nani, can your space hold all these weapons? Ji Nani didn't understand what Zhang Yong meant at first, but she nodded gently. Yes, it can hold them, she thought to herself. Her space is unlimited, so even if there are more, she can still store everything. Zhang Yong looked at the two space users with him and said, You two, go outside first. There are so many supplies here that we need to check and divide them carefully. When you go out, don't talk about this. If anyone asks, just say they've been stored in the space. The two space users, who were also his soldiers, didn't ask questions and left immediately. Su Hian asked confusedly, Commander, what does this mean? They had already discussed how to distribute the weapons before. Zhang Yong took a moment to organize his words and then said slowly, I didn't expect so many weapons here. That's why I was so shocked when I saw them. The huge amount makes it impossible for me to follow through with our previous plan for sharing. He continued, My idea is to store all these weapons in your spaces. Ji Nani asked suspiciously. Why? Zhang Yong explained, You all know the situation at the base. Although we've caught many spies this time, we can't be sure all spies are gone. If I divide this batch of weapons in half, plus what I brought from the military, it could drive the remaining spies at the base crazy. I don't need that many weapons myself. He looked at Hian and said, Hian, you are the person I trust the most right now. So, I feel most comfortable leaving this batch of weapons in your hands. In the future, if I really need to, I will speak up willingly. But for now, I can't even take a single bullet with me. Ji Nani wanted to speak again, but Su Hian stopped him. He understood why Zhang Yong did this. All right, let's leave the weapons here for now. We'll divide them later. After confirming with Zhang Yong, Ji Nani was not polite. He directly stored all the weapons in the cave into his space, not leaving behind even a single bullet. When hundreds of boxes were stored, behind the boxes, there were 6 larger boxes stacked together, which made Zhang Yong and Su Hian very curious. When they opened the boxes, they found anti-tank rocket launchers, commonly called portable cannons. There were also enough 4 boxes of ammunition, including armor-piercing shells, multi-purpose shells, and temperature-pressure shells. Seeing these 6 boxes, Zhang Yong felt very lucky that he had just let some people leave. Now, only the 3 of them remained in the cave. Nan Yi quickly put everything away. Ji Nani nodded gently and stored the items into his space. Zhang Yong gave a few more instructions, and then the 3 of them left the cave. Thinking about the supplies under the house, Ji Nani knew his space was not short of food. There was also fertile land, constantly producing crops. He decided to let Zhang Yong's people take the supplies and food back. The base had a large population, so they needed these supplies. The people searching each room had finished their tasks. Now, each squad had space abilities, and supplies were not as hard to find as in the end of the world. Inside the rooms, there were only some leftover food and daily necessities. There were even a few sets of skincare products, which made some married members of the team, especially those with wives, feel a bit tempted. If they could get a set for their wives, their women at home would definitely be happy. Tai Lang came over and handed Su Hian a piece of paper. Boss, the details of these people are all here. There are actually 2 abilities users I haven't seen before. The others we've seen. But this group has killed many people. They've been burning, killing, and looting without mercy. Apparently, that woman awakened her ability before the end of the world. She sensed something was wrong and kept some caution. She brought people here early to build houses. When the trees were lush, it was hard to see the houses from outside. They originally wanted to dominate the mountain, but it turned out her ability was stronger than theirs, so they failed and became her subordinates. The Iron Wolf pointed to 2 men, that one and that one. One has the ability to copy powers, and the other has construction abilities. The houses here, including some traps and structures, were all built by this person mostly alone. Construction abilities? Jinani was intrigued by these words. Yes, it said, he has a special skill. Just by looking at the terrain, he can quickly scan detailed information and come up with the best design suited for the land. The most amazing part is he can obtain missing key building materials out of thin air. He's a rare talent in civil engineering. That's impressive. It's like having X-ray vision and wish fulfillment powers. This person is exactly what we need. Take him back to help build our base. Su Hian stepped forward quietly and said, to keep things quiet, first give him some medicine to make him faint, then Wei Wu and the others can carry him back. Jinani took out 2 pills from his pocket and handed them to the Iron Wolf to feed him. Su Hian took the list given by the Iron Wolf and approached Zhang Yong. Base leader, this is the list of these people. How should we handle them? Zhang Yong only glanced at it briefly without studying it carefully. Execute them all on the spot. Leave no hidden dangers. If they come back to seek revenge later, it will cause more trouble. Su Hian nodded in agreement. I'll have my men deal with it later. I have one more thing to discuss with you. When Nani and I came to scout earlier, we found their storage area. There are quite a few supplies inside. My people will handle those few, and we can go down together to collect the supplies. Their supplies? Where exactly? Let's go see. To support such a large population at the base, Zhang Yong needed all kinds of resources. The more, the better. Hearing Su Hian's words, he became quite excited. It's right beneath this house. Su Hian pointed to the middle building. Base leader, don't be in such a hurry. Let's first agree on how to divide the supplies, Su Hian said, stopping Zhang Yong from rushing off. Zhang Yong realized he was a bit too eager. These supplies, outside of their main mission, were also an unexpected gain. Su Hian hadn't hidden this from them, but brought it up openly. He was overly excited and hadn't yet discussed how to split the resources. Sorry for my impatience. Since you found these supplies, how about a 3-7 split? Su Hian shook his head and said, I have already discussed with Nan Yi. All the food supplies will be taken back by you. That's not possible. Resources are already hard to find, and this was something you and your spouse discovered. I've already gotten 30%, which is a big advantage. All of it should stay here. Giving it all to me is out of the question. Base leader, if we are willing to give up, it shows that these supplies are not as urgently needed by us as they are by the base. Although the extreme cold has ended, the cold weather will last a long time. Warmth and food are top priorities. You lead the H-City safe base to continue developing. Even if other bases are invaded or exploited, your base remains the last line of defense for the people and a source of hope. Su Hian is a soldier. Even though he is retired, protecting the country is deeply ingrained in him. Now, his family is his first priority, but within his ability, he still wants to do his part. That's why he is involved in the base's affairs. He feels happy because everything he does is supported and understood by Jinani. Zhang Yong didn't expect Su Hian to say this. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed with emotion and almost cried. Looking into Su Hyun's eyes, he felt proud. Thank you on behalf of everyone at the base. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and tense. Jinani stepped forward and broke the somber mood. Sunset is near. Let's hurry. Base leader, gather your people. We're going down to gather supplies. Okay, I'll call someone now. Let's go down and take a look. Zhang Yong called Lu Yi over, telling him to lead 2 others first. He then followed with 2 space abilities users. Jinani and Su Hyun stayed at the back. Lu Yi moved the noblewoman's chair aside, looked at the handle under the carpet, and opened the iron door. He shined his flashlight inside to check the situation below, then turned to Zhang Yong and said, Base leader, there's a ladder. Zhang Yong also went over to observe and warned Lu Yi, all right, get ready to go down. The 3 of you be careful. The cave is quite large, and the ladder is long. Keep the ropes on your bodies tied. If anything happens, pull the rope and signal. Yes, base leader. Before leaving, Su Hyun had already told Lao Jin to prepare a few rooms. The sky was turning gray, and it would be dark soon. So, they decided to stay here for the night. Since they had many people and plenty of rooms, they cleaned up early so everyone could rest well. Li Jing and Yuan Qing heard there was work to do and immediately started helping. These 2 were very capable, so Lao Jin, who was mainly responsible for these tasks, only helped with some chores and moving heavier things. Before the base leader left, he received orders from Zhang Yong. Su Hyun's instructions were treated as commands. After Lao Jin finished speaking, he pointed to a few rooms. The others also started tidying up, but the rough men were not as careful as the young girls. Lao Jin wanted to light a fire first because it was cold, and everyone needed warmth. Seeing Lao Jin's actions, Li Jing stepped forward and said, The middle room has a small fire room on the left. When we cleaned earlier, we found that if we light the fire there, it can warm up the nearby rooms. There's also a kitchen area next to that room, which is quite hidden. Yuan Qing and I discovered it just now. It's quite large and probably used for meetings and meals before, so there's no need to light fires outside. Really amazing. Yes, I think so. Yuan Qing and I just looked inside. Each room is connected by pipes, and they are all linked. I've seen similar structures in houses in the north, but I've never seen so many rooms connected like this. Lao Jin listened to Li Jing and was very curious. He said, Show me, let me take a look and study it. Okay, Li Jing nodded. Li Jing led the way to the small fire room. Lao Jin followed behind, then turned to look at Haizi, who was helping Yuan Qing. He thought to himself, Brother, I've helped you clear the way. I've done my best for your love life. Keep going and win her over soon. Following behind Lu Yi, 2 more people also came down. Seeing the surroundings, they found shelves about 5 or 6 meters long filled with various supplies, all neatly organized. Each box had a large label indicating what was inside. Boss, there are so many things here, one of them said. This could be our big break. Boss, do you think how Rand and Lazy's storage can hold all this? Another asked. Seeing so many items, Lu Yi felt unsure. I really don't know. They will be down soon, and then we'll find out. When Jinani and Su Hyun arrived, they saw 5 people staring blankly at a shelf of rice. What are you guys doing? Jinani asked. Zhang Yong turned around and saw Jinani and Su Hyun coming down. He pulled them over. Look at this row of shelves, it's all rice. There are 6 layers here. Each layer is about a meter wide. The bags are stacked neatly, and each bag is 50 kilograms. This is like a small grocery store for grains and oils. These supplies could last us at least half a year back at the base. Jinani walked straight toward the shelves. Most of these shelves held rice, flour, and cooking oil. There were also some everyday items, canned foods on 2 shelves, instant noodles on a few others, and even some alcohol. Start packing these into the storage space. Once you're done, we'll go upstairs to celebrate with hot pot. The weather is cold today, so everyone will be happy. Leave some hot pot ingredients here, and the rest show your skills, Jinani told Wu Haoran and Xiaolei. Wu Haoran and Xiaolei looked at Zhang Yong, unsure what to do. Before departure, the base leader had ordered that they should follow Jinani and Su Hyun's instructions. Since it seemed only the 2 of them should handle this, they hesitated. Zhang Yong nodded. Start now. Begin with the rice and flour. These are the most needed supplies for our base. Let's start with these. With Zhang Yang's approval, Wu Haoren and Xiao Lei began packing items into the storage space. Each took a row, collecting the shelves and supplies together into the space. Jinani looked at the entire shelf of alcohol on the innermost side, greeted Su Hian and Zhang Yong, then went over to store the items directly into her space. These drinks will go into Sister Xia Ning's space for safekeeping. She can keep them, or Uncle Zhang can drink them himself or give them as rewards to capable team members. Both are good options. Okay, Nani, you've thought this through carefully. These drinks really need to be kept by Xiao Ning. If I keep them here, I might not be able to control myself. Wu Haoren and Xiao Lei's spaces aren't small, but they had already stored many things before. Now, they used up the space originally reserved for weapons, and 2 shelves still had items left. Base leader, both my space and Lazy's are full. We really can't store anymore. Jinani stepped forward to look. On the remaining 2 shelves were some sanitary pads, shampoo, conditioner, cosmetics, and skincare products, mostly items used by girls. No wonder these 2 left these items for last. Although such things are popular in the apocalypse, most people can't really use them. For Wu Haoren and Xiao Lei, food supplies are the most important. To them, these items seem useless. Jinani waved her hand and stored the items into her space. When she gets back, she plans to ask Sister Xia Ning how big her space is and give her these things. She can't let everyone use them, but she still hopes more girls can have access to sanitary pads. Personal hygiene is very important, especially in such tough times. She hopes these items can make some girls a little happier. After finishing, everyone followed the same route back. In the end, even the ladder was stored in Jinani's space. It really was a case of taking everything that could be taken. Nothing was left behind. Old Jean lit the stove and added several more pieces of firewood. Over the next few hours, more than a dozen rooms gradually warmed up. This is really amazing. It can keep so many rooms warm. Truly a talented person. Thinking about how those people were still outside in the yard, Old Jean called Shangzi to go out with him. They found a room and threw everyone inside. It was so cold, and the leader hadn't said what to do yet. People couldn't just freeze to death. By now, it was dark. Shun Qingqing organized everyone to prepare dinner. All of them gathered in the dining room, waiting for Jinani and the others to return. Here, they found many chili peppers, so someone suggested cooking spicy stir-fried meat today. Iron Wolf and the others haven't had spicy food in a long time, so they agreed immediately. They prepared spicy stir-fried meat, steamed potatoes, and white rice porridge. The base team came over to help Li Jing and the others with dinner. Chunda and his group had been traveling for a week and finally reached the border of Province H. Just as they were about to enter Province H, they unexpectedly encountered a large group of zombies. Although the team was strong, they couldn't withstand the constant attacks. 2 brothers sacrificed themselves, and everyone was exhausted and out of energy, losing their fighting ability. Brother Chen, the brothers can't fight much longer. We need to find a safe place to stay soon. We haven't been able to contact most of the people in Province H. Our original base locations are too far away. We can't make it today, said one of the team members.
Shengda frowned.
Everything today caught him off guard. His original plans were delayed. To prevent any accidents, they must stop traveling in the dark. He spoke to Wu Qi, who was driving. It's already dark. The closest place to stay is Qingshan Bay Villa. Let's go there tonight, so the brothers can rest comfortably. We can deal with everything else tomorrow. Okay, Brother Chen, Wu Qi replied. After finishing with the 2 cars behind, he sped toward the villa. Chunda took out 2 photos from his pocket. One was a picture of him and Lu Qiaoji, and the other was of Jinan Yi and Su Hian. Chunda gently touched Lu Qiaoji's face and said, "Qiao Qiao, wait for me to come back. I will help you get what you want. The person I need to bring back, I will find for you." He carefully put the photos back into his inner pocket. That night, after a night of joy with Lu Qiaoji, she lay in Chunda's arms, gently tracing his chest with her hand. "Chunda, you're the only one I have now. Everyone else just wants to use me. Do you know that? Jiang Sheng, that beast, forced me to serve William. He doesn't care about my feelings. Only you truly care about me. As Lu Xiaoji spoke, tears fell onto Chinda's chest. The warm tears made Chinda feel even more heartbroken. He held Lu Xiaoji tighter. Feeling distressed, he said, "Xiao Xiao, I will protect you. I promise." Li Xiaoji saw that her goal was achieved and no longer spoke. She quietly rested in Chinda's arms. During this time, she gained many crystal cores, which improved her system level by 1 and gave her 2 chances to draw prizes. She received many protective items. After discussing with her system many times, the system finally agreed to let her switch to attacking someone else. The next step was to quietly eliminate Jiang Sheng. Only then could she regain control and take over the base. Chenda was Jiang Sheng's most trusted subordinate and the best choice. When she first saw Chenda, she immediately recognized him as her classmate. Back then, Chenda was a famous student and her secret crush. If the Chen family hadn't fallen, she would have confessed to him already. Now, it was still possible. Especially when she learned Chenda liked her, her confidence suddenly doubled. She had already planned that once Chenda brought Ji Nan-yi and Su Hian back from H-City, she would send Ji Nan-yi, the troublemaker, to an experiment. As for Su Hian in this life, she would make him fall in love with her. When that happened, as long as Su Hian listened and loved her well, she was willing to share her success with him. When Chenda and his group arrived at Qingshan Bay, it was already dark. The villa area was usually quiet, and now it was even more peaceful. The wind rustled the tree branches, and the faint moonlight cast shadows of plants on the ground. The swaying shadows looked a little eerie. "Brother Chun, there probably aren't any zombies here, right? It's a bit scary how quiet it is." Li Bing's son, sitting in the back seat, looked at the scenery outside and spoke nervously. Next to him, Zhang Long scolded, "Li Bing's son, stop talking nonsense." "Shut up." Li Bing's son wanted to reply but was stopped by Chinda. "Say less. Just focus on that villa up front," Chinda ordered. He pointed to a villa on the left. Next to the gate was a special symbol, their uniform mark. People who didn't know wouldn't notice it. The villa's gate had a big lock. Chunda got out of the car, took a key from his pocket and opened the door. "Drive straight into the yard and lock the gate," he instructed. The yard was full of fallen leaves. The sound of tires on the ground was unusually loud in the quiet night. Li Bingson sat in the back seat, clutching his seatbelt tightly. "Chunlong, listen to that sound. Does it sound like bones being crushed?" Chunlong had not spoken yet when Gohong said, "I really don't understand why Brother Chen wants you to come along. You have no fighting ability, you're timid, and you're still here spreading false alarms. You're just a useless member of the team." Li Bingson clenched his fists tightly and looked fiercely at Gohong. "What? Wanna fight me? Even if my abilities are weak, I can still beat you half to death. Stop waving your fancy fists in front of me. I'm embarrassed for you." Li Bingson swung a punch toward Gohong's face. Say one more word. Gohong didn't expect Li Bingson to actually dare to hit him. He immediately punched back, and the two started fighting. Outside the car, Chunda ordered the car behind to come in and close the gate. Seeing that the people inside didn't get out, he approached and saw Li Bingson being pressed down and beaten by Gohong. He immediately became angry. "What are you two doing? What's the point of fighting now? Get down here." Chunda was worried about how to find Ji Nan-yi and the others. Today, he also encountered a group of zombies. Now, his subordinates were causing trouble, and all his built-up anger exploded. Gohong looked at Chunda, feeling upset. "Brother Chen, there are so many space abilities in the base. Why do we have to bring this useless person? He can't help, and he keeps spreading false alarms. He should be punished harshly." Gohong. Chunda looked at Gohong with a sidelong glance and said unhappily, "Do I need your opinion every time I make a decision, Brother Chen?" I don't dare." "Good, that's good. I thought maybe in the future, this team would need you, Gohong, to lead." Gohong took a step back, lowered his head, and stopped speaking. He was originally waiting for Chenda to scold Li Bingson, but Chenda only told him to calm down and didn't pursue it further. Gohong clenched his fists and followed behind everyone. Chunlong came over and patted Gohong on the shoulder. Actually, everyone had long been resentful about Chinda's favoritism toward Li Bingsun. Li Bingsun relied on this favoritism, often ignoring others, and repeatedly leaked supplies to everyone. Yet, Li Bingsun was eloquent and always managed to cover himself in front of Chinda. This made everyone's resentment grow deeper. Although the villa has a gate, inside there are only windows and doors, with nothing else equipped. Because of this, the supplies stored there before the end of the world were not found by looters. Chunda ordered people to close the doors and windows, then pointed to a wall near the kitchen and said, "You guys break down this wall." "Yes, Brother Chen." Chen Long stepped forward, took the large hammer handed to him by Li Bingsun, and directly started hitting the wall. Chen Long is a power-type ability user, so the wall was easy for him. After 3 hits, the space behind the wall was revealed. It was about 20 square meters, neatly filled with flour, rice, and instant noodles. The others behind saw the supplies inside the small room, and their tired faces looked a little less exhausted. Bing Sun and He Wu, come here and put the items into the space. Leave 1 box of instant noodles. It's too late today, everyone. Boil some water, make some noodles, and then rest quickly. He Wu, who was nearby, immediately went to store everything into the space. When Li Bingsun squeezed to the front, all the supplies were gone. His face immediately darkened. Brother Chen said only 2 people could collect supplies. "What's going on with you alone?" He Wu smiled honestly, looking innocent as he rubbed his head. "It's the same for both of us. Since you haven't come, I just took everything. It saves time. Everyone's hungry, so I hurried to cook. Do you want me to take it out for you?" Li Bingsun got even angrier. If it weren't for these people stopping him, he wouldn't have hesitated to go first. Just as he was about to speak, Chunda directly said, "It doesn't matter who takes it. Hurry up and cook." "Yes, Brother Chen. I'll start the fire now." Seeing Li Bingsun look defeated, Gohong was in a good mood and immediately went to boil water. Li Bingsun wanted to say something in front of Chunda, but Chunda waved him aside, not giving him a chance. He didn't have the energy to deal with him right now. Chunda sat in a chair, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for dinner. Meanwhile, Jinani was already sitting and eating hot pot. This woman was really impressive. Aside from lacking fresh vegetables, she had prepared all the other hot pot ingredients very thoroughly. Because the weather was cold and supplies were easy to store, these people had also gone into the mountains to hunt. In the large round basin in the yard, there was a full load of meat. There is even tripe, which is an essential ingredient for hot pot. Yuan Qing also took out a bag of frozen tofu from their car, making everyone very happy. After packing everything up, everyone gathered around the table to eat. "This table is pretty good. When we leave tomorrow, remember to move it onto the car. It will be useful later," Louis said to the person beside him. "Remember to take all the things from these rooms. Leaving them here would be a waste. The blankets and clothes should all be taken back," Zhang Yong added. "These items can be good winter supplies for ordinary people." Everyone talked happily while eating. To make sure there was enough food, Zhang Yong specifically brought out a box of instant noodles. After the hot pot, they ate the noodles underneath the pot, which made the men very happy. Each of them ate a big bowl of noodles before stopping. After dinner, Li Jing and Yuan Qing went to wash the dishes. They were stopped by Jinani. "You already helped with cooking. Let the men do the dishes. When you're not here, they do it all. You two don't need to be so formal." "Since I ask Heizi to call you, it's not just because Heizi likes you," Jinani said. Hearing this, Yuan Qing quickly shook her head. She wanted to say something, but Jinani stopped her. "I don't interfere in personal feelings. If you like someone, be together. If not, you can refuse. We all listen to you, but you are still individuals. Just one thing, if someone betrays us, I won't allow her to leave alive. I and he are planning to build a small base for people with special abilities. You are the first group we are recruiting. Before you go back, think about it. What can you do if you stay at the base? Cooking, washing dishes, cleaning, anyone can do these. I can even find some ordinary people to help. So, what else can you do if you stay? I hope you think it over. Staying means you believe you are useful because my base doesn't keep idle people." Back in their second meeting, Jinani had already scanned both of them and learned about their abilities. Li Jing has fire powers, and Yuan Qing has awakened a disguise ability, allowing her to change her appearance for others. Nani was very curious about this, and it seemed that Yuan Qing didn't even realize her own ability yet. Watching the two nod, Nani continued, "The work in the team is shared by everyone in turn. Since I've allowed you both to join, you are part of us, just like the others. I don't know if these two understood what I said, but I really don't want to see them fighting over tasks anymore. I dislike that. In my team with he, and everyone is equal." Tai Lang washed the dishes and came to discuss how to handle those people with Su Hian. Originally, he planned to kill them all, but then he remembered the pill given by the Whitebeard. These people have good abilities. If we turn them into our allies, it could be a good choice. After talking with Nani, they both agreed. These ability users are talented. Killing them would be a waste. If we control them, we can train a special team to fight zombies. It's also a way for them to atone for their sins. Tai Lang looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand and asked in disbelief, "Boss, should everyone take one?" Su Hian nodded. "Yes, one each." Tai Lang's face suddenly looked sad and he wailed, "Boss, do you not love me anymore? Or do you think I don't work hard enough? With so many people, am I still your favorite?" Hearing this, Su Hian kicked him on the "Get to work. Stop talking nonsense. After they all take it, call Hai Zi and Lao Jin over. I have something to tell you." Rubbing his sore, Tai Lang left the room unhappily. He thought boss is too harsh. "It hurts so much, I feel like Maya's going to split in two. After this, I need to go find Qing Qing for comfort." Su Hian looked at Nani, who was covering his mouth and laughing. He also mimicked Tai Lang's tone to talk to him. Su Hian smiled helplessly, letting Nani have fun. After a while, Lao Jin was the first to push the door open, followed by Hai Zi and Tai Lang. "Boss, is there something you need?" The three sat down and Lao Jin asked first. "I've asked Tai Lang to handle those people. Tomorrow, Yanos and Ishikawa will take them back to settle. This time, once they return, Lao Jin and Aquan will be responsible for them. If there are more in the future, we'll decide then. For now, that's the plan. Do you two have any objections?" Su Hian asked Hai Zi and Tai Lang. "No, none at all." Hai Zi spoke first. Tai Lang also spoke. "I have no objections. All right, everyone go back to your places. Rest well tonight because we have to move early tomorrow. Although the house here is warm, there is no electricity. At night, it's very dark. If it weren't for Nanyi's flashlight, it would be impossible to see anything." Zhang Yong arranged for someone to guard during the first half of the night, while Eyes and Ishikawa took over later. Even though this place is hidden, they still need to stay alert to their surroundings, watching out for visitors or zombies. Nanny curled up in Su Hian's arms. "Tomorrow, we'll solve the weapon problem with the base leader. Then we'll go to the solar panel factory. When Lao Jin and the others go home, they should bring the solar panels with them. That way, we can start building the base right away. When we return from S-City, the base might already have a basic size. I'm really looking forward to what surprises the awakened architect with special powers might bring us. Okay, after we finish tomorrow, let the base leader and others go back first. We'll split into two groups." "Yes, that's settled." Su Hian gently patted Nanyi's back. "Sleep now. I'll handle the arrangements tomorrow. System, I've given you so many crystal cores, but I still can't exchange for the invisibility cloak." Lu Xiaoji's tone was very unhappy. "Master, don't worry. You only need 10,898 crystal cores to upgrade and exchange for the invisibility cloak." "How many?" 10,898? That's still so many?" Lu Xiaoji let out a sharp cry, pounding the sofa. Lu Xiaoji was still arguing with the system, not noticing that the window had become covered with a potted succulent. At this moment, the leaves moved slightly, then quickly returned to normal. They didn't know what Gua Xiaoxiao and William had said. When they left, they truly agreed to Gua Xiaoxiao's request to stay at the base. Jiang Sheng also learned that Lu Xiaoji and Gua Xiaoxiao are close friends. Gua Xiaoxiao was arranged to live next door to Lu Xiaoji, which made her very happy. She often went to play with Lu Xiaoji, and their relationship quickly returned to the intimacy they had before the apocalypse. Gua Xiaoxiao was now holding a pot of succulent identical to the one in Lu Xiaoji's house, gently touching the leaves and murmuring in confusion. Invisibility cloak. Who do you think she's talking to? Gua Xiaoxiao suspiciously placed the succulent back on the table, then stood up and walked to the window. A very thin green vine quietly stretched out from the window, leaning against the wall and extending forward. The vine stopped at Lu Qiaoji's window, continuing to extend inside through the window screen hole. Lu Qiaoji had already turned off the lights and gone to his bedroom. The green vine kept sticking close to the wall, exploring the living room and not missing any corner. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened. The light from inside shone into the living room. The green vine quickly retracted along its original path, leaving no trace behind. Lu Qiaoji poured a glass of water, drank it all, then went back to sleep without noticing that the succulent's position had changed. Gua Xiaoxiao retracted the vine and sat on the sofa, puzzled. Who was Lu Qiaoji talking to? And what about the invisibility cloak he mentioned today? What is Lu Qiaoji's secret? Gua Xiaoxiao wanted to look outside again, but her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. The rhythm of the knocking made it clear it was Jiang Sheng. Gua Xiaoxiao quickly put the succulent away, changed to a smile, and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, Gua Xiaoxiao jumped directly onto Jiang Sheng, affectionately leaning close to his ear. You're here. How did you know I missed you? Jiang Sheng loved Gua Xiaoxiao's small mouth, as sweet as honey. He closed the door with his foot and reached out to touch her waist. I knew you missed me. Once I finished my work, I came right away. Gua Xiaoxiao kissed Jiang Sheng on the lips. I knew it. That's called a spiritual connection. Jiang Sheng didn't waste time. He pushed her gently against the door and kissed her deeply. Soon, the two rolled onto the sofa together. Everyone woke up early. Lu Yi instructed everyone to move everything usable from their rooms onto the car, including firewood. Everything was packed. When they arrived at Zhang Yong's weapons hiding spot, there was no sign of worry. The items were still well hidden. Zhang Yong brought 2 space abilities users. Their spaces were already full, so they had to ask Ji and Yi to keep some items temporarily until they returned to the base and could return them to Zhang Yong. Time was still passing when Zhang Yong ordered everyone to start chopping wood. Since they couldn't leave empty-handed on this trip, they planned to fill both heavy trucks first. After the trucks were loaded, Su Hian approached Zhang Yong and said, Team leader, we have some other tasks to handle, so we won't go back to the base with you. You go ahead first, and we will catch up before dark. Zhang Yong didn't ask many questions, only reminding Su Hian to stay safe. On the way back, Su Hian led the team. They reached the village from yesterday, and the 2 teams split up into 2 groups. Watching the 3 cars drive away, Jinani told Tai Lang, You go drive their van. The 2 of you come with us in this car to guide us. Just go now to the place you mentioned. The cars quickly reached the area near the solar panel factory. From a distance, they saw several factories connected together. Jinani and Su Hian discussed and decided to search each factory one by one to see if there was anything useful, like equipment, to help restore some production. But as they got closer to the factory buildings, both Jinani and Su Hian felt something was wrong. Su Hian sat up straight and grabbed the walkie-talkie, saying, Slow down the car. Something's off around here. Jinani looked at Su Hian with concern. Both of them felt worried. This area had 6 factory buildings and a small village nearby. The village wasn't big, with about 10 or so households. There was a 3-meter-wide road, with homes on one side and factories on the other. Looking ahead, they saw several cars crash together along both sides of the road. Jinani used his mental power to scan ahead but found no signs of people or even zombies. That was strange. Su Hian noticed bloodstains on the wall of a nearby house. Although dried, it was clear there were multiple layers of blood splatters. Most importantly, the shape of the blood splashes puzzled Su Hian. It was very strange. The unusual surroundings made Su Hian, experienced in many missions, immediately alert. His sense of danger surged instantly. The Iron Wolf clearly sensed something was wrong nearby. He used his walkie-talkie to tell Su Hian, Boss, this place feels like it has been through a slaughter. Look at the blood on the wall. It's splattered, but the shape is strange. Su Hyun responded, "Everyone, take out your weapons and get ready to get out of the car. I want to see what kind of monster is causing this." In Nani's mental map, there was nothing. No signs or figures appeared. This made her more cautious. Thinking of Li Jing and Yuan Qing in the car, she took out 2 weapons from her space and handed them to them. "If anything happens later, protect yourselves." Li Jing nodded and exchanged a look with Yuan Qing. They were determined not to fall behind. Suddenly, her mental map showed a large number of reds flying quickly toward their group. Su Hyun sensed it first. They both turned their heads to look. The sky was dark with crows, so many that they blocked half the sky. "It's mutated crows," Nani shouted. Su Hyun quickly ordered through the walkie-talkie, "Everyone, take your weapons, get out of the car, and go into the 2-story building nearby. Close the windows and prepare for battle." The red dots on Nani's mental map kept increasing, so many they were impossible to count. All the dots were red, which meant they were all mutated crows. The crows' cawing filled the air, so harsh that Nani had to cover her ears. They had encountered mutated plants and animals before. Although these animals were harder to deal with after mutation, their numbers were still manageable. But facing such a huge swarm, they needed a careful plan. Su Hyun took out binoculars from his space and looked outside. The crows' sharp beaks had evolved to be longer and more pointed. If they were pecked, they would definitely get hurt. At this moment, Su Hyun understood where the blood on the wall came from. It seemed there were no zombies or people in this area, just the mutated crows attacking anyone who entered, pecking them alive. Seeing this, Su Hyun's face grew darker, and Nani also looked very serious. These mutated crows clearly have no intention of letting them go. At this moment, they are all circling above the house, with some already trying to find a way in through the windows, repeatedly smashing the glass with their sharp beaks. "Nan-ee, with such a long beak, are you sure these are crows?" Shun Qingqing was disgusted by the ugly appearance of these mutated crows. After mutation, their eyes bulged out, and they had long, sharp beaks, making them look very fierce. These are mutated crows. They have probably eaten many people and zombies, so they now have fighting power comparable to or even higher than a 2nd-level zombie, because they have the advantage of flying. Su Hyun tried to use his psychic abilities to suppress the mutated crows, but failed. These mutated animals are much harder to deal with than mutated zombies. Moreover, they only have 8 people, so they are at a disadvantage in numbers. Nani looked at the pointed beaks of the mutated crows smashing against the window, calling out to Cha-Cha with her mind. Cha-Cha, who was absorbing energy, quickly came out of her little nest after hearing Nani's call. "Master, what's wrong?" "Cha-Cha, go to the dimensional trading system now. Whatever it takes, trade for 10 sets of protective clothing. Make them lightweight." Cha-Cha wanted to ask what they were for, but saw a crow rushing to smash into the glass and immediately understood what kind of protective clothing Nani wanted. Su Hyun instructed Iron Wolf to keep an eye on the situation outside, then walked quickly to Nani and softly asked, "How many of the flamethrowers you traded last time do you still have?" Nani immediately understood what Su Hyun meant. The flamethrowers were exchanged from an alien weapons dealer when she was equipping weapons for Heise. The special fuel inside not only produces higher temperature flames, but also burns longer. Nani understood Su Hyun's meaning and quickly took out the remaining 3 flamethrowers from her space. "Still have 3. Thinking of this, Nani called Cha-Cha again to check if the dealer was online, hoping to exchange for more, but unfortunately, the dealer was not online. However, Cha-Cha soon found suitable protective clothing for them and completed the transaction. Due to the special material, these clothes could resist bites and high temperatures, which made Nani very happy. She was initially worried about the flamethrowers' high temperature hurting her team members. Nani took the protective suit out of the space and instructed everyone, 1 suit each. "Immediately put on your protective gear. We don't know if these mutated crows are poisonous, so absolutely avoid being pecked." After everyone had put on their suits, Su Hyun began to give orders. Later, "Everyone go to the rooftop together. Qingqing and Iron Wolf are responsible for building a protective wall quickly to block these crows' attacks. The others will help with the work. Neither Su Hian nor Ji Nani needed flamethrowers. Haizi already had one. Li Jing has fire powers, so Ji Nani gave her a modified flamethrower he made earlier for his dad, ensuring everyone had a weapon. Holding their flamethrowers, the group followed Su Hian, ready to shoot at the attacking mutated crows at any moment. Su Hian carefully opened the door to the rooftop, without making a sound. The crows circling in the air didn't notice anything. Shin Qingqing and Iron Wolf quickly reached the top floor, with Ji Nani right behind them. To help Shin Qingqing and Iron Wolf build the protective wall faster using metal molecules, Ji Nani took out a lot of steel bars from the space for them to use. The mutated crows soon spotted Su Hian and the others, making rough, hoarse wow, wow, wow sounds as they changed direction and flew toward the group. At this moment, Iron Wolf and Shin Qingqing had already built a wall about a meter high. Perfect timing. Today, I'll show you what a charcoal-grilled crow tastes like. Iron Wolf and Shin Qingqing stood back to back, dozens of mutated crows rushing toward them, making loud wow, wow, wow calls.
Aim. Fire.
A ball of flames shot out, instantly igniting the black feathers of the mutated crows. Their rough, hoarse cries grew even more unpleasant. Originally black crows, they turned into fire crows, flapping in midair while on fire. They quickly burned to death and fell one by one to the ground. Most of the first wave of mutated crows was burned up, filling the air with the smell of roasted chicken. Honestly, these mutated crows smell pretty good when cooked, Haizi said, looking at the corpses of the mutated crows scattered on the ground. Iron Wolf nodded in response. Yes, but I don't know if we can eat it. If we can, many people could have meat to eat. Old Jean frowned as he looked at the mutated crows flying over from a distance. He whispered, You two stop joking. Another wave is coming. After the last wave, the mutated crows became even angrier. More of them, now twice as big as before, rushed toward us, flying and making louder calls. Su Hian looked at the clearly larger mutated crows and quickly warned, Be careful. Don't wait until they get too close to attack. It's better to waste some fuel than to let these creatures hurt us. Got it, the others replied in unison. These bigger mutated crows had wings that stretched about half a meter, and their attack power increased. They flew faster, and if we weren't careful, they could reach us in an instant. The fire spray range was limited, but the crows seemed to have learned to work together. Some flew straight at us from the front, while others attacked from the sides or behind, launching quick surprise attacks. Even if Su Hian's lightning ball turned some of them into charred remains, the crows still managed to peck at people through the gaps. Because of their large size, Iron Wolf had been pecked twice and was howling in pain. Crows. Today, you'll all be turned into charcoal. Fortunately, Ji Nani had traded for protective suits for TT. These suits could resist scratches and pecks from these mutated animals. Ji Nani had already decided that when they returned, they needed to prepare better. They should trade for more useful gear. Weapons alone wouldn't be enough. She and Hian hadn't even thought about protective suits before. They definitely needed to get more of those this time. The 8 of them formed a circle, creating a perfect no-dead angle formation. For a moment, flames shot into the sky. The mutated crows, knowing they were flying into a fire, still kept attacking. Boss, why are there so many of these things now? Haizi felt like he hadn't put down his flamethrower. It was quite heavy, and the big men like them felt their arms getting tired from holding it. The little girls didn't stand a chance. Shin Qingqing leaned her arms on Iron Wolf, just taking a brief rest when another wave of mutated crows flew toward them. Ji Nani and Su Hian exchanged a quick look. Continuing like this was very bad for them. These mutated crows were draining their energy. Ji Nani had already noticed the leader of the crow flock. Every time it flapped its wings, a large group of mutated crows would rush toward them, wave after wave. The leader was also directing the other mutated crows' actions. They needed to quickly deal with the leader crow. Once it was gone, the rest of the mutated crows would be like headless flies, easy to handle. Su Hian told the others to keep attacking the crows and pulled Ji Nani out of the formation. Be careful, Su Hian warned. Ji Nani nodded. The two quietly slipped out through the main gate and headed toward the leader crow. While speaking, Su Hien quickly moved to the leader crow's side. Ji Nani followed closely. Before the leader crow could react, Ji Nani's vines grabbed it and pulled it down from the treetop. The leader crow's wings stretched out to about a meter long. Ji Nani wrapped it completely with vines. The crow struggled desperately, pecking wildly at the vines with its sharp beak, making loud wah-wah-wah sounds. The crows attacking from the rooftop turned back when they heard the noise. Ji Nani shouted to Su Hien, then swung the vines hard, tossing the leader crow right in front of him. A huge ball of lightning shot toward the crow, trapping it tightly with the vines. The crow couldn't break free and had no choice but to face Su Hien's lightning ball. A crackling sound of electricity and a cloud of smoke followed. The struggling leader crow's black, shiny feathers had been completely burned. It opened its beak, coughing out smoke, and quickly fell to the ground, losing its last breath. The once orderly flock of mutated crows also started flying around aimlessly. Heise used his powers to lift into the air. Large flames flickered and darted around. Soon, all the crows in the sky disappeared. Ji Nani kicked the dead leader crow on the ground to make sure it was really dead, then finally relaxed. "Can you eat this thing's meat?" The smell of meat lingering in the air was so tempting that Iron Wolf and Heise couldn't help but ask in unison. Ji Nani looked at the ground full of mutated crows. There was hardly any space to step. She casually picked up one and cut it open with a knife. The charred outer layer of the mutated crow revealed bright red meat inside, which looked a bit frightening. As soon as she cut it open, rotten blood flowed out. Disgusted, Ji Nani threw away the mutated crow in her hand and shook her head. "These can't be eaten anymore. These mutated crows have eaten zombies and now carry zombie virus. They are no longer safe to eat. Let's deal with these bodies to prevent the virus from spreading further." Old Jean activated his supernatural power, creating a large pit on the ground. Using his ability, he pushed the earth around, causing the mutated crows to fall into the pit. "Li Jing, it's your turn to show what you can do," Ji Nani said to her with a turn of her head. Li Jing immediately understood what Ji Nani meant. She activated her power, summoning a fiery dragon that flew into the pit. Soon, all the mutated crows turned to ashes. Old Jean quickly helped by filling the hole with soil again. Shun Qingqing, curious, walked over to Ji Nani. "Why don't these mutated animals have crystal cores?" Ji Nani also looked puzzled. Normally, mutated animals should have crystal cores too. Thinking of the leading mutated crow, she quickly moved to the fallen body, picked it up, and threw it in front of Li Jing. The crow's feathers caught fire instantly. Soon, the leading crow was burned to nothing. Only a small crystal core, about the size of a quail egg, remained. Ji Nani carefully examined the crystal core. It looked dirtier than a zombie's crystal core, dull and grayish. "It seems only mutated animals that have gained intelligence will have crystal cores in their brains," Ji Nani said as she handed the crystal core to Shin Qingqing. Shin Qingqing took a look and, disgusted, threw the crystal core back to Ji Nani. "This black, ugly thing, even the crystal core looks so ugly." The bodies of the mutated crows were dealt with, but the 3 cars were thoroughly contaminated. The outside of the cars was covered in a thick layer of bird droppings, all from those mutated crows. If Ji Nani hadn't specifically instructed to keep the doors and windows closed, these cars would definitely be unusable now. Everyone finally realized the extent of the mess and was overwhelmed by the foul smell, making them feel like vomiting. "This is so disgusting." Shun Qingqing couldn't help but on the side. Li Jing and Yuan Qing also took a few steps back. Ji Nani shook her head and looked at Su Hien softly, saying, "In the future, we should bring a water element ability user when we go out. It would be more convenient. But what do we do now? It's almost noon. You girls go get some food to eat and recharge your energy. There are tools in the space. I will handle the cleaning with Tai Lang and the others." Su Hien pointed to the small yard nearby, which was clean. He had just checked it. Ji Nani nodded. With all the bird droppings on the car, she really couldn't handle it. Hearing Su Hien, Shen Qingqing immediately pulled Li Jing and Yuan Qing into the small yard. Jinani took some tools from the space, especially bringing a few pairs of gloves. It's up to you. I'll prepare some food for you. After saying that, she slipped away. To reward everyone, Jinani decided to take out some cooked food she had bought earlier from the space. The house looked messy, but luckily there were no signs of zombies, which made her quite satisfied. She took out cleaning tools, and the four of them quickly cleaned a small, tidy spot. They brought out a small dining table, matching chairs, and even laid a tablecloth. Just as they finished tidying up, they heard Tai Ling shouting, "Sister-in-law, I need water to wash my hands. I can't use my hands anymore." Shen Qingqing had just stepped out, then took a step back, worried that Tai Ling might accidentally hurt her. She was thinking to herself that tonight she must ask Jinani for a bar of soap to wash Tai Ling properly, or she wouldn't let him get into her bed. Jinani had already thought of this. While cleaning, she had placed a small water tank by the door for them to wash when they returned. Tai Ling was very happy. After washing his hands, he carried the basin of water back to Su Hian. The bird droppings on the car had been cleaned, but some traces remained, so they needed to wipe it thoroughly. About half an hour later, they finally finished cleaning the 3 cars. Li Jing agreed to boil some hot water. Everyone hurried to wash up. Each person's storage ring had clean clothes for changing, and they all changed their clothes directly. Once everything was ready, Jinani started taking vegetables from the space. She brought 6 dishes: boiled sliced pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, tomato beef stew, sour radish old duck soup, dry pot cauliflower, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. These were foods they hadn't eaten recently, and Tai Ling and the others all liked meat, so Jinani only took 2 vegetarian dishes. Li Jing and Yuan Qing watched in amazement, holding their chopsticks, unsure of what to eat. They secretly glanced at the others, who were eating normally, and realized this was just how things usually were. They stopped worrying and happily joined everyone in eating. Heizi occasionally helped Yuan Qing by offering her some food, which made Tai Ling feel he should also do his part. Shen Qingqing's bowl was almost piled high, but in the end, Tai Ling finished everything. They had seen how much these men could eat before, so they weren't surprised. Only Li Jing and Yuan Qing were shocked, such large appetites, yet they still managed to eat enough. Their savior was truly amazing, and they felt very lucky. After eating and drinking enough, everyone didn't delay and immediately started inspecting the factory buildings, beginning a thorough search. The first was a small noodle processing factory, likely a small workshop making instant noodles or similar products. The building was small, with only 2 production lines, and the finished products and materials had already been taken away. It looks like this place has already been searched. From the looks of it, probably more than one place. "Let's check the next factory," Su Hian said. But Jinani stopped in front of the 2 production lines. Su Hian walked over and asked, "Do you want to take this?" "Yes," Jinani nodded. "Taking this back means we can produce instant noodles in the future. If someone goes out on a mission, there will be someone here to process food." "That's not a bad idea," Su Hian said. Jinani stepped forward and whispered in Su Hian's ear, "The flour and other ingredients in the space can also be processed into noodles for trading." Su Hian hadn't thought of that, but after hearing Jinani, he immediately understood her meaning. "Then we'll take it. All the equipment we find next will be included too." "Yes, okay." Jinani waved her hand, and the 2 production lines were all stored in the space. Tai Ling spoke from the side. "Sister-in-law is amazing." Shen Qingqing held back Tai Ling and said, "Don't be silly. The next factory is ahead. Fortunately, the people before us were just here to search for supplies and didn't realize the importance of solar panels. The equipment and stock at this solar panel factory are still intact, including installation manuals and user guides." Su Hian handed the user manual directly to Heizi and said, "These machines and equipment are your expertise. From now on, all of this will be your responsibility and Dakian's. When we get back, I'll set up a special place for you. All the recovered machines will be given to you for research, so you can work on restoring these non-renewable resources." "Got it, boss. I promise to complete the task." Today, besides the main target of solar panels, we also collected several production lines. It turns out this was once an industrial park, with a few orchards nearby. Because of the remote location, besides the solar panel factory, the others were food processing plants, canneries, dried fruit factories, and so on. Jinan thought that even if she couldn't always get raw materials, she could store these items for future use. When the opportunity arises, they could serve as references. With this idea, Jinan decided that everything she encountered would be her top priority. After all, her space can hold as much as she wants. Everyone pack up and get ready to get in the car. Let's try to get back to the base before dark, Su Hyun instructed. Su Hyun opened the car door. Jinan's step slowed, and she stopped in place. Su Hyun looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone is coming." 2 cars, 9 people in total, Jinan continued. In the distance on the road, a military off-road vehicle led the way. A rugged-looking man was sitting in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. "Boss, the village ahead should be the place we're looking for." Hearing this, the man slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand to his temple, then picked up the walkie-talkie. "Everyone stay alert. We're almost there. Keep an eye on your surroundings." At this moment, a man sitting in the back seat spoke up. "Boss, there are people in the village. Should we avoid them and come back later?" "No need. Just go straight there." Their goal today was those solar panels. They didn't find many supplies this trip. If they can't get the solar panels, they won't know when they'll find gasoline again. The man felt his head start to hurt again and furrowed his brows tightly. Originally, his brothers had followed him out of the base to live a better life. But now their food was getting worse, and 2 children in the group were sick. They couldn't even find medicine. The solar panels were his only hope. No matter what, he had to try. If these people weren't after the solar panels, he could take everyone back to give the children medicine. "Qinjia, how many people are there, and how many are ability users?" "Boss, wait a moment, Qinjia wanted to check again, but suddenly his head hurt badly. He slumped onto the back seat, clutching his head tightly. Sweat beads covered his forehead. "Boss, there are also mental ability users inside. And those with higher levels than me. I've been discovered." Qinjia panted heavily from the pain. Seeing Qinjia's condition, the man grew a bit annoyed. He told the driver, "Drive faster. Go inside and see who they are. I want to stop Qinjia's headache." "Yes, boss." The driver sped up and headed into the village. Meanwhile, Nani immediately released her mental power as soon as she sensed someone nearby. She was surprised to find out about the person in the car, only to realize they were also a mental ability user.
Wow.
She hadn't seen this kind of person at the H-City base before. Now she actually met one here. At first, Nani wanted to challenge this mental ability user, but just as she released her pressure, the other person couldn't handle it. "Is he so weak?" Nani couldn't help but say. Coincidentally, a passing person named Cha-Cha overheard and said, "Master, is he that weak?" "Clearly, you're just too abnormal." Nani didn't argue. It was true. Today, she was just unlucky to meet this person. The car sped into the village and stopped in front of Tai Lang's vehicle. The man got out first and stepped directly in front of Tai Lang's car.
Who are you?
"Move aside." Seeing someone blocking the car, Tai Lang got out quickly, drew his weapon, and pointed it at the man. Li Haoqing was not afraid even when the Iron Wolf pointed his sword at him. Qinjia was in a serious situation, so he had to deal with that first. Li Haoqing stepped forward and said, "Sorry to bother you all. My little brother is in a lot of pain right now, and I hope some of you in the team can show mercy and let him go." "What if I don't want to let him go?" Iron Wolf replied confidently. He was annoyed by their arrogance, thinking they were not easy to deal with. Before Iron Wolf could speak again, Su Hyun and Nani approached. Seeing Li Haoqing's rough face, Su Hyun confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed Li Haoqing. He had thought his voice sounded familiar. Turns out it was someone he knew. He remembered seeing this person during a special skills competition for a mission. The person was quick and precise, but lacked a bit of ruthlessness, so he lost to Su Hyun. They had some past connection. Su Hyun leaned toward Nani and whispered a few words. Nani nodded, and Qinjia, sitting in the back, immediately stopped feeling dizzy. He shakily got out of the car and said to Li Haoqing, "Boss, I'm fine now." My head doesn't hurt anymore. Li Haoqing took a step forward to thank Su Hian, but when he got closer, he realized he knew him. It's you. Since that competition, Li Haoqing had wanted to challenge Su Hian again. But he was sent on a mission right away and couldn't find the time. When he finished his task and returned, he heard that Su Hian had retired. He didn't believe it at first, but the military was strict. If they said he retired, then he really did. He always felt regretful about that. Su Hian shrugged. What a coincidence. It's surprising to meet here. Are you all on a mission? Li Haoqing hesitated for a moment and then said, not exactly a mission. I was just looking for something to exchange for medicine. Su Hian immediately understood what Li Haoqing was after, the solar power panels. But this trip was a waste. They had already moved all the solar panels and other equipment, leaving only empty houses. Seeing someone he knew eased Li Haoqing's tension. He asked Su Hian directly, have you searched this area? Did you find any solar panels? Su Hian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked proactively, are you here to find the solar power panels? Li Haoqing nodded. 2 kids in our team are sick. The base needs me to bring this thing to get the medicine. Did you find it? Li Haoqing continued to ask. Su Hian didn't hide anything. He nodded to confirm he had the item. Since they met, he had already decided to bring this person to his base. He was talented, able to lead a team and fight. If he could control these people, their advantage would grow even more. Which base are you from? Su Hian knew what Li Haoqing wanted to say, but his main goal was to get the person on his side. He needed to gather useful information and then decide how to persuade him to follow willingly. Li Haoqing was not stupid. He understood Su Hian was trying to learn about his situation, but he couldn't understand why Su Hian was doing this. Li Haoqing didn't care about Su Hian's true intentions. He directly asked, Su Hian, can we make a deal? Solar power panels. Yes, this is very important to me. I need it badly. Since you have it, tell me what you need. I have everything on my side. Su Hian shook his head. I don't need anything in exchange. Hearing this, Li Haoqing became a little anxious. If it were anyone else, he would try to take the solar panels by force today. But Su Hian was different. Even if they were no longer in the same team, they used to be comrades. If they fought now, he couldn't do it. But Xiaoyan and the others were still waiting at home for him. Li Haoqing tried to talk to Su Hian again. But before he could finish, Su Hian interrupted him. What medicine do you need? Qin Jia stepped forward. We need cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and asthma medicine. Although they had quite a bit of supplies in this situation, the amount of medicine they could exchange was probably very limited. Even if they got some, it wouldn't be enough. Meanwhile, Jinani was observing Li Haoqing and his group nearby. Is there no healer with special abilities in your team? Even if you manage to get the power generator and some common medicines like asthma medication, which are now very hard to find, you probably can only exchange for a bottle of powdered inhaler. Jinani speaks the truth. Li Haoqing has nothing to say in reply. In fact, they can only get cold medicine. Other medicines are impossible to obtain. Li Haoqing shakes his head. Our team doesn't have a healer with healing powers. There is one in the base, but we left the base last month and had a falling out with the leader. He won't allow that healer to treat us. It's just cold medicine, which was secretly promised by his soldiers to the base leader. Li Haoqing didn't say the last part out loud. Guilt rises again. If it weren't for him, Xiaoyan and the others could at least get medical help. I can help you heal. Li Haoqing suddenly looks up at Jinani. Are you a healer with healing powers? Jinani nods gently. Yes, so I can help you. Any conditions? Li Haoqing asks, looking at Jinani. Nothing in this world is free. Since the end of the world, he has learned this lesson many times, which makes him realize how unpredictable people's hearts are. Jinani smiles at Li Haoqing and shakes her finger. No conditions needed. No conditions? Before Li Haoqing can speak, Qin Jia can't help but shout. No conditions? How is that possible? Is he dreaming? Yes, no conditions. Just let the person who needs treatment come out. I will treat them right now. Li Haoqing scratches his head. The person isn't here. We need to trouble you to come with us. Is that okay? Jinani points to the car behind Li Haoqing. Her mental map shows there is an injured person in the car, likely bleeding heavily. The point on her mental map flickers, clearly indicating someone injured and bleeding too much. Does the person in the car need treatment? Yes. Yes, they do. Wu Hao, who is in the car, immediately opens the door and runs to Ji Nani, worried that if he delays even a second, she might regret it. Today, they had bad luck. They didn't find any supplies and encountered two groups of zombies. The second group was small, but the first was a large zombie horde. When they met the second group, everyone's energy was running low. Hanwen stepped in to block him. Although he wasn't bitten, he was pierced through by a wire fence. Luckily, it wasn't in a vital spot. The people in the car heard Ji Nani's words and immediately helped Hanwen out of the car and moved to the front. If you keep moving him like that, he'll bleed heavily again soon. Hanwen's lips were pale, and he was almost semi-conscious. What should we do then? A few big men became flustered after hearing Ji Nani. Lay him flat there. I'll treat his wound. With his condition, if we wait too long, we might have to bury him, Ji Nani said. Hearing this, the men relaxed a little, carefully laid Hanwen flat, and made sure he was comfortable. Ji Nani knelt beside Hanwen and turned to Qinjia. Take off his shirt. I need to treat him. Okay. Qinjia said, stepping forward to remove Hanwen's jacket, leaving only a vest. The vest had a large bloodstain, and he peeled it back to reveal the wound. The area around the wound was purple and blue. The blood on the wound had dried, but it looked raw and messy. Because it wasn't disinfected in time, the wound looked very fierce. Ji Nani asked Su Hian to get a bottle of hydrogen peroxide from the car. He poured it directly onto Hanwen's wound to clean it. Foam quickly formed, and as it gradually decreased, Ji Nani activated his energy, placing his hand on Hanwen's wound. Qinjia watched carefully from the side, quietly observing Ji Nani treat Hanwen. He saw the purple and blue around the wound slowly return to normal color. The wound itself was visibly healing, and the once fierce injury was disappearing. This is amazing, Qinjia stammered, pointing at the wound. The base has healing abilities, and Qinjia has seen him treat injured ability users. After treatment, the wounds still need time to heal. He has never seen anyone who can make wounds heal instantly. Li Haoqing stood behind Ji Nani and saw this scene clearly. He was immediately shocked. Su Hian's team not only has healing ability users, but their powers are also very strong. If he could bring his brothers into the team, everyone wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Li Haoqing looked at Hanwen, who had already regained consciousness. His lips, which had been pale, returned to normal. He felt more sure that his idea was right. Su Hian watched Li Haoqing's reaction. He saw his eyebrows go from tight to relaxed, then furrow again with worry lines. He silently moved a little closer to Li Haoqing. Brother Su, are you guys on a mission at that base? Li Haoqing was afraid to speak directly, worried that Su Hian would refuse. He thought that if he was rejected later, he could go to Su Hian's base first, since they were close. Sooner or later, Su Hian would agree to let them join his team. Hearing Li Haoqing, who now called him differently, Su Hian was more sure of Li Haoqing's thoughts. He didn't like beating around the bush and asked directly, "Do you want to join us? Brother Su, you see right through me? Yes, but only if you want to." Will the people in your team agree? Su Hian wanted everyone to hear that his and Ji Nani's method was simple. As long as they managed the team well, they would listen to him. Plus, they had powerful pills to ensure safety. But the key was he wanted them to join willingly. Different people need different solutions.
I'm willing.
Don't worry, Brother Su. From now on, you're our boss. The brothers will follow you. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll cut them myself. Li Haoqing pounded his chest to assure Su Hian. Then he waved his hand, calling everyone out of the car. From now on, we follow Brother Su's team. Brother Su is the boss. Anyone who disobeys him, watch out, I'll cut you, Li Haoqing said, waving his fist at everyone and explaining the plan. Su Hian looked at Li Haoqing's fist and thought, as expected, this is how he is. This person, he not only values reason, but also relies on strength. His subordinates are all obediently managed by him and are very capable. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. About a minute later, they all saluted Su Hian and said in unison, "Hello, leader." Su Hian returned the salute and continued, "Your leader is still Li Haoqing. From now on, you are all part of the base. You are still members of your old leader's team." Su Hian's words carried a lot of trust, which made this group of people feel excited and uncertain. They asked hesitantly, "The base?" "Our own base. Built by ourselves," Su Hian nodded. He and Jinani had already decided to bring in some reliable people first. After the Spring Festival, they would start building the base's foundation, an exclusive base for their special abilities. The plan was to finish it by March next year. Originally, they planned to wait until Su Hian and Jinani returned from S-City to bring everyone back. But now, with more people, he had already told Lao Jin to lead the team back first. Tai Lang and Shen Qingqing would stay at the H-City base to help. They also had a talented architect, so once they returned from S-City, the base buildings would already be under construction. "First, take us to meet up with your team. Then Lao Jin will lead you all back. Although it's our own base, it's still under construction, so everyone needs to go back and help," Jinani said as she approached Su Hian. Hearing Su Hian's plan, everyone was eager to go. Li Haoqing's main camp was not far from here. Qin Jia drove ahead to lead the way, and the group went back to pick up the remaining people. Jinani originally thought Xiaoyan was an adult, but it turned out she was a beautiful 16-year-old girl. She looked somewhat like Li Haoqing. "This is my older brother's daughter. Before he passed away, he entrusted Xiaoyan to me. Please take care of her," Li Haoqing said as he helped Xiaoyan walk over to Jinani, saluting her with respect and hope in his eyes. Jinani asked Xiaoyan to sit aside. She directly placed her hand on Xiaoyan's wrist and used her special ability to check her body. This child was born very weak, and because she has asthma, she needs to be cared for gently. Surprisingly, she has managed to survive until today in this difficult world, which shows that this group has put in a lot of effort. Li Haoqing saw that Jinani's face changed and thought there was no hope for treatment, feeling a bit sad. Xiaoyan saw Li Haoqing's expression fall and comforted him, saying, "Big brother, Xiaoyan is much better now. Don't worry. Xiaoyan, don't worry. Big brother will find someone to cure you and get the asthma medicine." Jinani ignored these two and used her special power to start treating Xiaoyan. She took a white camellia flower from her pocket and placed it in Xiaoyan's hand. "Eat this, and remember to ask me for one more flower tomorrow and the day after. Your asthma will get better. Is it done?" Li Haoqing asked, unable to believe it. "Really?" he added. "Yes, really." Li Haoqing was so excited. His brother was bitten by a zombie just to protect him. Since the end of the world, he has been working hard in the base to complete tasks, just to earn more food for Xiaoyan. Only then could Xiaoyan's nutrition keep up. This is great news. Xiaoyan's illness is finally cured. The main problem is solved, and everyone feels relieved. Since leaving the base, no one has been treated when they are sick or injured. Now, with a healing power user, everyone lined up to be treated by Jinani. Jinani smiled silently, pulled Xiaoyan to sit in her place, and mysteriously addressed everyone. "Next, Xiaoyan will treat your injuries." Li Haoqing was confused. Xiaoyan had no special powers, and she was just a child. How could she treat everyone? "Xiaoyan, you don't have powers." Jinani looked at Li Haoqing with a mysterious smile and said, "Who told you that Xiaoyan has no powers? Xiaoyan is a healer. She didn't awaken her powers earlier because her body was too weak. Now that her health has improved, her powers have awakened too." Xiaoyan was also a bit surprised. She now had a special ability, a rare healing power. In the future, if her uncle and brothers got hurt, she could heal them. She would no longer hold back the team. Jinani taught Xiaoyan how to activate and control her ability. Xiaoyan tried it and indeed felt the energy flowing inside her body. Happily, Xiaoyan reached out her hand to the wound on Qin Jia. The wound, under Xiaoyan's healing, slowly started to scab. She wanted to do more but couldn't, and her energy was quickly draining. Jinani noticed Xiaoyan's mood and stepped forward to comfort her. "You've done very well. You just awakened your ability, and what you've achieved is better than many others. Practice more, and you'll improve faster. Xiao Yan really trusted and liked Jinani. After hearing her words, she nodded seriously. Okay, thank you, sister. I understand. I will practice hard. Seeing Xiao Yan full of confidence, Li Haoqing finally smiled again after a long time. Thinking about all these people, it wasn't suitable to bring them to the H City base. Su Hian and Jinani decided to take most of the team home directly. After settling things there, he would leave with Jinani for S City. Su Hian told Tai Lang and the others to help Li Haoqing and the team pack up. Soon, everyone was ready to leave. Tai Lang was at the front, while Su Hian and Jinani took responsibility for the back of the convoy. Suddenly, Jinani remembered she still had supplies and weapons in her space to send to Zhangyong at the base. Chunda had already taken everyone to the Yamamoto experimental base early in the morning. They found nothing but encountered a small group of zombies. These zombies weren't a match for them, but Chunda didn't expect that H City had already seen a level 3 zombie. This small group of zombies was led by that level 3 zombie. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. The level 3 zombie was directing the lower-level zombies to set traps, even blowing out the tires of their lead vehicle. Chunda clenched his teeth. His ability was almost gone. He leapt over to Li Bingsun and shouted, "Give me a knife." When Li Bingsun heard Chunda's words, he immediately took out a long sword exchanged from the system and threw it directly to Chunda. Chunda turned sideways just in time to face the approaching zombie. He swung the sword and cut off the zombie's head, splattering rotten blood onto his face. He casually wiped his face and continued to swing the sword at another zombie. "Brother Chen, I feel like these zombies are being controlled by someone," said Chen Long, hitting a zombie on the head with an iron rod. In an instant, the zombie's head was smashed into pieces, with brains and rotten blood mixing together, making it even more disgusting. Normally, Chunda would complain about how gross it was when Chen Long kills a zombie, but today he couldn't care less. Not only did the zombies learn to dodge, but they also stopped charging blindly like before. It's really creepy. Chunda forced himself to stay calm. If they kept going like this, everyone would be stuck here. Chunda jumped onto the roof of a car to observe the surroundings. Soon, he noticed at the back of the zombie horde a zombie surrounded by several others, with eyes that looked different from the rest. Chunda watched for a while and realized that these zombies probably communicated through brain waves. Even the zombies far away could quickly receive his commands. "Li Bingsun, give me the rifle." Chunda called him over and took the rifle from his hands. "Go help them. Hold on a little longer. I'll handle this." Chunda climbed up a nearby tree, sat on a branch, raised the rifle, and aimed at the zombie. With a loud bang, the zombie fell dead. Without its leader, the other zombies immediately returned to their previous mindless state. In a few moments, everyone quickly finished off the remaining zombies. Go Hong looked at the wrecked off-road vehicle, showing a worried expression. "Brother Chen, what do we do? The car is completely ruined by these zombies. How are we supposed to get back in this freezing weather? Why are you rushing?" "Brother Chung is already thinking of a way," Li Bingsun interrupted.
Li Bingsun.
"Are you trying to cause trouble?" Go Hong was angry at Li Bingsun's words and immediately pressed a knife to his neck. Li Bingsun didn't care at all. He was sure Go Hong wouldn't make a move, just trying to scare him. He continued provoking, "If you have the guts, go ahead and hit me." Go Hong raised his knife and swung it toward Li Bingsun, but Chunda fired a shot, forcing him to retreat. "What's going on now? You two are still arguing. If you can't think of a plan, get out of here and stop blocking the way." Chunda was already annoyed and didn't have time to deal with their problems. "Brother Chen, there's a car coming," he ran over, pointing at 5 cars approaching on the road. Chunda quickly thought of a solution. This opportunity was too good to miss. He lowered his voice and told everyone, "Calm down for now. We're going to do something big later." Everyone understood what Chunda meant. They had done similar things before and usually got good stuff. These cars looked promising, so they should have valuable goods. Iron Wolf had already spotted Chunda and his group. He immediately used the walkie-talkie to report to Ji Nan-yi. "Sister-in-law, it looks like the people ahead want to block the cars. Ignore them. Just drive straight through. Got it. Ching Ching, hold on tight. We're speeding up, Iron Wolf told the others on the walkie-talkie, and the convoy increased their speed. Chunda originally sent Qinlong and Wu Qi to stop the cars, but when he saw the slow-moving vehicles suddenly speed up, he quickly called them back. Chunda stepped to the side of the road, waving to signal Iron Wolf to stop. Iron Wolf ignored him and sped past. One car after another drove past Chunda, kicking up dust that covered him completely, then disappeared into the distance. Chunda watched the cars go, then raised his hand and cut through a nearby tree. The others saw what was happening and didn't dare approach. They stood beside Chunda, waiting for his mood to settle. Long whispered to Gohong, the woman sitting in the front passenger seat of the last car. Does she look like the person in the photo? Gohong nodded. I think so. Should we tell Brother Chen? Long looked at Chunda, who still looked angry. He shook his head. Let's wait and tell him later. Chunda happened to overhear Gohong's words and asked angrily, What are you two talking about? Gohong directly replied, I was saying that the person in the front passenger seat of the last car just now looks like the woman in the photo the boss gave us. Chunda immediately turned his head and looked toward Ji Nan-yi and the others who were leaving. However, the entire convoy was still moving fast, and he couldn't even see the back of the cars anymore. Hurry up and remove the tires from this car to put on the others. Everyone else stay here and wait. Long, Li Bingsun, Li Qi, and Shweta, come with me. Move quickly, Chunda shouted through clenched teeth. Everyone dared not delay and quickly started fixing the cars. Long was driving, and the speed was already up to 145 miles per hour. Since there were still some patches of unmelted ice on the ground, the wheels were slipping a bit, but Long kept his face dark and did not slow down. Even after reaching 150 miles per hour, he still couldn't see the convoy of Ji Nan-yi and the others. Stop the car, Chunda said fiercely. Long slowly pressed the brakes, afraid of skidding and flipping the vehicle. Finally, the car stopped steadily. Long opened the passenger door and started venting his frustration by smashing the nearby trees. Nothing had gone smoothly on this journey. The four people in the car saw Chunda's expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of getting involved. Chunda was an ice-type ability user, strengthened by a crystal core given by Jiangsheng. His power was now stronger than all of theirs, and with another breakthrough, he could freeze people instantly. This made everyone feel helpless. Most of the time, they could only endure Chunda's anger and Li Bingsun's provocations. But Chunda's anger eventually turned toward Long. He opened the door of the driver's seat and pulled Long out of the car. Long was dragged to the ground. Chunda stepped on his chest and said, Why didn't you say something earlier? Who do you think you are, making decisions for me? What are you even worth? I can kick you out of the team anytime. Still feeling unsatisfied, Chunda crouched down, grabbed Long by the collar, and punched him several times. Blood quickly started to flow from Long's mouth. Chunda finally felt a bit more relaxed. He stood up and looked down at Chunda with a dismissive expression. Hurry up and drive. Why are you just sitting on the ground like a dead dog? Li Bingsun was happily watching from the back seat. He thought to himself, You all usually pick on me and form small groups. Now someone is standing up for me. Seeing Long still not getting up, Li Bingsun rolled down the window and pretended to be concerned. Long, come on, get in and drive. Don't keep making Brother Chen angry. If you had spoken earlier, our brothers would have risked everything to stop their car for us. Now we can't even see their figures. You know this was our main task today. The person is right in front of us, but you missed it. Next time, who knows when we'll meet again. It's not Chinji's fault for being angry. He's just venting, which is fair. Shweta couldn't stand it anymore. He opened the car door and helped Long into the back seat. He gently squeezed Long's hand to signal him not to be impulsive. With a smile, he faced Chunda's angry face. Brother Chen, I'll drive. Long's driving skills aren't as good as mine. I'll do it. Chunda didn't say anything. He looked annoyed and sat in the driver's seat. At the intersection where they split up, Tai Lang stopped the car and waited for Su Hien and Ji Nan-yi to get out and give further instructions. Su Hien pulled Ji Nan-yi along, with Li Haoqing following behind as they approached Tai Lang. Tai Lang, you lead everyone back first. Jinan E and I will go to the H base. First, to deliver supplies to the base leader, and second, to pick up Professor Wang and others. Then we'll all go home together. You take care of settling everyone in, Su Hyun said.
Got it.
Don't worry, boss. Jinan went over to Li Hao-chung and handed him several wooden boxes and 2 boxes of bullets. If anything happens on the way, don't hesitate. Just shoot to solve the problem. He didn't expect Jinan and the others to have wooden boxes. Li Hao-chung thought Su Hyun was really impressive. He probably wouldn't beat Su Hyun in his lifetime. Jinan raised his head and continued speaking to Tai Lang. If we encounter the same situation as before, don't pay attention. Just speed up. If necessary, use the wooden boxes to push them back. Getting home safely is the most important. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will protect Qingqing's safety and take responsibility for everyone. Although Iron Wolf speaks casually, he is very reliable when it comes to work. Su Hyun and Jinan both trust him completely. They didn't waste time talking and parted ways, each heading in different directions. On the way to the H City base, Jinan and Su Hyun encountered a wave of more than 60 zombies. Since it was just the 2 of them, and they were in a hurry, Jinan quickly used her special powers. The zombies' walking speed slowed noticeably. She shot out countless vines that pierced through the zombies' heads. If the zombies had crystal cores inside their brains, they would be wrapped up and pulled out. Quickly dealing with the zombies, Jinan efficiently finished them off. The 2 continued driving. Jinan sat in the passenger seat, resting her head on the window, watching the scenery outside. Suddenly, she sat up and spoke to Su Hyun. Husband, I feel like there are more zombies lately. They're not just wandering alone on the streets anymore, but are forming small groups, almost like they have leaders guiding them. Su Hyun thought for a moment and nodded gently. Yes, the zombies have definitely increased. The groups we've seen these past few days are all large. Jinan frowned, looking a bit worried. I suspect the zombies have evolved again. They might be at least level 3 or higher now. Fighting them will be even harder in the future. When we get back, we should tell everyone. When they go out to fight zombies, they need to be extra careful. Su Hyun comforted her. When we return, I'll explain everything to them. Don't worry, we should also remind the base leader. After that, Jinan fell into deep thought, hesitating. Husband, do you think I should leave some camellia flowers at Sister Xianing's place? Even though Bai Ling is gone, and the base has other healing powers, I still worry about Sister Xianing. It's okay to leave some, just in case. But the base's problems still need to be solved by themselves. We can't always help them. Jinan nodded. People need to grow on their own. I know what I should do now. Li Zhe saw that the car contained Jinan and Su Hyun, so he immediately opened the gate of the base to let them in. Seeing no other cars behind, he asked curiously, Brother Su, where is everyone else? Jinan rolled down the window and replied, they went on other missions. We are coming back first. Li Zhe didn't ask further. Watching them drive away, he ordered the guards to close the gate, added some firewood to the fire pit, and continued standing guard. Su Hyun drove the car directly to the base leader's house. When Xia Ning heard the car, she quickly came out. Seeing Jinan get out from the front passenger seat, she was very happy. She took Jinan's arm and led him into the house. Nani, my dinner is ready. Stay and eat with us tonight. I made my best dishes and you must try them. Jinan didn't refuse. He went into the house with Xia Ning. The Zhang family parents were sitting at the dining table. When they saw Jinan come in, they stood up to greet him, but Jinan quickly walked over and stopped them. Because of Jinan and Su Hyun's arrival, Xia Ning decided to add another dish. She told Jinan to wait in the living room while she went back to the kitchen to prepare. Soon, Zhang Yong also returned. Seeing Su Hyun, he happily went over to talk to him. Zhang Yong had many new ideas and perspectives recently. He wanted to chat with Su Hyun, so the two sat together, drinking tea and talking. Xia Ning quickly finished preparing the food. Everyone sat together in the living room of the base leader's house to eat. Jinan gave Xia Ning all the supplies from the space and the base leader's weapons for her to store, especially the bath gels and skincare products. When Xiaoning saw them, her eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Chunda decided temporarily to go to the H-City base instead of returning to the villa in Qingshan Bay. They only had one car left now, so they needed to find a way to get another. Chunda set his sights on the H-City base. When Jinani and Su Hian left the base leader's house, Chunda was at the gate, arguing with Li Zhe. The base had just finished re-registering, so Zhang Yong ordered that, for now, no mutants other than ordinary people would be accepted. But Chunda and his team of 12 people, not counting the 2 who had already sacrificed, included 2 space-type abilities and 1 healing-type ability. This made Li Zhe very interested, as these are exactly the talents the base currently needs. Li Zhe sent someone to inform the base leader to come and make a decision. Meanwhile, Chunda was watching Li Zhe hold an ability scanner. Surprisingly, this device could detect their abilities. He had originally planned for everyone to lie about their abilities, but it was detected immediately. Jinani and Su Hian had just left the base leader's house when they were pulled back to the base entrance. Hian, a small team, has arrived at the base. There are 10 people, including several ability users urgently needed by the base. You come with me to check them out. Let's go. Su Hian didn't have time to refuse and was pulled into the vehicle by the base leader. He had no choice but to go along. Jinani couldn't escape either. When Chunda saw Jinani get out of the vehicle, his gaze seemed fixed on him, following his every move. It's really easy to get what they want. The others saw Jinani and were also surprised. Chunda was the first to react, clearing his throat, and everyone else looked away. But in that brief moment, Jinani and Su Hian became alert. Originally, the base leader was ready to refuse Chunda and his team entry, but Su Hian stopped him with a hand. Su Hian stepped forward and looked through the base gate at Chunda and asked, "Where are you from?" Chunda answered calmly, "We are a small team acting alone. There are too many zombies lately, so we want to seek protection at your base. We have food supplies and will follow the base's rules." If it weren't for the suspicious looks in Chunda's eyes when they saw Jinani, Jinani wouldn't have thought much at first. But after seeing their watchful gazes, Li Zhe also became cautious. The people behind Chunda also echoed in agreement. They kept promising how they would contribute to the base once they joined. However, Chunda didn't realize that their overly eager behavior made them look more suspicious. In the end, Chunda successfully entered the base. Li Zhe was perceptive and quickly understood what Su Hian and the base leader meant. He immediately arranged accommodations for Chunda and the others. Jinani looked at Chunda and the others. Today, he wasn't very interested, so he sent Wei Wu to secretly follow them and took Su Hian back to his own residence. Since the people had already entered their territory, it didn't matter what strange or suspicious individuals they were. Eventually, they would reveal themselves. Chunda asked Li Bingsen to go deliver the grain, while the others followed Li Zhe to the house where they would stay. Looking at the house, the people behind Chunda seemed quite satisfied. At least today, they had a house to sleep in without taking turns on watch. Even Chunda didn't notice that the curtain nearby moved slightly because Wei Wu shifted. Chunda arranged for someone to tidy up the room. Li Bingsen came in cursing loudly from the main door. "Brother Chun, this base is really shady. They actually charge grain based on people, 30 gene per person, and besides that we have to complete tasks and hand over 100 crystal cores. When we go back to the base, they'll probably raise the entry requirements." Chunda's face darkened. These demands were clearly meant to trap them. He wondered how they managed to eat all that. When they left, he would make sure they spit it all out. That night, everyone ate a quick meal and went to sleep. Most of their abilities were exhausted, so they needed rest to recover. Jinani returned to his villa, greeted Professor Wang, then pulled Su Hian into his room. "If I'm right, those people probably know me," Jinani said, leaning on the bed and thinking about the looks in their eyes, the way they clearly saw me as prey. It's really hard not to notice. Su Hian came over, pulled the blanket over himself, and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, they are probably part of Yamamoto's group. It seems they couldn't hold back and came to find us willingly." Jinani sat upright, eyes filled with doubt, and asked, "Normally, I shouldn't have any connection with them this life. Could Lu Qiaoji or someone else also have been reborn? Su Hian hadn't spoken yet, but TT immediately disagreed. Master, that's impossible. There are no second reborn people on Blue Star. This time, I'm even more sure that those illegal underground game systems took the opportunity to sneak in. They can let the bound hosts see past events because you have been reborn. Since you are reborn, the past events are real and can be observed. A sense of danger rose in Ji Nani's heart. This also meant that the other person knew what her original development path should have been. No wonder they were so eager to find her. TT, is there a merchant from another world who can help me hide my special abilities so they can't be detected? That person has a doomsday game system, so they might also have detection devices for special abilities. If someone else can detect her and Su Hian's abilities, it wouldn't be good for them. Her experience of retrieving solar panels made her realize she needed to be prepared in advance. Some things should be thought through early. Yes, Master. There are merchants from a cultivation world who have a special hiding pill. After taking it, they can hide their true internal and spiritual energy. You can take it to hide your abilities too. Ji Nani nodded lightly. It's good to have such pills. She plans to trade for more and hide everyone's true strength. The unknown is the most frightening, isn't it? TT, keep an eye out. If there's a cultivation merchant, call me immediately. Understood, Master. Su Hian pulled Ji Nani into his arms and softly coaxed her to sleep. As for the few people who entered the base, their abilities were all below his, and from his observations today, it seemed they had internal conflicts. He didn't mind giving them a push, saving himself some effort. Su Hian watched Ji Nani sleep peacefully, gently covered her with a blanket, then left the space and exited the room. Wei Wu was waiting at the door. Seeing him come out, he approached to speak, but Su Hian stopped him and took him into the study. The master, they came from the S-City base. The people in the team don't like that space-type ability user named Li Bingson. There are probably deep conflicts between them. Also, from what others have said, Li Bingson's space ability seems to contain quite a lot of supplies. The leader's name is Chinda. Su Hian nodded. We'll keep watching, and then he moved Wei Wu closer, whispering into his ear. Wei Wu was unsure if he heard correctly, so he looked up at Su Hian for confirmation. After receiving clear instructions from Su Hian, Wei Wu disappeared quietly from the room. Su Hian stroked a pen on his desk, a faint smile on his face. Since there are conflicts, he decided to add some fuel to the fire. Li Bingsun was responsible for preparing breakfast the next morning. Thinking that Chinda was in a bad mood, Li Bingsun felt it was necessary to show off a little. He prepared a hearty breakfast early, planning to take credit in front of Chinda. But as soon as Chinda left, all the food on the table disappeared into thin air. Li Bingsun was explaining how he made the breakfast, but when he turned around, the table was empty. Is this the breakfast you mentioned? Air. Chinda, still annoyed from waking up, immediately felt the irritation. Last night was too late, and they didn't gather firewood, so the room was cold. They just slept like that. Early this morning, Li Bingsun came to say he had cooked hot porridge to warm everyone up. He arrived, but where was the hot porridge? Was he joking? Li Bingsun stared in disbelief at the empty table, quickly walking over. No way, this can't be. I clearly made it and put it on the table just now. Just then, Gahong walked in from outside. Li Bingsun grabbed his collar. You little thief, where's the breakfast I cooked? That was everyone's breakfast, not just for you to eat alone. Gohan looked confused and didn't have time to react before Li Bingsun pushed him to the ground. Gohan was naturally quick-tempered. Once he realized what was happening, he wouldn't give Li Bingsun another chance. He flipped over and sat on Li Bingsun, grabbing his neck tightly. What are you, daring to grab my collar? Just wait. Today I'll beat you so hard you won't even recognize yourself. Gaehong raised his fist and punched Li Bingsun in the face. When he was about to throw a second punch, Chinda stepped in and called a stop. How can you act like this? Fighting over breakfast is so embarrassing. Follow me, and you'll never lack food or clothing. Why are you acting so humble now? Chinda was getting angrier, and his eyes looked colder as he spoke to Gaehong. Just then, Chenlong and the others came downstairs. Seeing what was happening, they quickly pulled Gaehong away. Li Bingsun took the chance to shout and complain about his pain. Li Bingsun has a somewhat feminine look, and now with tears in his eyes, he looked quite upset. Chunda looked at Ge Hong with a dark face. Today's breakfast grains will be taken from your share. If this happens again, you won't get to eat it all. Hearing this, Ge Hong suddenly rushed out from behind Chen Long. Why should my share be taken? I didn't eat it. Li Bingsun always withholds our food, and you never care. Now you're coming out to control it. Why is this on me? Why isn't Li Bingsun responsible? He didn't prepare breakfast at all. I'm a rough man, but I'm not someone who can be blamed for everything. Whatever Li Bingsun says, you believe him? You don't trust your brother? Are you secretly close to Li Bingsun? Ge Hong almost shouted these words out loud. After speaking, he felt much lighter. Chunda, hearing Ge Hong accuse him of being close to Li Bingsun, instantly became furious. A shard of ice appeared in his hand and shot toward Ge Hong. If Ge Hong hadn't reacted quickly, the ice shard would have pierced his chest. Chunda was acting with deadly intent. Chen Long and the others behind Ge Hong were so frightened they took a step back. They didn't expect Chunda to be so ruthless. Ge Hong now saw clearly that Chunda was protecting Li Bingsun. If he stayed in this team, he couldn't keep quiet anymore. If they were going to tear each other apart, he had to speak up. So, I was right to point out your guilt. I've contributed a lot to the team, and according to the base's rules, I should get a good amount of food. It seems all the supplies have been taken by you two greedy people, Go Hong said with disdain as he looked at Chunda. Go Hong's words made Chunda furious. His eyes burned with anger, as if he wanted to set Go Hong on fire. But Go Hong no longer cared about Chunda's expression. He was completely disappointed in him and spoke coldly, without any hesitation.
Give me my share of the supplies.
From today on, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Go Hong broke free from Chen Long's grip, stepped forward, and stood face to face with Chunda. Your supplies? What supplies do you have?
Shengda shoute.
Go Hong was about to reply when a sudden pain made him stop.
Ah.
He looked down at the wound in his stomach, blood flowing out. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against it. Chunda's ice blade had pierced through Go Hong's body. The warmth of the blood began to melt the blade, and the diluted blood quickly spread beneath him, forming a shocking red pool. No one had expected Chunda to do such a thing. As Go Hong fell to his knees, everyone stood frozen in shock. Shwedo was the first to react. He was in charge of treating the injured in the team, so he rushed forward to help. But Chunda glared at him and warned, no one is allowed to treat him today. Didn't he say he wanted to leave the team? Didn't he say I was unfair? Then let this be a lesson for everyone. Anyone who dares to disturb the order of the team will end up like him. After saying that, Chunda turned and went back to his room, leaving everyone staring at each other in silence. Li Bingsun pulled up a stool and sat beside Go Hong, looking at him with a smug expression. Because the bleeding hadn't been stopped, Go Hong was already very weak. He could feel his life slipping away. When Chen Long and the others tried to come closer, Li Bingsun glared at them. Brother Chen said no one is allowed to help. Go Hong glared back at Li Bingsun and said weakly, You'll pay for this, Li Bingsun. You won't have a good end. Li Bingsun bent down, his face close to Go Hong's, and said with a sneer, Really? Too bad, you'll die before I do. Ge Hong died from excessive blood loss. Li Bingsun led a few people to carry him onto a vehicle. It's unclear how much hatred there was, but Li Bingsun personally drove the car, threw the body out of the base, and watched the zombies slowly approach, smelling the scent. Only then did Li Bingsun start the car and return to the base. Through the rear-view mirror, he saw Ge Hong being bitten by the zombies. Li Bingsun smiled, feeling very satisfied. He liked Chunda, and this was a secret no one could know. If Chunda found out about his feelings, he would definitely kick him out immediately. So, Li Bingsun kept these thoughts to himself, and no one else was allowed to know, no matter how they found out. Li Bingsun confidently returned to the base. As he thought about their goal, he began to consider how he could help Chunda catch Jinani quickly. While wandering around, he saw Jinani walking past him. What is so special about Jinani? Li Bingsun wondered if revealing this discovery and giving the credit to Chunda would make him happier. Thinking of this, Li Bingsun quietly followed behind. Jinani had already sensed the tail behind her and turned to look. A smile appeared on her face. The fish had taken the bait. Li Bingsun followed Jinani. He thought he was hiding well and became more daring in his actions. He casually picked up a stick from the roadside, planning to hit her when she wasn't paying attention.
Ah!
Before he could enjoy the thrill of sneaking up on Jinani, someone hit him from behind with a stick. Wei Wu appeared, holding a thicker stick than the one Li Bingsun had. Jinani gave Wei Wu a thumbs up. Wei Wu was so pleased to be praised by Jinani, like a young child receiving a big red flower, and he was very happy. Now it was Jinani's turn to feel helpless. She didn't expect these people, after taking loyalty pills, to be so simple-minded, like children. Luckily, she still remembered her skills. Otherwise, she would have to teach them all over again, which would be too troublesome. Wei Wu received orders and quickly restrained Li Bingsun. Then he told Jinani, carried Li Bingsun on his shoulder, and disappeared from sight. This is something Jinani occasionally discovered. As long as there is physical contact with Wei Wu, when Wei Wu uses his special abilities, they can both become invisible together. Jinani was thinking about wandering around the base to see if any fish would take the bait when she saw Su Hian walking from a distance. That morning, Wei Wu returned to report work, so she didn't see what happened to Go Hong and the others. When she returned, she saw Li Bingsun driving out of the base, and Su Hian followed to take a look. Su Hian held Jinani's hand gently and said softly, "The person died, their stomach was pierced, and they died from blood loss." "Such cruelty?" she asked. Just because a breakfast disappeared, Jinani still felt a bit shocked. Although she originally wanted to stir up trouble between them, the plan she and Su Hian had in mind resulted in someone dying. It was a bit too shocking. "It seems our tricks won't work anymore," Jinani said. Su Hian nodded in agreement. "These people are now like scattered sand. We thought it would take some time to clean them up, but they turned out to be so weak. I just wonder if the group in S-City is also this easy to deal with." Hearing this, Jinani still felt worried. Now that they knew the other side has a doomsday system, an unstable one who knows what uncontrollable things might happen. Thinking of this, Jinani suddenly remembered the ability to see the future. Although she had never seen it herself, given the current situation, there are already invisibility and fog-type abilities. Maybe there are also future predicting abilities. They need to prepare in advance. Thinking of this, Jinani pulled Su Hian to go home. Su Hian knew Jinani must have something on her mind, so he followed her. Fortunately, Jinani thought of this. Lu Qiao's doomsday system finally upgraded. This upgrade brought Lu Qiao something very important, the ability awakening serum. Although there were only 2 bottles, Lu Qiao was very happy. Looking at the 2 bottles of greenish liquid on the table, Lu Qiao didn't hesitate. She picked up one and drank it all. The system didn't have enough time to warn him. Lu Qiao fainted because of the effects of the special ability awakening liquid, and the system immediately malfunctioned. Just before losing control, he cursed loudly. A succulent plant on the windowsill moved its leaves. Soon, a thin green vine slipped through the window. Confirming Lu Qiao was truly unconscious, it wrapped the bottle of liquid on the table with the vine, then split off a branch, opened the window, and retracted back outside, carefully closing the window again. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Chunda waited a long time, but still didn't see Li Bingsun return. He looked grim as he asked the people inside, "Where is Li Bingsun? Has he come back yet?" "No, he hasn't," Qianlong replied. "Go out and find him quickly." Chunda's face darkened further. Li Bingsun had taken their only car and gone out. 2 hours had passed, and neither he nor the car had returned. Qianlong led a few brothers and went out together. First, they asked Li Zhe at the gate. Su Hian had already come to give instructions. Li Zhe shook his head and said he hadn't seen Li Bingsun come back. Qianlong was a bit disappointed and went back. Without a car, they couldn't go out to look for him. They could only report the news and head back. On the way, they met a few others. Everyone shook their heads, indicating no one had found Li Bingsun. Everyone looked grim. Since morning, Many things had happened, and they had even lost a brother. They hadn't eaten all day and had been searching tirelessly, so they were starving and exhausted. Going back meant likely getting scolded again. It was really frustrating. They originally thought this trip would be easy and profitable. But instead, endless problems kept arising. The situation at the S-City base was complicated. Although Jiang Sheng was now the base leader, he didn't fully control the ability users there. Some of them were old staff from the previous base leader, with good abilities. Jiang Sheng couldn't just dismiss them, so he let them develop freely within the base. This time, Chunda was the official leader, taking other team members on a mission. Meanwhile, hidden agents waited for Chunda to establish a foothold before secretly stealing results. This plan was arranged by Jiang Sheng from the start. Chunda's team consisted of people who had stayed at the base before, and they hadn't been involved with the core operations. In simple words, Chunda was mainly brought out to serve as a sacrificial person in emergencies. Jinani had hoped to go home today, but when he met Chunda and his group, it seemed he would have to stay at the base for a few more days. Both of them had already arrived home, but then the base leader called them back. Zhang Yong was at home, feeling very anxious. Today, he received confirmed news that the S-City base had been taken over by others. Lao He was also missing. The base leader in N-City sent him a message, saying they received Lao He's last distress signal, but after trying to contact him again, there was no more news. Seeing Ji Nani and the others arrive, Zhang Yong hurried to meet them. "You finally came," Zhang Yong said. Before Su Hian could reach him, Zhang Yong pulled him close and handed him a piece of paper. "Look at this, Hian." Su Hian read the note and looked serious. Ji Nani stepped closer, glanced at the note, and gently held Su Hian's hand. They had planned to find He Sheng when they went to S-City, but the note said he had been missing for a long time. It had been very cold lately, so the chance that He Sheng was still alive was very small. Thinking about Li Bingson, who they just caught, Jinani said, "Husband, let's go and question that person first. He's from the S-City base, maybe he knows something." Su Hian nodded. He had thought about staying and playing with them, but now it was unnecessary. They needed to go to S-City as soon as possible. Jinani nodded and looked at Su Hian. Coincidentally, Su Hian also turned around. They exchanged thoughts silently using their minds. They both understood each other perfectly, without speaking. Originally, they planned to wait and catch a big fish, but now, given the situation, they decided to act quickly and directly deal with the person. Su Hian patted the base leader's shoulder. "I'll handle this. But you need to send someone to verify the information from W base. As for S-City, we're going there anyway, so we'll take care of it." I felt a little embarrassed, but ever since Su Hian started helping him, he relied on Su Hian for everything. This situation was indeed a bit uncomfortable. In the future, the world belonged to the young. It was time for him to train his two sons. Thinking of this, he formed a rough plan in his mind. After telling Zhang Yong what to do, Su Hian took Ji Nani directly to the place where Li Bingsun was held. The basement of the base was originally used to store grain, but since the awakening of supernatural abilities, it had become a small prison for holding people. Zhang Yong even separated the room, making it look like a small jail. The guards opened the door to Li Bingsun's room and left on their own. Li Bingsun's hands were tied to the back of a chair, and his eyes were covered. When he heard the noise, he shouted loudly, "Who's there? I warn you, let me go quickly. If Brother Chen finds out I'm missing, you'll be in big trouble." Jinani, is that you? Hurry up and free me." Although Li Bingsun was very scared, he thought that Chinda would come looking for him if he disappeared, so he kept encouraging himself. Hearing Li Bingsun's voice, Ji Nani frowned. This person was really noisy. Su Hian stepped forward and removed the cloth covering Li Bingsun's eyes, looking down at him. Suddenly, the bright light made Li Bingsun blink hard to adjust to the glare. When he saw the two people in front of him clearly, Li Bingsun shouted, "Jinani, let me go now." Jinani really didn't want to talk to such a foolish person. He activated his supernatural power and put the person into a deep sleep. Su Hian then started questioning him, but after a long time, he didn't get any useful information. Li Bingsun was just a small. He didn't know anything. He had only seen photos of Ji Nani and Su Hian at Chinda's place and knew they were the targets of this mission. Su Hian stopped talking to Li Bingsun and raised his hand, knocking him out with a to the back of his head. Let's go. Get ready. We move tonight. Su Hian took Ji Nani's hand, and the two left the room together. Thinking about Wei Wu saying that this person was a space ability user, Ji Nani forcibly woke him up again. Li Bingsun opened his eyes, about to speak, but was immediately put back into hypnosis by Ji Nani. Ji Nani whispered a few words into Li Bingsun's ear, then Li Bingsun started taking out supplies continuously. Husband, this person is quite fat. Ji Nani saw what Li Bingsun was bringing out, and immediately her eyes lit up. Meeting a fat sheep, today's harvest is really quite good. After Li Bingsun had taken everything out of his space, Su Hian made a move again, and Li Bingsun fainted once more. Chunda was still yelling at everyone. Li Bingsun was gone, and the only vehicle was also missing. Looking at Qianlong, who was driving, Chunda started swearing loudly, saying things that got more and more unpleasant. Since returning to the country with Jiang Sheng, everything had gone smoothly for him. Although it was tough at first to get close to Jiang Sheng, once he gained a high position, he hadn't been bullied by anyone else except Jiang Sheng. He thought everything would go smoothly this time too, but it was not. A few troublesome people in the team, and the zombies outside. Why was it him who came out? Zombies are hard to deal with. Chunda cursed at everyone for over half an hour until he finally got tired. In the morning, they hadn't eaten anything and had spent the whole morning looking for people. Now it was noon, and everyone was very hungry. But because of Chunda's anger, no one dared to speak up about eating. Chunda looked at Shweta and told him to prepare lunch, then turned and went upstairs. The people inside the house immediately relaxed a little, exchanging glances, but saying nothing more. For lunch, they had instant noodles with potatoes. Since Li Bingsun's deductions about rations were not enforced, everyone ate happily. Even Chunda's share was specially brought to his room by Shweta. After lunch, following Chunda's orders, Shweta took his two brothers to the base center, hoping to borrow a vehicle to go out and look for Li Bing's senator. After all, his space still held most of their supplies, which were their main resources for this trip. Originally, the base allowed small teams without vehicles to borrow one for missions, but Zhang Yong had already told them in advance that Chunda and his group couldn't borrow anything, nothing at all. The base staff, having received the base leader's instructions, definitely wouldn't lend their vehicles to Shweta and his brothers. Shweta, feeling discouraged, led his team out of the base center. He thought about searching again inside the base, believing that at least he would have an explanation to give when they returned. The H-City base was quite large. Shweta chose a path he hadn't taken that morning. As they walked along the roadside, Qianlong, noticing something familiar ahead, quickly ran forward. Confirming it was their car, he excitedly waved to Shweta, signaling them to come over. The group looked at the car with surprise, circling around it several times to be sure it was theirs. They examined the surroundings carefully for a long time, but found no trace of Li Bingsun. Everyone felt a bit disappointed, thinking that Chunda would surely have something to say about it when they got back. Qianlong tried to open the car door to drive it back, but he found it wouldn't open. He then leaned against the window to look inside himself. To his surprise, the car key was missing. The group focused on searching for the key, wondering if it had fallen under the car. Wei Wu, watching the others bent over with their backs turned, suddenly swung his stick and hit the back of their heads. Qianlong, seeing Shweta fall, thought something was wrong. He was about to stand up and check, but a sharp pain hit the back of his head, and he also collapsed to the ground. Wei Wu threw away his stick, pulled out a large sack, and stuffed the others inside. With the bag and the stick, he disappeared instantly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side from Qianlong, a few others suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness. Sun Bin stepped out from a corner, nodded at Ji Nani, then, along with Wei Wu, who was a few steps behind, took the people away. Su Hian turned to look at Ji Nani. Now only one is left, he said. Recently, Ji Nani made a strange discovery. The hypnotic effect of camellia flowers and the illusions they create are becoming more realistic. She can even start to control some objects within the illusion. She was thinking of practicing with someone. They didn't find anything useful on Li Bingsun, so Nani didn't place much hope in those people. She and Su Hien decided to go straight to the main target, Chinda, to find answers. It was still early, and waiting until nightfall to deal with Chinda would make things more exciting. So, Nani and Su Hien went home first. While they were away, Professor Wang surprisingly decided to take Sun Letian as his disciple, determined to personally teach him all his skills. Sun Bin was very happy about this and even prepared a special ceremony to show respect. Although it was the end of the world, proper manners still mattered. His son could learn from Professor Wang, and he had already told his son that since Professor Wang had no children, they would take care of him in old age. Nani and Su Hien knew about this and were happy for them. They even brought some good food to add to Sun Bin's celebration. Although there weren't many people and supplies were limited, Sun Bin's cooking was very good. The dishes looked and smelled delicious, and everyone enjoyed the meal. After eating, everyone went back to their own tasks. Wang Hongliang assigned a special task to Sun Letian, along with some studies to finish. Sun Lishan's days were very busy, but he didn't feel tired. He was eager to complete his tasks, which made Wang Hongliang very pleased. Sun Letian was hardworking and eager to learn, so he would surely follow in his teacher's footsteps. Nani hadn't told Wang Hongliang about his apprentice yet. He planned to surprise him when they returned. The meal was over, and it was almost dark outside. It was time to do serious work. Nani and Su Hien looked at each other and smiled. They held hands and went out together. Chunda was about to go crazy with anger. After lunch, he told the others to go find someone. But no one returned, and everyone disappeared. Now it was dark, and no one had come back. Chunda felt nervous. He wondered if Nani and the others had discovered his plan. But he thought he hadn't shown anything suspicious, so he convinced himself he hadn't been caught. Still, he felt uneasy. His growing hunger made him feel terrible. Chunda sat in a chair facing the door, staring straight at it. He had already decided that no matter who came back, he would scold them loudly to feel better. Suddenly, the door creaked open, breaking the quiet. The sound was very loud and harsh. Chunda's mouth opened to speak, but then closed again. The door was gently pushed open, but no one came in. No shadow, no one at all. Wei Wu was sent to scare Chunda. He didn't understand why his master enjoyed this, but he knew the order was right. Even if he didn't understand, he would do as told. Chunda watched as the door gradually opened wider until it was fully open, and moonlight shone into the room. He repeatedly confirmed that there were no shadows on the floor. One by one, footprints appeared on the ground, looking sticky, like bloodstains. Chunda cursed silently several times. Before understanding the situation, he tried to hold his breath and quietly watch the blood footprints movement. But soon, Chunda felt something was wrong. The blood footprints seemed to be coming toward him. He activated his special power and shot an ice spike toward the footprints. The ice spike was nailed into the back door panel. Chunda widened his eyes. Was there nothing in between?
How could that be?
He didn't have time to think more. The blood footprint stopped about half a meter from him and didn't continue forward. Is it a person or a ghost? If you have the courage, come out. What kind of thing is this sneaking around like this? Chunda shouted loudly into the air, keeping his eyes fixed on the scene, not missing any movement. But inside the room, apart from Chunda's quick heartbeat and heavy breathing, there was no other sound. He summoned an ice sword in his hand. Because of his warm palm, the ice melted into water, dripping onto the floor, making a loud sound. Chunda's eyebrows twitched at the noise. Nani and Su Hien watched the scene outside from their space, feeling bored quickly. They had thought Chunda was a notable person, but it seemed he was just someone who had done many wrong things and caused trouble for others. Time seemed to stand still. Chunda kept his nerves tight. The blood footprints on the ground moved again. This made Chunda panic and wave his weapon wildly. Suddenly, he felt his sword cut through something. He tried to open his eyes wider and looked at the ground. It was a piece of clothing he recognized. He remembered. Those were the clothes Go Hong had worn that morning. Go home, you scoundrel, come out. Stop pretending and scaring people. Come out here. Chinda thought Go Hong was still alive and had come back to take revenge, so he shouted loudly. But there was still no response. At this moment, Chinda was truly scared, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Jinani felt that there was no point anymore. He originally wanted to scare this person and see if he would say anything, but now it seemed useless. Jinani and Su Hien appeared directly near the door from the space. Chundo indeed had some skills. As soon as Jinani and Su Hien appeared, he immediately recognized them. Jinani? It's really you. Under the moonlight, Chinda finally saw who it was and shouted out. Jinani nodded in response. Yes, it's me. Weren't you looking for me everywhere? Now I've come to you willingly, pretty brave. Huh, hearing this, Su Hien's face darkened. Jinani didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said and looked at Chinda with interest. Tell me, who sent you to find us? Chinda burst into loud laughter and didn't answer. Now he knew that Jinani was the one causing trouble, not some mysterious supernatural force. His earlier panic disappeared. Instead, he relaxed and sat back in his chair, looking at Jinani with disdain. Aren't you afraid my people will come back and give you both a hard time? Coming straight to your door. Bold enough, Jinani smiled gently. Have you thought about why your people haven't come back yet, even this late? Chunda never expected that all his people had already been captured by Jinani. At that moment, he truly felt afraid. He tried to stay calm and looked at Jinani with a tough tone. What do you want to do? That's not right. I should be asking you what you want to do, Jinani said slowly. You came all the way from Mess City to find me, so I should be asking what you want. Chinda didn't expect Jinani to know they came from Mess City. He couldn't help but wonder how much Jinani knew. Could there be a traitor in their team? Seeing the change in Chinda's expression, Jinani couldn't help but laugh. In an instant, Chinda felt that Jinani was mocking him. He immediately became angry and launched an attack. Seeing the ice pillar fly toward Jinani, Su Hien quickly used a small lightning ball to destroy it, leaving no trace behind. Chunda's action had already angered Su Hien. If he didn't know that Jinani enjoyed playing around, Chunda would have turned to ash by now. Lightning type? You are actually a lightning user. Chunda's tone shifted from uncertain to confident, but he still couldn't believe it. He never expected someone around Jinani to have lightning powers. Lightning and fire abilities are the strongest attack types and also the rarest. Their base is fewer than 10 lightning users. Because of their strength, they stick together in the base. Except for Jiang Sheng, no one listens to anyone else. They do whatever they want, even ignoring him. So, the person around Jinani being a lightning user greatly reduces Chunda's chances of success in this mission. Right now, he should be thinking about whether he will survive long enough to return to City S and protect Lu Qiaoji. Chunda clearly knew he was no match for this person. Without any teammates around, he was in deep trouble today. Not knowing what tricks Jinani and Su Hien might use against him, Chunda thought of Lu Qiaoji. He felt a lot of reluctance but made up his mind. In his heart, Chunda silently said, Qiao Qiao, having you in my life has been my greatest happiness. But I couldn't do what I promised you. I'm sorry, Qiao Qiao. Don't worry, they will never get any news about you from me. Jinani noticed Chunda acting strangely but didn't have time to react. He quickly pulled Su Hien into the space. The two watched the scene outside through the space, stunned and shocked. Chanda actually used a crystal core to self-destruct. His body was torn into pieces. The self-destruction of the crystal core released a huge amount of energy, shattering the windows of the house and breaking the wooden door. Fortunately, Jinani sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, whether they got hurt or not would be another matter, but they would definitely be covered in Chinda's body fragments. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. They were momentarily stunned. Su Hien was the first to recover and quickly activated the space to leave this chaotic room. On the other side, Wei Wu was injured by the energy from the crystal core. He had several wounds on his body, and blood was visible, making him look quite frightening. As Jinani just left the space, he saw Wei Wu, who had a piece of his body missing from his head, coming out of the room with a look of disgust. Wei Wu looked at Jinani and called out sadly, "Master." Seeing Wei Wu in such a sorry state, Jinani felt a bit sympathetic. He looked at Wei Wu's wounds, took a camellia flower from his pocket, and handed it to Wei Wu. "Eat this first to heal your wounds, then find a place to wash up." The explosion caused by the crystal core released a bad smell. Although it wasn't as foul as zombie blood, it was still very pungent, making Jinani step back a few paces involuntarily. Wei Wu understood that Jinani was disgusted with him. He took the camellia flower, put it in his mouth, and then slowly disappeared from sight. "What should we do with those people?" Jinani asked Su Hian as he turned his head. "Take them all back. Their abilities are still good, and they can be free labor." "Building the base also needs workers," Su Hian replied. Jinani nodded in agreement. Building the base definitely required many people. Jinani returned to the villa and decided to go home tomorrow. He planned to tell Professor Wang and the others that he was starting to pack up. Su Hian and Zhang Yong had other things to discuss, so they split up and each went to get busy. The next morning, Sun Bin and Wang Hongliang had already packed their things last night. When Jinani spoke today, Sun Bin immediately started loading things into the car. Everyone was very excited about going home because they hadn't heard that word in a long time. Wei Wu didn't understand why everyone was so excited, but he still followed Sun Bin, helping with the chores. Originally, Chinda's men had all been captured by Su Hian. Now, they were all following Sun Bin, helping with the work. There weren't many things to carry, and with so many people rushing to help, it looked a bit funny. Chen Long was in charge of driving a van with their group, while Sun Bin drove another car with Professor Wang and Sun Letian. Jinani and Su Hian each drove separate cars. Because she had already said goodbye to Zhang Yong and his wife early in the morning, Su Hian took the lead and left with the others. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Jinani immediately entered the space. She needed to find useful building materials. Their base must be very strong, like a fortress. She searched through all the information on the interdimensional trading plaza and finally decided which merchant to trade with. On a high-tech planet where earthquakes happen 2 to 5 times a day, Jinani was sure that this merchant had the building materials she wanted. "Master, I will help you make contact," TT said, confirming with Jinani. Jinani nodded. "Go ahead." TT checked again because the merchants on this planet are very clever. The planet doesn't produce food, so each family has a trading system. Most of their daily needs are bought from the interdimensional market. TT was worried that Jinani might not bargain well and could lose out. Jinani didn't realize TT's concern and was ready to bargain with the merchant. She had noticed that many experienced traders on this system could easily take advantage if she wasn't careful. Soon, TT connected the call. A man about 50 years old appeared on the screen. He looked no different from people on Blue Star. Jinani waved and greeted him. The man responded warmly. "Hello, I am Qiao Tian, a merchant from Manhwa planet." The middle-aged man looked very kind and friendly. Jinani thought he probably wasn't a dishonest trader. But soon, reality hit her hard. Qiao Tian knew why she was calling. His expression changed quickly, and he looked troubled. "Miss Shi, the building materials you need are available on my planet. They're very strong, able to withstand earthquakes below level 8. However, the price is quite high. I wonder what you can trade with me?" Qiao Tian quickly added, "You can also pay with interdimensional currency, but each 1,000 gene of materials costs 50 million system coins. Can you afford that, Miss Shi?" As expected, Jinani cursed silently in her mind. "I thought I was dealing with an honest trader, but it turns out I was wrong. She has encountered a sneaky, smiley tiger." At this moment, Jinani stopped pretending. She didn't have the system's trading currency, but she had plenty of food. Since the other person was like that, she decided to use her mother's secret bargaining skills. A smiley tiger is tough, but even a smiley tiger can't just reach out and hit a friendly face. Jinani didn't answer Qiao Tian's words. Instead, she took out a small cloth bag containing about 2 ounces of rice and placed it directly on the trading table. Then she looked up at Qiao Tian with a smile. "Mr. Qiao, the price is negotiable. I'm trading food with you. First, please check if the quality of my rice meets your standards. After Ji Nani finished speaking, TT had already sent the small bag of rice over to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian opened the bag and poured the rice into his hand. The clear, shiny rice immediately gave off a unique fragrance. Each grain was full and looked very good. Xiao Tian was surprised. This was the best quality rice he had ever seen. His face showed his amazement, and he couldn't hide his expression. Although Xiao Tian quickly tried to make his face look normal again, the change in his expression didn't escape Ji Nani's eyes. She was sure she had won this round, she thought silently. Xiao Tian quickly changed his expression and smiled. Miss Ji, I wonder what the price of this rice is? Ji Nani spoke slowly. As you can see, my rice is different from ordinary rice. So, the price will be a little higher. She didn't specify the exact price and kept turning the conversation around, not giving him a clear answer, just teasing him. Since he was like a smiley tiger, Ji Nani was like a tiger hunter. The multiverse trading system covers 368 planets in the universe, each with its own unique features. But only the blue planet produces the highest quality rice. Ji Nani had already learned this from TT, so she wasn't worried about finding better rice elsewhere. As long as it's a rice trade, Ji Nani is the best choice for these people. Xiao Tian did not expect that the quiet-looking young girl in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. He has been a trader across different worlds for many years, and he can say that he has only ever gained from others, never lost himself. Even when he did lose, people would keep thanking him. Ji Nani smiled calmly, and the words Xiao Tian wanted to say were suddenly stuck in his throat. Xiao Tian knew he was facing a tough challenge today. Usually, if such a situation occurred, he would have closed the deal immediately. But today, he couldn't because he genuinely liked the food Ji Nani had. He secretly decided to have a good talk with her, at least to secure the biggest benefit for himself. However, Ji Nani's next words made it impossible for Xiao Tian to refuse. She explained that her food was stored in moisture-proof and waterproof bags, specially made to prevent spoilage if not handled properly later. Xiao Tian wanted to say more but didn't. He really didn't expect a young girl to be so formidable. In the end, the price Xiao Tian agreed to pay was a fraction of what he initially offered, almost a deep discount. Ji Nani traded 5,000 pounds of rice, 3,000 pounds of potatoes, and 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes for a total of 10 tons of building materials. She was very satisfied with the deal and even added Xiao Tian as a friend. After placing the building materials in her space, Ji Nani left the space. Did you find something suitable? Su Hian asked as he saw her open her eyes. Ji Nani nodded happily. Yes, very satisfied. Hearing her answer, Su Hian continued to focus on driving. Feeling thirsty, Ji Nani took out a cup of milk tea, held it near Su Hian's mouth, and after he took a few sips, she drank her own. The journey home would take nearly 3 hours, so she needed to be a good co-driver and help watch the surroundings. Ji Nani released her mental energy, spreading it out to observe the environment around her. The trip surprisingly went smoothly. Ji Nani and her group did not encounter any zombie hordes. It was clear that the weather was warming up, as the snow along the roadside was gradually melting away. Ji Nani had not yet gotten out of the car when Ji Kongcheng and Nan Xian were already waiting in the yard. Nan Xian pulled Ji Nani aside and made her turn around once, so she could carefully look her over before feeling reassured. Ji Nani playfully linked her arm with Nan Xian's and said, "Mom, I'm not hurt. Your daughter is very strong." Nan Xian smiled affectionately and said, Yes, Nani is the strongest." Ji Kongcheng then asked Su Hian many questions about what had happened during the trip. He was worried about the many people who had come along. Su Hian carefully explained their experiences and the background of these people, which made them feel a lot more at ease. Knowing everyone was at the base, the four of them continued chatting as they headed in that direction. They were surprised to see a 2-story small building that was already partly built, which made Ji Nani exclaim how impressive it was. Thinking about the building materials she had just traded in her space, Ji Nani found an empty spot and started stacking a lot of materials there. She and Su Hian had already discussed on the way that they needed to build houses, but the most important thing was to reinforce the surrounding protective wall. They also needed a full solar power wall with solar panels to generate enough electricity for daily life at the base. Su Hian called over the building's psychic, Li Long respectfully. Li Long called him Master, and then stood aside, listening to Su Hian's further instructions. This surprised Ji Kongcheng, and Ji Nani quietly explained the reason to her parents. Although they still found it hard to believe, considering what had happened recently, they felt it was understandable. It was good that their daughter's secret was safe and wouldn't be easily revealed, which made them feel more at ease. Su Qinghua and Qin Yu came from the other side. Seeing their son, Qin Yu also showed a gentle smile. After Su Hian reviewed Li Long's design sketches and asked a few questions, he told him to make some adjustments before returning to work. He and Ji Nani had agreed that the base wouldn't have large dormitories and everyone should have their own private space. Thinking about those who were married, they decided to build separate single and family dormitories, creating different types of houses. Li Long quickly revised the design sketches to meet Su Hian's requirements. While Ji Nani was explaining to everyone about strengthening the walls and bringing back new materials, Li Long ran over with the new design sketches. Su Hian looked at it and was very satisfied.
Plans changed.
The original team was split into two groups. Old Jin and Da Zhuang selected 6 people to help with studying the installation of solar panels. Haizi, Tai Lang, and Shen Qingqing were responsible for reinforcing the protective wall with new materials, and they identified the metal-type mutants among the workers. They used their abilities to strengthen the wall, greatly increasing safety. Now, their base's wall can withstand attacks from a group of 5th-level zombies. But defense is just the basics. Ji Nani brought out over a dozen cannons from the space dimension and handed them to the team. The wall was really equipped with weapons, turning it into an attack wall. These cannons included some bought earlier, some obtained through free exchanges, and others traded through Ji Nani's system. All of them were assigned to the team for research. Professor Wang Hongliang was so excited when he saw the cannons that he eagerly asked to join their team. Everyone was very excited and motivated. Their tasks were arranged, but there was still a key problem to solve. The rooms were not enough for everyone they brought back. They were still using tents left by Ji Nani. Old Jean led people to set up temporary tents on the open ground, so everyone could be settled for now. But this was not a long-term solution. When Old Jean mentioned this, Ji Nani suddenly realized they had overlooked this issue. Ji Nani clapped his hands as if he remembered something, then whispered to Su Hian, "Hubby, do you remember those mobile container houses we stored in the space?" Thanks to Ji Nani's reminder, Su Hian also remembered. At the start of the apocalypse, they had gone out for a walk and found a large number of mobile container houses. They were probably for emergency use. After being vacated, they were left and used outside the city. Ji Nani had immediately stored them all in the space, thinking they might be useful someday. Who knew they would actually need them now? Ji Nani took out one, and a small one-bedroom house instantly appeared on the open ground. When they stored it in the space, they didn't look closely. They thought, since it's free and not needed now, it will be useful later. When they looked inside carefully, they saw that it was fully equipped with a bathroom and shower. The two of them discussed briefly and immediately decided to use this as their temporary shelter. Since the base is meant for long-term living, everyone didn't want to settle for a quick fix. Naturally, this would slow down the construction process, but having this place solved their urgent problem. Su Hian called Li Haoqing and assigned him the task of setting up the mobile prefab house. His team consisted of soldiers who were efficient, and with Li Long's guidance, the work was straightforward. Li Haoqing had been standing nearby and saw that Su Hian hadn't assigned him any task. He thought Su Hian was still testing him. Although he felt a little disappointed, he was glad that he was accepted so far. After all, they didn't have many supplies, and besides people, they couldn't contribute much to Su Hian's base. Now that he had a task, Li Haoqing and his brothers were very excited. They were eager to show their skills. It's understandable. Even just during a meal with the 3 mothers, they managed to win everyone's trust completely. This was something Ji Nani didn't know. Originally, Everyone admired Ji Nani's special abilities and had heard stories about Su Hien from their leader. They always listened to their leader, but deep down they still felt a little uneasy. Since the apocalypse, they've encountered many strange and frightening things. When Tai Lang and Shen Qingqing led their people back, they saw 6 elders waiting at their future home. The elders warmly welcomed them and prepared pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli and rice for them. Seeing this steaming hot food, everyone couldn't believe it. Only after Ji Kongqing advised them to eat quickly did they dare to start. But after finishing one bowl, no one dared to serve a second, worried they might seem greedy. They hadn't had a filling meal in a long time. When Ji Kongqing ordered De Quan and others to bring a big bowl of plain rice to their table, a few hesitated and looked at each other, unsure whether to serve more. At this moment, Su Huaqing pretended to be angry, scaring Qin Jia and Han went into quickly grabbing their rice spoons and filling their bowls. Only then did Su Huaqing smile happily and instruct Li Haoqing to bring over another big bowl of food. After dinner, several young men eagerly volunteered to clean up and wash the dishes. Seeing this scene made Nanxin and the others smile happily. They thought to themselves that Su Hien's comrades are truly adorable, just like when Tai Lang and his friends first came to their house for a meal. They reacted exactly the same way. That night, Li Haoqing and his group held an urgent meeting inside Li Haoqing's tent. Each person swore by their own sense of military duty that they would follow Su Hien for the rest of their lives, without hesitation or betrayal. Li Haoqing's team was so enthusiastic that Li Jing and Yuan Qing had nothing to do. For a moment, they felt a little uneasy, but soon Shen Qingqing and the others pulled them along to relax in a hot spring, washing their worries away. Even though they enjoyed themselves, when it was time to work, they didn't slack off. Although they couldn't match Li Haoqing's soldiers, they were still quite capable compared to other men. Especially the 3 mothers, Nanxin, Qin Yu, and the others, who knew that Haizi liked Yuan Qing. Their curiosity was sparked, and they watched Haizi, worried he hadn't yet won her over, constantly giving him advice. Among them was a woman who often kept to herself, but was very obedient and quick to work. She was the woman with the mist-type psychic ability on the mountain, Yun Shang. Particularly Lu Lin, who was always amazed by Yun Shang's incredible changes. He couldn't help but praise her skills, knowing that her master's connections were extraordinary. However, every time Yun Shang looked at him, he got goosebumps. Lu Lin felt like he and his brother had PTSD whenever they faced her. After confirming several times that Yun Shang was truly different now, he finally felt at ease. The base also gained a few more women. Nanxin and Qin Yu found their daily lives boring, so they started planting vegetables with the women. Nanxin remembered Ji Nani mentioning that there might be acid rain in the future, which could pollute the soil. So, they decided to create a vegetable farm before the acid rain arrived. After all, the base would need to support many people, and they couldn't go without vegetables forever. To ensure a balanced diet in the future, the men were responsible for building the base, while the women focused on making a living. Ji Nani also left behind a large amount of supplies and specifically stored some building materials in Shenmu's and Chengzhao's space, just in case they were needed later. Having relaxed comfortably at home for 2 days, Ji Nani and Su Hien, along with Iron Wolf and Shen Qingqing, left the house again. Iron Wolf and Shen Qingqing were sent out to help reorganize the base, while Ji Nani and Su Hien finally set out for City S. On the highway south of City H, 2 modified off-road vehicles sped quickly toward City H. They just happened to pass by each other across a mountain with Su Hien and Ji Nani on one side. Ever since Lu Xiaoji discovered she lost her other bottle of Ability Awakening liquid, she's been very nervous. She must keep her secret safe. She initially thought Jiang Xing took her stuff while she was unconscious, but over the past few days, she tested several times. Jiang Xing seemed unaware of anything. This made Lu Xiaoji more anxious. It means someone else knows her secret. She now has a hidden enemy. She used the Ability Awakening liquid, but only awakened water-type powers. Water powers are the most common among awakened abilities. She originally awakened ice powers, so having both ice and water abilities isn't a blessing for her. Now, losing another bottle of awakening liquid feels like someone is holding a handle over her. Lu Qiaoji observed the base for a long time, but didn't notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, Gua Xiaoxiao, through her surveillance of Lu Qiaoji over time, has roughly guessed her secret. She used to be a fan of apocalypse novels. She always wished she had a special advantage when the end of the world came, but it was just her wishful thinking. Now, it's no longer just a wish, Gua Xiaoxiao thought silently. She noticed Lu Qiaoji often talked to the air, and she suspected Lu Qiaoji's special power might be a system. She wasn't sure what kind of system it was, but there were only a few types in the novels. Gua Xiaoxiao would find out eventually. Gua Xiaoxiao watched the flickering flames in her hand. Every time she awakened her fire powers, she felt incredibly happy. With 3 types of abilities, she believed that as long as she kept upgrading her powers, no one could stand against her. Yes, Gua Xiaoxiao originally awakened dual water and wood elemental abilities. To stay safe, she kept her wood ability a secret since there were no detection devices. No one knew her secret. Now she has awakened a powerful fire ability that can attack strongly. Gua Xiaoxiao feels like even heaven is helping her. She happily smiles in her imagination when suddenly there is a knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It seems Gua Xiaoxiao didn't respond immediately, so the knocking continues. She quickly adjusts her expression, gets up, and opens the door. Sure enough, it is Jiang Sheng outside. Jiang Sheng looks unhappy and speaks impatiently. What are you doing? Why didn't you open the door right away? Although Gua Xiaoxiao doesn't understand why Jiang Sheng is angry, she greets him with a smile and snuggles close, softly saying, "Who made you upset?" "Brother Sheng, I get worried when you're like this." Hearing her words, Jiang Sheng's bad mood doesn't improve. He just came from Lu Qiaoji, who has been increasingly disobedient lately. If he didn't know how her system could be removed from her, he would have already taken her things. The lab hasn't made any progress. They captured many zombies for research but are still stuck. Almost all the crystal cores he got went to Lu Qiaoji. Besides a few weapons, nothing else has been shown. Jiang Sheng feels more and more like Lu Qiaoji has deceived him. But he can't get angry in front of her, so he vents his frustration on Gua Xiaoxiao. Gua Xiaoxiao feels less and less pleasure, only feeling like the person on her is about to tear her apart. When did Jiang Sheng stop being gentle and loving and start just venting his anger on her? Gua Xiaoxiao can't remember, but she blames everything on that hateful Lu Qiaoji. If she hadn't kept bothering Jiang Sheng, he wouldn't come to torment her. So her hatred for Lu Qiaoji grows deeper. What she doesn't know is that Jiang Sheng only kept her around to vent his anger. Since she is William's person, he can't hurt William, but he can target his most loved partner. Today was Jiang Sheng's most intense encounter. Gua Xiaoxiao was tortured so badly that almost no good flesh remained on her body. In the end, Jiang Sheng exhausted her until she fainted. Then he got up and left. However, the anger deep inside Jiang Sheng still couldn't be fully released. Back at his place, Jiang Sheng opened a hidden side door and slowly walked inside. Inside was a dark corridor, which was the direct path from his room to the laboratory. After walking about 15 minutes, his view gradually opened up. There was a large glass table, and beneath it, thousands of zombies were kept, constantly roaring. Jiang Sheng continued forward and opened another door. Inside was a controlled group of zombies. Although their bodies were restrained, they still opened their mouths wide, trying to roar and bite. At some point, Jiang Sheng had a sharp sword appear in his hand, looking very deadly. Despite the loud roars of the zombies near his ears, Jiang Sheng remained unaffected. He didn't pay attention to them and kept walking forward. After opening 2 more doors, he entered a dimly lit room with a large iron cage, which was empty. Jiang Sheng stepped inside, closed the door, and turned on the light. He then discovered a hidden world inside. Around the iron cage, there was a circle of glass rooms. Inside these rooms were not zombies but normal people. Specifically, they were the people who had disappeared from the base. On the left side was a glass room with ordinary people, and on the other side were those with special abilities. One glass room held 4 people. Jiang Sheng directly opened the glass door of one containing a person with abilities. The four inside looked at Jiang Sheng fiercely, but none moved to attack. Instead, they looked at him with suspicion. "Come on, cowards. Are you four afraid to face me alone?" Jiang Sheng's taunts kept provoking them. One man shouted loudly and quickly stepped in front of Jiang Sheng, clenched his fist tightly, and punched toward Jiang Sheng's face. But before the punch could land, a loud scream of pain rang out. "Ah!" Hearing the man scream, Jiang Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile. He felt better than ever. Indeed, only killing could make him feel truly alive. Jiang Sheng stood in front of the man, raised his sword high, and used his special power to split the man into two halves. A crystal core fell to the ground. Jiang Sheng picked up the blood-stained core and held it in his hand. Quickly, a cloud of smoke rose from his palm. When he released his hand, only ashes remained. The energy inside the other person's crystal core had been completely absorbed by Jiang Sheng. He looked greedily at the remaining three men, a sly smile on his face. "Come on, all three of you together. I can't wait any longer." The three men looked at Jiang Sheng, knowing they couldn't escape today. They decided to fight him, hoping they might find a way out. They exchanged glances and made up their minds. Silently, they moved closer to surround Jiang Sheng and attack him. But Jiang Sheng had already seen their movements. Almost the moment they made a move, he swung his sword. Blood splattered on his face. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, looking even stranger. Before the men could react, Jiang Sheng cut them in half. Blood splashed on the glass, causing the people inside to tremble in fear. Jiang Sheng didn't mind being covered in blood. The smell of blood made him even more excited. He cut off the heads of the three men and reached into their brains to take out the crystal cores. The scene made everyone in the glass room. But Jiang Sheng didn't care. He slowly licked his fingers and looked around with a satisfied smile. After absorbing the three crystal cores, he turned and left the room without looking back. If he could absorb more crystal cores at once, these people wouldn't have lasted so long. Jiang Sheng had long known that the crystal cores of special powers could help him upgrade faster. Although Lu Qiao's side used many cores, they were zombie cores. Those cores weren't as useful to him. 10 zombie cores were worth less than 1 core from this place. Jiang Sheng looked coldly at the people behind the glass wall, then started to smile recklessly. At that moment, a man pushed the door open. He approached Jiang Sheng and respectfully whispered something into his ear. Jiang Sheng's previously relaxed expression turned grim again. "That kid Chinda is dead. How is that possible?" Jiang Sheng looked shocked. Although Chinda was not very capable, he was very close to Jiang Sheng. Most of the dark dealings were handled by Chinda. If Chinda was dead, who else around Jiang Sheng would be so loyal? He asked again, doubtful, "Is the news certain?" "Yes, young master, it's absolutely true." Jiang Sheng was momentarily silent, then waved his hand. "I understand. You may go now." The man didn't hesitate and left quickly. The room was now empty except for Jiang Sheng. He felt a bit regretful. Chinda was someone he was quite satisfied with. Otherwise, he wouldn't pretend not to know about his affair with Lu Qiaoji. When he found Chinda in the U.S., he kept him close. During those dark times, Chinda silently stayed by his side, bringing a little warmth to his wounds in the shadows. Chinda was loyal to him. Jiang Sheng was sure he wouldn't betray him.
He still had some confidence in that.
But he also felt a bit sad. Chinda was gone. The people who had escaped from the Dead Man's Valley with him were becoming fewer. But he had long stopped caring. Anything that could block his way, people or things, he would deal with them. Jiang Sheng opened the door and stepped out. The people inside the glass room finally let out a slow breath. They thought to themselves, as long as they were alive, there was hope. Jiang Sheng wandered around for another 10 minutes before opening a door. If Su Hian had been there, he would have immediately recognized that the person inside was He Sheng, the one he was looking for. He Sheng was under 50, but looked already gray-haired and exhausted. Even the sound of the door opening didn't catch his attention. He sat there as if meditating, completely still. "How is this room's view? I specially chose it for you. Do you like it?" Jiang Sheng asked provocatively. Sheng barely looked up at Jiang Sheng, and this behavior seemed to annoy Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng quickly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Sheng and speaking harshly. Don't you want to know what happened to the people at the base? If you tell me where you hid the supplies, I will let your soldiers go safely. Otherwise, I will torture them to death. No matter what Jiang Sheng said, Sheng seemed not to hear him and remained unmoved. Jiang Sheng grabbed Sheng and pressed his face tightly against the glass, forcing him to look outside. Outside was a large crusher. After the zombies' cores were taken out, they were thrown into the crusher. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, sometimes even on the glass. At first, Sheng couldn't get used to it. Even though he had been on the battlefield, he couldn't accept such cruel scenes. But after seeing it many times, he became numb. He felt powerless and could do nothing. Actually, watching zombies turn into pieces was just disgusting. The hardest part was seeing the normal people, whose screams still echoed in his ears, never fading. The zombies were treated like livestock, crushed, and their blood slowly flowed out of the machine. The blood was then studied and extracted, and finally, people were captured for experiments. Sheng didn't know what experiments Jiang Sheng was doing, but every day he was forced to watch what was happening below. His unease grew stronger. What exactly was Jiang Sheng trying to do? Every time Jiang Sheng came to see Sheng, he was turned away, and Sheng ignored him. He wished he hadn't killed Sheng's wife and daughter back then. At least he could have used them to threaten Sheng. Thinking of this made Jiang Sheng feel irritated. His subordinates had the mother and daughter without his orders. He had wanted to keep them to threaten Sheng, but the two women had taken their own lives when no one was paying attention. Since then, he had tried every method to make Sheng speak, but Sheng remained silent. It was as if he had suddenly become mute. No, he wasn't just mute. Sheng didn't even respond emotionally. Because of this, Jiang Sheng would leave in anger every time. He couldn't believe he was tormenting him day after day. He didn't believe Sheng was so hard to break. Most importantly, Sheng still had a large stockpile of supplies, enough to support the base's people for 2 years. His original plans in City H were disrupted. The supplies he had prepared were looted, and society was thrown into chaos. He now controls a lot of money, but it is very hard to buy more supplies. Plus, he arrived in the country a bit late. Large supermarkets and storage warehouses that could have been looted are already empty or sold at very low prices. Especially in City S, which has several big storage-style supermarkets, all the supplies have been taken. However, he didn't find these supplies at the base, and the base's resources are very scarce. He is mainly relying on his own supplies to support the base. Jinani sits in the front passenger seat, looking at the beautiful mountains outside, feeling a bit emotional. She turns to Su Hien and asks, "Husband, do you think there will ever be a day when everything goes back to normal?" Su Hien also doesn't know. Given the current situation, the sudden zombie outbreak caused most people to be infected and turned into monsters. The survivors are scattered and displaced, and society's order has completely broken down. Different areas are tangled up, and it's unclear how many bases or local factions there are. No one knows how many people have survived without being infected. Everything is uncertain. It's not easy to rebuild order after such chaos. But Su Hien says nothing. He just looks at Jinani with affection and says, "Yes, it will happen. Everything you want will come true." Jinani nods. She understands deep down that she has been living in the apocalypse for over 3 years. During this time, the outside world has just started to stabilize. Local power holders are occupying their territories and fighting over food. The world has truly become a place where only the strong survive. But Jinani thinks that if she could be reborn, she might change things. There will definitely be changes. Jinani sits in the front seat, surrounded by various snacks, munching constantly. There are more than 2 months until the new year. After discussing, she and Su Hien decide to drive straight to City S. This way, they can also learn about other places along the way. During the trip, Jinani only uses her mental power to sense the surroundings. She does not cover their presence with her mental energy, so Su Hien and she remain detectable. Zombies are naturally very attracted to the scent of supernatural powers, especially since Jinani and Soo-hyun both have long been drinking spiritual spring water, which emits a strong aura that makes them even more tempting to zombies. Jinani quickly stuffs a small cake into his mouth. Through the rear-view mirror, he sees the zombies chasing behind the car. "I'm full now. Time to work." As he speaks, countless vines shoot out from the car window. The zombies chasing behind the car fall one after another, dragging their bodies about 400 or 500 meters away. If you look closely, you'll notice that all the zombies have a hole in their foreheads. Ji-Nani retracts his supernatural ability and checks the crystal cores he has stored in his space. There are at least 300 of them. Now he can draw again. Although the chances of getting good items from the space lottery are low, he still enjoys trying. "All done," Ji-Nani says, looking at Soo-hyun expectantly, waiting for praise. Soo-hyun is about to speak but is interrupted by Ji-Nani. "Husband, someone is coming." At the same time, Soo-hyun also sees 3 cars on the opposite side of the road. Are they enemies? Or friends? Soo-hyun narrows his eyes and looks at the man sitting in the front passenger seat of the car across the road. He is a dual-element supernatural with early-stage 4th-level fire and metal powers. Ji-Nani also notices the people across the road and whispers, "The weakest supernatural in the car is mid-2nd level. Looks like we've got a tough opponent. It's not a big problem. Let's wait and see," Soo-hyun replies. Sure enough, the car across the road stops on its own. The 2 cars behind it seem to have received some signal and block the road completely. It looks like they want to force Ji-Nani and his group to stop. Soo-hyun smirks and says, "Nani, get ready." Ji-Nani immediately understands what Soo-hyun is planning. He grips the safety handle beside him and cheerfully responds, "Ready." The car across the road shows no intention of stopping. As they get closer, the speed increases significantly. The drivers seem panicked and ask, "Big brother, it looks like they're going to hit us. Should we move aside?" The man in the front passenger seat stares at Soo-hyun driving and raises his lips in a mysterious smile, saying nothing. He's gambling. He bets that Soo-hyun won't dare to crash directly. Seeing Soo-hyun's car about to crash, the man anxiously shouted, "Back up." The driver was already prepared. At the command of the leader, he immediately moved the car back to clear the way. The screeching sound of brakes echoed in the man's ears. Soo-hyun's car was less than 2 centimeters from the man's vehicle, perfectly controlled. Soo-hyun didn't get out of the car. He just smiled disdainfully, looking at the man in the front passenger seat. This man, Soo-hyun knew him well. He was a defeated opponent, so he understood him very well. The man in the passenger seat had a very dark expression now. It was Soo-hyun again. Even in the end times, he still met this man. He had lost to Soo-hyun many times, whether in strength or strategy. Whenever he faced Soo-hyun, he was sure to lose, which made him doubt himself. After the end of the world, he was most eager to know what kind of special power Soo-hyun had awakened. He was also most afraid of meeting Soo-hyun. His feelings were complicated, and he couldn't explain them clearly. Even when he saw Soo-hyun again, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, like meeting an old friend in a strange land. Finally, the man couldn't hold back and got out of the car himself, walking to the window of Soo-hyun's car. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the window. Soo-hyun slowly rolled down the glass and looked at the man outside. "Not bad, still alive." Soo-hyun's words almost made the man angry, but he responded bluntly, "Of course I'm alive. How could I be dead? As long as you're alive, that's enough. Move your people aside, and don't block my way. You're annoying." Soo-hyun and Ji-Nani wanted to reach the next city before dark. Besides dealing with some zombies, they had been rushing forward. The man blocking Soo-hyun refused to let him go, and then said something shocking to everyone. "I want to follow you." Soo-hyun looked up at the man. "Song-fong, I don't have time to argue with you. I'm serious." Song-fong looked at Soo-hyun carefully, his eyes sincere. "Boss." The people behind him seemed surprised by Song-feng's words and couldn't help but speak out. Song-fong looked up and glared. The person behind him stopped talking. He took another step forward and looked at Ji-Nani in the front passenger seat before speaking again. "Sister-in-law, I want to go with you. To follow Brother Soo." This really caught Ji Nani off guard, and she didn't react immediately. Su Hyun directly spoke up. We don't have time now. We need to go to the H City base and find Iron Wolf. Okay, Song Fong said 3 times quickly. He immediately ordered the people behind him to clear the way. It wasn't until Su Hyun's car disappeared at the end of the road that Song Fong told his people to get in the car. Let's go back to get things and find people at the H City base. The man in the back seat asked, Boss, are we really going to the H City base? Are we not going back anymore? No, we're not going back. They take whatever land they want and do things like burning, killing, and looting. We have different principles and goals. From now on, following that person might not be luxurious, but at least the brothers won't have to do things they don't want to anymore, Song Fong said seriously. His words made the 4 people in the car stop talking. They were working with those people now. It seemed easy and carefree, but their principles and bottom lines were very different. To avoid conflict, the brothers kept silent and didn't stop him. But if this went on, the conflicts would only grow over time. Boss, I want to follow you, one man said after a moment of silence, with a heavy tone. Boss, me too. Boss, don't leave us behind. From the walkie-talkie came a crackling sound. Boss, we want to follow you too. The voices on the walkie-talkie were firm and united. They definitely wanted to follow Song Fong. I'll bring my brothers with me, Song Fong responded seriously. He knew he didn't fully understand Su Hyun's current situation, but he believed following Su Hyun was a good choice. It was risky, but since it was Su Hyun, the risk was worth it. Boss, should we go back to get our things? Will the elders' council agree? The man in the back asked worriedly. No, Song Fong replied confidently. Then he continued, that's why we need to go back now, take what belongs to us, and then head straight to the base to find people. Everyone listened to the boss, great and mighty leader. Everyone followed closely behind Song Fong, nodding in agreement. The 3 cars that were about to leave turned around and headed in the direction of Su Hyun's departure. Before Ji Nani could ask, Su Hyun took the initiative to explain. Back then, we crossed paths during a mission. He suffered quite a few losses at my hands and became an enemy. After he retired, I found out he was also in the military and was sent on missions, so he wasn't really an enemy. But since he never beat me, every time we met, I acted like I owed him money and didn't look friendly. However, I didn't expect him to voluntarily mention joining us. Thinking back, only a few of the undercover agents from that time survived. I don't know about the others. I do know he managed to come out alive and in one piece, which shows he's quite capable. In the future, the base will be busier. Su Hyun thought about life at the base and felt that Ji Nani's earlier question might have a better chance of coming true. Ji Nani nodded. I see. Looks like we have a new general in our base. She never asked about Su Hyun's missions. First, because they were national secrets, and second, because those missions were dangerous. Only those who knew the details understood the risks, so she never was curious. After all, her husband's work was for the country, and there was no need to doubt or guess. Su Hyun drove for about another hour, nearing noon. He found a place to park the car and prepare to eat. Ji Nani had been snacking all morning and wasn't hungry now. She took out a spicy hot pot from her space and handed it to Su Hyun. It had meat, vegetables, and noodles, balanced and nutritious. After eating, she felt warm all over, perfect for Su Hyun at this moment. Seeing Su Hyun stretch his neck tiredly, Ji Nani felt a little worried and stepped forward to give him a massage. Suddenly, she remembered the robots from the Dimensional Trading Mall. She wondered if there were any suitable ones she could buy as workers, something that would fit them well. She decided right then to check the mall once they got in the car, to find a few suitable robots to replace Su Hyun as the driver. Su Hyun finished 2 large bowls of hot pot, finally full. He stood up, stretched lazily, and relaxed after the meal. Ji Nani looked at the bushes behind and softly said, "Something's coming." Su Hyun immediately sensed that there were many living creatures in the bushes, mutated mice, about 30 or so. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A mouse, about the size of a 3-month-old kitten, crawled out of the bushes, sniffing the air. Although he knew that some animals had mutated and might look ugly, this mouse was really disgusting. It had green eyes, a twitching nose, and an extremely long tail. It looked quite frightening, especially since mutated animals often carry viruses. The virus on this mutated mouse probably wasn't less than before. His hand moved faster than his mind. Jinani, still feeling disgusted by the creepy mutated mouse, had already drawn a sword from his space and swung it at the creature. In an instant, the mutated mouse was cut in half, with green blood flowing into the ground. "Husband, the blood of this mutated mouse has turned green," Jinani exclaimed, still a bit surprised. Su Hian quickly cut down a few more mutated mice and noticed the same strange situation Jinani mentioned. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that in the future, they would have to deal not only with zombies and humans, but also with these animals. If the animals carried a large amount of virus, it could cause even worse problems if it mixed with the zombie virus. Fortunately, there weren't many mutated mice. The two of them worked together and quickly finished killing them all. Looking at the ground, which was once normal, now had a strange green tint, Jinani felt a chill run through him. They needed to prepare a lot of antidote pills, at least 3 to 5 for each person in their base, to be ready for emergencies. Su Hian took out a shovel from his space, dug a hole, and gathered the bodies of the mutated mice. He set them on fire and covered the remains with soil.
This was all they could do for now.
Jinani used his mental power to scan the surroundings again and found no other abnormalities. Only then did they feel safe enough to start the car and leave. About half an hour after the two people left, a new mutated mouse appeared in the bushes where the previous one had shown up. This mouse looked bigger than the last group. Its nose kept moving as it sniffed the air. After confirming there was no danger, hundreds of mutated mice rushed out of the bushes, crossing the road in a large group and running toward the nearby apartment building. Jinani got into the car and greeted Su Hian, then immediately entered her space. First, she decided to deal with the robot problem, then look at the antidote pills. As soon as Jinani entered the space, Cha-Cha quickly waddled over, her round body bouncing. "Master, Cha-Cha misses you so much," she said. Jinani reached out to pet Cha-Cha's soft, fluffy fur. It was very comfortable to touch. "Master, I've brought back some good things for you," Cha-Cha said, looking at Jinan-Yi with a mysterious expression. "Good things?" Jinan-Yi asked curiously. Yes, good things," Cha-Cha replied. She then pulled out a small box from her bag, showing 6 tiny objects that looked like wireless earbuds. She handed them to Jinan-Yi like a treasure. "What are these?" Jinan-Yi asked, taking one out and examining it carefully. "Communicator," Cha-Cha said without hiding anything. Jinan-Yi looked at it skeptically, trying to believe it was a communicator. She couldn't quite tell at first. Seeing Jinan-Yi's expression, Cha-Cha proudly explained, "This is a communicator from the star-each planet. It can send and receive signals without relying on any external signals. It's also secure, so communication isn't limited by distance. In other words, with this, you can contact your family anytime, anywhere." After hearing Cha-Cha's explanation, Jinan-Yi was still thinking about the part where she could contact her family immediately. Being able to contact her family instantly meant she and Su Hian could always check in with their parents whenever they went out. Plus, if their team had this communicator during missions, they could quickly contact the base or nearby teams if they face danger and get help fast. "Cha-Cha, you're really amazing." After thinking about all the ways to use this communicator, Jinani happily hugged Cha-Cha and spun around in place with joy. "You truly are my little lucky star," Jinani continued to praise Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha looked proud and enjoyed the compliments from Jinani. Feeling happy, Jinani then pulled Cha-Cha to continue asking how exactly to use the communicator. Once she fully understood, she felt at ease. She carefully took the box to the study in the villa and opened the drawer to put things away. This treasure must be used to its fullest once they return from S-City. After finishing these tasks, Jinani suddenly remembered her main purpose for entering the space. She got so excited she forgot what she was supposed to do. Since she was in the study, Jinani asked Cha-Cha to summon the marketplace interface of the Dimension Trading Mall. She then looked for the information she needed on the trading screen. "Master, what are you looking for?" Cha-Cha jumped onto the desk and looked at the trading information with Jinani. I want to find robots. I want to see if there are robots that can be traded, 2 at a time, that look like normal humans, are obedient, can drive, and have some fighting ability. If I encounter zombies, I don't want to waste the opportunity if they get attacked by a zombie group. Hearing this, Cha-Cha quickly filtered the information on the Dimension Trading Mall, including the traders she had added as friends recently. Soon, she excitedly called out to Jinani. I found it. Master, I found it. Cha-Cha directly displayed the trader's information on the main screen. Trader. Wajua, this planet has undergone several generations of technological revolution and has completely reformed its labor system. Currently, there are 4 levels of robotic labor: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. These robots can fully replace different labor needs and can serve as human substitutes. Item for trade. Fine wine. Jinani looked at the words, fine wine, and felt a bit confused. On such a high-tech planet, why would they need to trade wine? TT noticed Jinani's confusion and proactively explained, because this planet has experienced several robot uprisings. Many things were destroyed. The art of making wine is a secret recipe, fully controlled by top-level robots. However, due to missing some necessary factors, they haven't been able to reproduce it successfully. Currently, this planet is managed by 2 big families and top-level robots together. Looking at this name, the trader should be a robot. They have been searching for suitable samples on various planets to restore wine production on their own planet. Do robots also drink wine? Jinani knew this question was a bit silly, but couldn't help asking. They can trade wine with other families on the planet to get the batteries they need. Although top-level robots are now similar to aliens on the planet, they still need special batteries to live normally. One of the materials for these batteries is monopolized by another family, which restricts the top-level robots. These big families rely heavily on robots for daily life, which has led to the current situation. Jinani nodded gently. I see. Hearing this, Jinani was a bit worried. Will the robots we buy steal information from Blue Star? Don't worry, Master. The robots used for trading are basic models. These robots are completely obedient to you, so there's no need to fear. The trading marketplace's rules. All right, please help me contact this merchant. As soon as Jinani finished speaking, a handsome, fair-skinned man appeared on the screen. He looked no different from people on Blue Star. Is this a robot? Jinani wondered silently. Yes, Master. This is a top-level robot from Wajua planet. It can change its appearance based on the planet it trades with. Jinani was amazed inwardly but kept a calm face and greeted the person on the screen. Dealing with robots is fast-paced. After stating her needs, Jinani was quickly introduced to 2 robots that matched her requirements. She planned to get 2 robots, so if one broke down, she would have a replacement. Sure enough, one day in the future, Jinani felt proud of her wise decision. She successfully traded for 2 robots with a bottle of white wine and a bottle of grape wine. After placing one robot into the warehouse, Jinani took another robot out of the space. Seeing Jinani suddenly bring out a man from the space, Su Hian was quite startled. Although he knew what Jinani was doing inside the space, he had never seen such a realistic robot before. Who is this? Su Hian asked uncertainly. Jinani nodded, and Su Hian gradually slowed down the car and pulled over to stop. Su Hian taught the robot how to drive the car they were in. The robot quickly learned and drove smoothly and confidently. Jinani and Su Hian sat in the back seat. Jinani thought for a moment and took out another robot from the space so they could learn together, saving her from having to teach again later. She thought she was quite clever. Let's give them both names. We can't just keep calling them robots, Jinani said as she looked at Su Hian. Yes, we should give them names. How about this? I saw in a novel that the secret guards in a family are named like this. Jinani suddenly remembered something and pointed at the 2 robots sitting in the front seats. G-Air. If more come later, they can be lined up behind. Or we can call them Su-E, Su-Air, and so on. It sounds nice and is easy to remember. What do you think? That works. After all, they're just titles. Su Hian thought it was nothing special. Before dark, Jinani and her companions arrived safely at their destination. Looking at the tall buildings in the city center, which used to be lively and noisy, now everything was in ruins. Not a single person could be seen. The once bustling place was now desolate and bleak. Everywhere along the roadside, broken glass was scattered. Shops had been looted, and the area was a mess. Dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere, indicating what had happened here before. Ji Nani told Ji Yi to stop the car in front of the largest shopping mall in Z City. Using the car as cover, she quickly stored Ji Yi and Ji Air into the space. After they got out, the car was also taken into the space. By this time, many people's spaces had already upgraded, so storing a small car was no problem and it was safe from being seen. The mall had probably been looted many times already, but Ji Nani still wanted to go inside and take a look. If she could find something valuable to pick up, it would be worth it. Things that others don't need might be very useful here. With this thought, Ji Nani and Su Hien became more alert as they moved inside through the main gate. Both of them sensed that, although there was no sign of people in the mall, there were signs of other animals living there. And there were also zombies. Ji Nani used her mental power to check the first floor and the basement. On her mental map, she saw many red dots clustered in a corner of the basement, indicating a lot of zombies gathered there. She was curious about what could be so attractive to them. They carefully descended the stairs to the basement. The original basement was a large supermarket full of all kinds of goods. Now it was empty and deserted, with many shelves knocked over. It was impossible to tell what used to be on them. As Ji Nani walked forward, she casually stored the shelves into her space. Things that others thought were useless and couldn't be taken were no problem for her. When the base was built, she planned to set up a small supermarket there so everyone could choose what they wanted. The shelves would be very useful. The ground was messy, with occasional dried blood footprints. After wandering around for a while, Ji Nani and Su Hien found nothing but rotting food and some other debris. They turned a corner and immediately saw a pile of white bones on the ground. "It looks like quite a few people really died here," Ji Nani said, based on the marks on the ground, imagining what kind of fight had happened. Su Hien also saw the white bones and pulled Ji Nani aside. "Don't look anymore. These things are unavoidable now." After awakening their powers, the small team searching for supplies often fought fiercely for resources. Some even risked their lives over a small piece of bread. In disasters, people are very fragile, especially when natural disasters and human-made calamities happen together. Most people are just fighting to stay alive. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from a corner, as if something was crushed. Ji Nani and Su Hien immediately turned their heads to look. It was actually a zombie. Ji Nani confirmed again before speaking to Su Hien. It's a lone zombie. They had never seen such a strange zombie before. Usually zombies move in groups, but this one was acting alone. Neither of them dared to move quickly. They slowly tiptoed forward, watching the zombie in the corner. The zombie in the corner seemed to be watching them too. It didn't move but looked at them with its eyes, mimicking their gaze. Su Hien pulled Ji Nani behind him, worried that the zombie might attack suddenly. They moved about a meter away, but the zombie just stared blankly at them, not making any move. Just when Su Hien thought the zombie might not hear any sounds, Ji Nani quickly ran over and pulled Su Hien into a space for safety. At the spot where they had been, a swarm of rats crawled past, which made Ji Nani feel nervous. Because of the mutation, the rats were much bigger than normal. They crowded the ground, some even climbing over each other to pass. The rats gathered around the zombie. Looking through the space, they saw that the zombie, upset by their sudden disappearance, became angry. The rats squeaked loudly around him, scared by his rage, forming a small mound of mutated rats. The zombie moved quickly, taking a few steps to where they had been. It looked around, searching for them. The smell of them was still in the air, but the zombie couldn't find them. Suddenly, the zombie exploded with rage. It grabbed a mutated rat that had just caught up and started biting it like a wild beast. The rats, as if waiting for a sacrifice, pushed closer to the zombie, acting crazily as if under control. "What's this? What's happening?" Ji Nani asked 3 times in a row. "What does this mean?" Could this zombie control the mutated animals? Even Soo Hyun couldn't control these animals, so could this zombie do it? Soo Hyun understood what Jinani was thinking. He took her hand and said, "Let's keep watching. No need to rush." Since discovering that he could communicate with large animals, Soo Hyun has been trying to do so whenever he arrives somewhere new. He looks for animals nearby that he might be able to talk to, but unfortunately, most of the large wild animals tend to run deep into the mountains and rarely come into the city. He also encounters many mutated animals. Some of the smarter ones can still communicate after mutation, but with animals like mice or others that rely on instinct to survive, he has hardly been able to establish communication. He always thought that mutated animals couldn't communicate, but today he proved that his idea was wrong. Or rather, these mutated mice are actually zombie mice, which is why they can connect with zombies and even be directed by them, like now. The dozens of mutated mice they saw earlier are probably also turned into zombies, which explains why their blood is green. Thinking of this, everything suddenly makes sense. But they still need to confirm it further, because seeing is believing. About 10 minutes later, the zombie that had been sitting and eating the mutated mice suddenly stood up, staggered, and moved toward a corner. Soon, its figure disappeared into the darkness. The small, rustling sounds on the ground, caused by the crowded mutated mice, suddenly stopped. They lined up in order and gradually disappeared into the hidden corner of the zombie until they were completely out of sight. The bodies of the mutated mice, covered in blood and flesh, were cleaned up by the remaining mice, as if nothing had happened. This zombie surprisingly knew how to hide and wait. This shocked Shinani. They didn't expect that zombies could become so intelligent. Thinking of this, Jinani immediately called Cha-Cha over. Cha-Cha, does the dimensional system have a device that can detect the level of zombies and mutated animals? Yes, it does. Master, several planets have experienced zombie outbreaks, so such detection devices definitely exist. Hearing this, Jinani quickly asked Cha-Cha to help find a merchant who could meet her requirements. She was ready to make a deal immediately. Next, she needed to not only fight zombies but also observe other animals to see if there were any changes. Most importantly, she wanted to understand the difference between mutated animals and mutated zombie animals. She needed first-hand information. Thinking of this, Jinani felt motivated. For her upcoming plans, she decided to create a zombie notebook to record all the information she could gather. Maybe it would be useful later. Jinani was still lost in her thoughts when Cha-Cha had already found a merchant for trading. Standing beside Jinani, Cha-Cha reminded her, "Master, it's ready. Should we make contact now?" Jinani nodded gently. Cha-Cha quickly established contact with the merchant. Soo Hyun was standing nearby, watching the person on the screen. This person? They looked like a zombie from Blue Star, with a dull grayish color on their body. Jinani also noticed this. The skin color of this person was exactly the same as the bluish-gray of the zombies. The person on the other side saw the surprise in Jinani and Soo Hyun's eyes and spoke up, "You don't need to doubt. I am a zombie." The question in her mind was answered. Jinani smiled awkwardly. She was about to ask more, but the person on the other side didn't mind and continued speaking. "In our planet, according to your Blue Star's words, everyone is considered a zombie. But the low-level zombies that have no consciousness and just attack aimlessly have all been turned into cheap labor. The one you're seeing now is a high-level zombie. Besides the skin color, I look just like a normal person." However, the man on the other side suddenly appeared to have a ball of fire in his hand, which quickly extinguished. "We still retain our special abilities. To prevent further chaos, we have self-protection skills." "I see." Hearing this, Jinani thought that people on Blue Star probably wouldn't turn into zombies. Since the moment they awakened their special abilities, they seemed to have split into two opposing sides. However, the large number of zombies has sped up their evolution. Thinking of this, Jinani felt her concerns grow even more urgent. Jinani directly spoke to the man, saying, "I want a device that can detect zombie levels. Does it only detect zombies?" The man asked softly. "Is there anything else it can detect?" She replied. His words surprised Jinani and Soo Hyun, but she quickly responded. "Zombies, mutated animals, mutated plants. Anything that is changed can be detected, The man didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. This kind of device was basic equipment for everyone on their planet, not something special. Jinani felt tears welling up in her eyes. What does basic equipment mean? The previous energy detector was called a basic tool for the end of the world, and she could accept that. But this all-in-one detection device was everyone's dream, especially when she heard the man on the other side ask to trade with potatoes and sweet potatoes. She felt even happier. She already had plenty of these in her space. Last time, some mature ones were left because TT was lazy and didn't harvest them in time. They were just piled on the ground. After 3 days, they took root and started sprouting again. When TT, being lazy again, wanted to go back and harvest them for processing, she found that another crop was ready to be harvested. Jinani deliberately let TT leave the space-grown plants that didn't look nice. She had already planned that once the base was built, she would take these out as grain crops. The space-produced crops would surely yield a big harvest. She traded 500 pounds of sweet potatoes and 500 pounds of potatoes for a box of detection chips. She couldn't stop smiling. At first, she wanted to bargain, but the high-level zombie on the other side simply took out a box. She didn't know exactly how many detection chips were inside, but the zombie said it was all hers in exchange for 500 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Jinani immediately agreed to the trade. To prevent the other side from seeing her urgency, she waited until the chips were handed over before sending the food. Both sides were happy. They thought there might be more trades in the future. Jinani sent a friend request, and the other side, feeling they had gained a good deal, quickly accepted. Jinani took out a chip from the box and examined it carefully. It was about the size of a small round battery. She pulled Su Hyun's hand and asked someone to open his palm. Following the instructions of the previous person, she placed the chip in Su Hyun's palm. Suddenly, the chip seemed to sense something and slowly disappeared into his hand. It really disappeared. Jinani found it amazing. She looked back and forth at Su Hyun's palm, making sure the chip had truly vanished. She picked up another chip, held it in her hand, and repeated the same process, showing the same scene again. Interesting, really interesting. Let's go out and try. Fearing that the chip might cause Su Hyun discomfort after merging, Jinani held him back and they waited in the space for about 10 minutes. After confirming there were no side effects, Su Hyun agreed to leave the space with Jinani. As soon as they stepped out, Jinani immediately sensed strange movements in the corner. It seemed that she and Su Hyun had a strong attraction for this zombie. But it all depended on whether the zombie had a chance to survive. If it still wanted to bite them and eat their flesh, that was just wishful thinking. In the corner, glowing green eyes appeared densely. Those were the mutated rats. No, they should be zombie rats. They were truly mutated zombie rats. Although the two had prepared in advance, they were still surprised when the detection results were transmitted to their minds. These animals had evolved to such an extent, it's hard to accept. First-level mutated zombie rats, infected with the zombie virus, and capable of spreading it through bites. Before marveling at how useful the detection device was, Jinani and Su Hyun had already started fighting to kill the mutated zombie rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The entire basement was filled with the squeaking of the mutated rats, which sounded even more eerie to the ears. Jinani shivered, with goosebumps. They had killed many rats, and the green blood on their bodies seemed to attract others. The rats, smelling something tasty, frantically licked the corpses and blood of their fellow rats. This scene made Jinani feel a bit uncomfortable in her stomach. She and Su Hyun held their breath and backed against each other to prevent the mutated mice from jumping onto them. Yes, these mutated mice could jump over a meter high, and they kept rushing forward, trying to leap onto the two of them. Seeing Jinani's disgust, Su Hyun silently increased the power of the lightning ball in his hand. The dense layer of mutated mice crawling in front of them instantly turned to ash and disappeared. Upon closer look, there were actually dozens of small crystal cores on the ground. When Jinani saw the crystal cores clearly, she felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Are these the crystal cores of mutated animals? Why are these animal crystal cores appearing so early? According to her memory, Animal crystal cores usually wouldn't appear until at least next year. Nani still found it hard to believe. She used vines to grab a handful of crystal cores and brought them in front of her for confirmation. Once she was sure they were crystal cores, she pulled out her dog from the space. The dog, seeing the surrounding mice, was so scared that it hid behind Nani and whined. Seeing the dog's reaction, Nani remembered that her big dog was fearless of everything except mice, especially such large mice. In the next second, Pang Pang was released from the space. Perhaps because cats are naturally wary of mice, as soon as Pang Pang appeared, the mutated mice that had been rushing forward instinctively took a step back. Pang Pang stood on Su Hian's shoulder, looked disdainfully at the dents surrounding mutated mice, and calmly jumped onto a collapsed shelf. Although the mutated mice were afraid, the zombies in the corner kept howling. The mice, though scared, stopped retreating and prepared to attack forward. Seeing that the mutated mice still dared to crawl forward, Pang Pang barked softly to warn them not to come any closer. Pang Pang glanced at the dog, full of mockery in its eyes.
See?
I told you, your silly dog isn't good enough. It's afraid of just a mouse. Woof, woof. Who said I'm afraid? I just haven't seen so many mice before. And look at how big they are. Meow, meow. Stop talking nonsense and get moving. Do you want your owner to help you? Hiding behind your owner is embarrassing. Woof, woof. The dog still wanted to resist bravely, but was immediately disliked by the chubby one. The chubby one ignored it and jumped into the group of mutated mice. The mice, which were under the control of zombies, wanted to keep moving forward, but they were frightened and ran away when they saw the chubby's action. The chubby slapped, crushing 3 mutated mice at once. The dog also managed to control its fear and spat fire, burning the mice in front of it to ashes. Since these two entered the space's spiritual spring water has helped them level up quickly. Even the fire spat out by the dog has improved, now able to burn things to ashes. With the help of the chubby and the dog, the hundreds of mutated mice were no match for them. Eventually, the chubby stopped fighting and only directed the dog, commanding it to keep spitting fire at the mice. Soon, the smell of burnt flesh filled the lower level, but it was different from the last time when burnt crows still had a meaty smell. This time, it was a foul stench, making the air very uncomfortable. Even Nani felt almost suffocated by the smell. Finally, the zombie in the corner couldn't hold back and appeared openly. Initially, there were scattered mutated mice crawling on the ground, but after the zombie appeared, they quickly scurried into the corner. The zombie's face was missing a large piece, and although the wound looked healed, it was scabby, making it look even more fierce. The zombie had green liquid on its mouth from biting the mutated mice, and its eyes were bulging out. It staggered quickly toward Nani. As it neared her, she kicked the zombie away, watching it fall to the ground without getting up. Nani didn't believe that just one kick could disable the zombie. She had already checked with the device and knew it was a mid-level level 3 mutated zombie, skilled in confusion and control techniques. If she guessed right, this zombie was trying to find a chance to confuse her. The dog wanted to step forward and threaten the zombie, but was immediately stopped by Nani. Although the dog didn't understand why its owner called it back, it obeyed the command. Just as the dog turned around, the zombie, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly straightened up and lunged at the dog. In an emergency, Su Hian hadn't made a move yet when he saw the chubby paw already grabbing the zombie's face. Although he knew that these 2 mutated pets had good abilities, Su Hian was still amazed by the speed of the chubby. He didn't even see how the chubby jumped over. He only saw 3 scratch marks left on the zombie's face by the paw. The chubby looked at the dog with some disdain. So weak. Woof woof woof, I knew the old boss would protect me, the dog said happily, rubbing against the chubby and acting cute. Nani ignored the dog and chubby, greeting Su Hian directly. The vines in her hand shot out all at once, wrapping around the zombie and binding it tightly. The punch from the chubby just now blinded the zombie's left eye. Murky, rotten blood flowed down from the eye and cheek, soaking the dried scabs and making the zombie's face look even more bloody and torn. But the zombie didn't feel any pain. It didn't care about the wounds on its face and kept snarling and struggling, trying to break free from Nani's grip. Nani gently tightened the vines around the zombie. Feeling the pressure, the zombies struggled even more fiercely. Suddenly, the zombie's head turned 180 degrees, looking directly into Nani's eyes. It sneered with a sinister smile, both seductive and disdainful. Nani's heart tightened. She quickly looked away to avoid the zombie's gaze, but she was still affected a little. Because she momentarily lost focus, the vines that were tightening around the zombie loosened, giving it a chance to escape. The zombie's sharp claws directly snapped the vines tied around its waist. Soo-hyun quickly noticed the abnormality. He leapt forward as if flying and kicked the zombie hard in the chest. The zombie was slammed into the wall behind it and then fell heavily to the ground. Be careful, its eyes can confuse people, Nani warned Soo-hyun. Got it, Soo-hyun nodded to show he understood. The zombie on the ground swayed and slowly got up. It seemed angry and no longer wanted to circle around with Nani and the others. It let out a loud, fierce roar. A faint, rustling sound came from all directions, making Nani feel a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, a group of mutated mice suddenly appeared from nowhere and rushed wildly toward their location from all sides. Pang-thang, Maru, be careful. Nani didn't have time to put the two into her space bag, so she could only shout a warning to be cautious. Pang-thang didn't pay much attention to these mutated mice. It meowed loudly, still reminding the dog to stay safe, then leapt onto a high point to look down at the mice below.
Suddenly, a furious cat responded.
Many cats of different colors rushed into the entrance. Seeing the room full of mutated mice, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Nani saw the cats appear suddenly and knew Pang-pang had called them. She felt relieved. The zombie was now completely furious, constantly snarling. With a sudden burst of strength, it lunged directly at Nani. She dodged the attack quickly. As she turned, Vine shot toward the zombie, but missed. Soo-hyun stepped forward, working perfectly with Nani. The zombie dodged Nani's attack, but couldn't avoid Soo-hyun's lightning ball. A real hole was punched into the zombie's body, but it didn't stop its movement at all. Instead, it became even angrier. The zombie turned and sped up, rushing towards Soo-hyun. It opened its mouth wide, eyes fixed on Soo-hyun, as if wanting to tear a big piece of flesh from him, showing extreme ferocity. Soo-hyun threw his lightning ball again, and again at the zombie. Soon, 4 large holes appeared on its body, piercing straight through. Nani seized the opportunity and launched an attack. A vine about the width of a small arm quickly shot toward the zombie. The zombie tried to turn and continue attacking, but Nani was already a step ahead. The vine turned into a sharp blade and pierced through the zombie's forehead. The zombie turned its head in disbelief and looked at Nani. In the next second, it collapsed heavily to the ground. Nani retracted the vine, revealing a large hole in the zombie's forehead. A crystal core about the size of a chicken egg rolled out of the hole and stopped at Nani's feet. The mutated mice, which had been attacking constantly, began to scatter and run away. But with so many cats around, how could they let these fat mice escape? Finally, under the chubby command, all the mutated zombie mice were dealt with, about 80 cats, each holding several mutated mice in their mouths before leaving. Nani stood beside Soo-hyun. These cats have also mutated, but it seems they aren't affected by the zombie virus? Soo-hyun had a detection chip installed. He quickly learned that the group of cats summoned by his chubby friend had only mutated, not turned into zombies. This was certain. It's unknown whether these cats had eaten zombie-like animals before, but just now, many had already eaten several mutated zombie mice, yet showed no signs of influence. Especially Nani, who kept watching one cat that had eaten a mutated zombie mouse. After a long time, she saw no unusual signs. This puzzled her. Could it mean that some animals are immune to the zombie virus? Nani remembered this point and planned to record it later when she got on the car. Maybe it would be useful someday. After dealing with the zombies, Nani instinctively felt that there must be something in the corner where the zombies had been. She pulled Su Hien and they moved forward. When they reached the corner where the zombies had been, they were surprised to find a door. Jinani stepped forward, but she couldn't find a door handle. She turned to Su Hien for help. This is definitely a door, but how do we open it? Su Hien stepped forward, knocked, and probed. Soon, he found a spot, pushed hard, and the door swung open as if rebounding. Su Hien turned to Jinani and said, "This is an invisible door. It needs a counterforce to open." Jinani nodded lightly, then pushed the door open. She was immediately hit by a strong, foul smell and had to step back. The room was dark and black. Jinani took out a bright flashlight from her space and shone it inside. "There's another door." She shined her light on a door ahead, then turned to Su Hien. She sniffed the air to confirm and said, "The smell is coming from inside that door." Su Hien quickly stepped forward. As he got closer to the iron door, the smell of decay grew stronger. After inspecting the door, he thought for a moment and calmly said, "There should be a freezer behind this." He reached out to turn the handle of the iron door. Before he even applied much force, the door swung open easily. The strong, foul smell rushed into their noses the moment the door opened. Before they could see inside clearly, a faint rustling sound reached their ears. Jinani shined her flashlight and hurriedly looked inside. The floor inside was covered with mutated rats, packed tightly together. The flashlight revealed their eyes glowing green, which made their skin crawl. "Maru Maru," Jinani urgently called her dog. As soon as the dog heard her, it happily ran over. Seeing the floor full of mutated rats, there was no time to retreat. Instinctively, the dog opened its mouth, and fiery snakes shot out from it. Pang Bang also blocked the doorway, preventing any of the rats from escaping. A sizzling sound, mixed with the squeaks of the mutated rats, filled the air. The scene was chaotic. In less than 10 minutes, the dog had cleared all the mutated rats from the freezer. Besides the lingering smell of burnt flesh, the floor no longer showed any sign of the rats or the zombies they had become. Jinani waited a little longer until the smell inside the room faded before she and Su Hien entered together. The room was dusty and dull, but it was clear it was once a freezer. Following the foul odor, Jinani looked around. In the corner of the freezer, she saw scattered rotting meat and some human bones. As she moved closer, she noticed boxes of frozen food, labeled with items like pork and lamb. There were quite a few different kinds. It seems this place was never discovered before. The zombies probably used it to lure in some supernatural beings, then killed them. As they approached, they saw countless white bones next to a pile of spoiled, inedible food. No wonder the place smelled so bad. So many corpses and rotting frozen food created a terrible stench. Jinani thought to herself, then turned and saw a small pile of crystal cores casually stacked in the corner. "I found the reason why this zombie has such a high level. It seems this zombie not only confuses mutants and humans, but also shows no mercy to its fellow zombies. The same is true here." The two of them looked around the cold storage room, but didn't find anything else. After collecting the crystal cores from the ground and the zombie into their space, they left the basement. Fatty and Dog also wanted to play outside a bit longer, but Jinani thought for a moment and decided to put them into the space. Originally, they planned to drive straight to S-City, but now Jinani changed her mind. She wanted to go to S-City as soon as possible, then return to start building the base. To carry out their next plans, they needed a strong foundation. The base was their future support, so it had to be done well. Her biggest worry now was animals turning into zombies, especially those that live in groups. Even with their strong abilities, they could be exhausted if there are too many. Although they have spiritual spring water, their stamina keeps draining. Jinani tried to remember the people she met in her past life. Xiao Hong, a medical genius in her previous life, was expelled from the team because he never awakened his abilities. But actually, Xiao Hong's ability was to conduct experiments. He had advanced sensitivity and hands-on skills. When they encountered him in the apocalypse, Xiao Hong was working on a zombie vaccine. However, without proper equipment and environment, he never succeeded. If they could find Xiaohong, they might have a chance to develop a vaccine that could fight the zombie virus. But in her past life, Su Hian never told her where he met Xiaohong. China is so big. How could she find this person? Su Hian looked at Ji Nani's furrowed brow and felt worried. He gently took her hand and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking of someone, your former teammate. If we could find him, it would be great. Then we could build a research lab at the base, and maybe we could develop a vaccine against the zombies." Since Ji Nani had nothing to hide from Su Hian, she simply shared her thoughts softly. Su Hian thought for a moment and comforted her. "If you met him before, there's a good chance you'll meet him again. Don't worry." Ji Nani was actually a bit worried. After her rebirth, although the overall situation seemed unchanged, many events seemed to have happened much earlier than before. Could this be the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth? Maybe all the answers would be clear once she met Lu Qiaoji. The urgency to see Lu Qiaoji reached its peak in Ji Nani's heart. The two of them searched through this huge shopping mall again. Originally, they just wanted to see if they could find some bargains, but they actually found a few diamond necklaces and a small safe filled with gold. Ji Nani directly threw the items into her space, letting Cha-Cha play with them. Besides the gold, the rest was now just junk with no use. 1 gene of gold could only exchange for 10 gene of rice, and only if someone was willing. Such a cheap deal was almost unbelievable. In a building far away, a man held binoculars, constantly watching the mall's entrance. He kept squatting until his legs went numb, but still saw no one come out. He handed the binoculars to his subordinate and told him to keep watching, then got up and went to a room. He spoke to a woman resting on the bed. "Boss, those two have been inside for so long, they must be dead. The zombie inside is hard to deal with. We lost many brothers trying, but these two, are we overestimating them?" The woman opened her eyes lazily and said slowly, "Let Xiao Wu and the others keep watch. Those two will definitely come out." The man wanted to say more, but the woman had already closed her eyes again. She waved him off, knowing her methods, so he dared not argue. He quietly left the room and gently closed the door, afraid to disturb her rest. Once the door was fully shut, the woman opened her eyes, stood up, and looked across at the mall building through the window. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Ji Nani, don't let me down. If you can't even get out of this mall, how can I send you to deal with that fool Gua Xiaoxiao?" If Ji Nani were here now, she would recognize that this woman was Li Qiaoqiao, who had met her once before, Li Qiaoqiao, who was already said to have been killed by zombies in Gua Xiaoxiao's words. At that time, Gua Xiaoxiao pushed Li Qiaoqiao into the zombie horde to save herself, and Li Qiaoqiao was indeed bitten by zombies. No one knows, but after Li Qiaoqiao caught the zombie virus, her healing ability suddenly advanced very quickly. She was originally a low-level first-stage healer, but within half an hour of being bitten by a zombie, her body healed from torn flesh, and her ability also upgraded to mid-third stage. She also unlocked a new power, precognition. Using her healing ability, Li Qiaoqiao quickly carved out a path in the apocalypse. Taking risks for wealth and safety, she sought out other ability users abandoned by their teams after being infected. When treating them, she would bring them into her own group. Thanks to her healing power and their gratitude, these people soon willingly followed her. During this time, her healing ability also rose to the peak of the third stage. She could now both save and harm others, which made the men in her team more afraid of her. The only thing that disappointed Li Qiaoqiao was her precognition ability, which had been stuck at first stage and refused to improve. No matter how many crystal cores she absorbed, her ability wouldn't advance. Suddenly, her precognition ability jumped from first stage to the peak of the first stage, making her very happy. At the same time, she had a dream. In her dream, she wasn't pushed into the zombie horde by Gua Xiaoxiao, nor did she die. Instead, she was beside Lu Qiaoji. Because of her healing ability, she quickly replaced Gua Xiaoxiao's position beside Lu Qiaoji. Although the world outside was in chaos, she never suffered while with Lu Qiaoji. When they discovered Gua Xiaoxiao's betrayal of Lu Qiaoji, her life improved even more. Lu Qiaoji told her everything. It was during that time that she learned the secret of their experiments from Lu Qiaoji. When she woke up, she looked around in confusion, taking a long time to regain her senses. Li Qiaoqiao couldn't understand why her real-life experiences were so different from her dream. During the chaos at the start of the apocalypse, she couldn't find Lu Yong or Lu Qiaozhi. When she met Gua Xiaoxiao, who was also looking for Lu Qiaozhi, she thought they depended on each other for survival. But in reality, they pushed her into the abyss. So, she activated her ability as usual, wanting to see what her precognition could bring her this time. Although each time she used this special power, it caused her great backlash, preventing her from using her healing ability for a month, she still felt that this sudden upgrade was a sign from heaven. Even if it brought bigger backlash this time, she was determined to use it. Li Qiaoqiao told others not to disturb her in the room and eagerly began to activate her power. After the prophecy ended, Li Qiaoqiao spat out a large mouthful of blood. As she had expected, this prophecy caused even greater backlash on her body. But the result made her smile uncontrollably. Her lips were stained with blood, but she didn't care. She knew she had guessed right. She saw images she had never seen before. She saw that Lu Qiaozhi actually had a doomsday system, and she saw Gua Xiaoxiao steal that system from Lu Qiaozhi. Such a powerful cheat, yet Lu Qiaozhi failed to protect it and was robbed. She also saw Jinani, so foolish, once again caught by Lu Qiaozhi. Her eyes were full of schemes. Whether the dreams she had before were real or not, she held them tightly in her hand. The man next to Lu Qiaozhi, if Gua Xiaoxiao could take him down, then she, Li Qiaoqiao, could do it too. This cruel end-of-the-world scenario had taught her a painful lesson. She was no longer the same Li Qiaoqiao who was easily manipulated. What right did Lu Qiaozhi have to make her bow and submit? Since she now knew all this, it would become her own. No one could stop her. She was planning how to find Lu Qiaozhi in S-City. Jinani just appeared before her, making her very happy. Even heaven seemed to be helping her. How could she not succeed? A glimmer of light appeared in Li Qiaoqiao's eyes. She needed to see what Jinani's abilities were before planning her next move. The zombie in the business world was just the help she needed. She remembered that in that dream, the man beside Jinani was very powerful. She and Lu Qiaozhi had tried several times to take him down but failed. Now, she couldn't act rashly. Her only plan was to arrive in S-City before these two and find a way to meet Lu Qiaozhi by chance. Once she met him, she could pretend to casually mention that she had seen Jinani. Thinking of this, Li Qiaoqiao suddenly felt it was silly to wait here for Jinani to come out of the mall. She should now plan their trip to S-City. Lu Cheng, Lu Cheng, Li Qiaoqiao called out loudly outside the door. Lu Cheng was the person she trusted most. He had been lying among a pile of zombie corpses, covered in blood. His teammate had abandoned him, even though he might still have a chance to survive. At that time, she had just saved her own life, using all her remaining abilities to save Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng survived, but she fell into a coma for 3 days. During those 3 days, Lu Cheng stayed by her side until she woke up. He immediately vowed to protect her for the rest of his life. Whatever she wanted to do, he would be with her. Li Qiaoqiao kept a calm face, but secretly celebrated inside. Actually, when Lu Cheng and the others were fighting the zombies, she was hiding in the shadows. She saw that Lu Cheng was caught by the zombie because he was trying to protect his teammate. She thought she wouldn't be able to take advantage of human weakness this time. But unexpectedly, the teammate Lu Cheng was protecting was the first to stand up and say they couldn't let Lu Cheng delay their team. She saw the disappointment in Lu Cheng's eyes and was sure she could win his heart. And she succeeded. Li Qiaoqiao thought Lu Cheng was just like those arrogant men she had dealt with before, simple and easy to handle. Little did she know, she had missed the only man in her life who would truly care for her. She never realized this in her lifetime, but that was a story for later. Jinani and Su Hian immediately decided not to waste any more time. Everything could wait until they returned from S-City. The two entered a space, and Su Hian activated it. 3 minutes later, they were standing on the land in S-City. Su Hian had a large apartment there, bought on their wedding anniversary that year. Jinani liked the view of the river, so he bought it specially. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room offered a perfect view outside. That apartment was sold in a hurry, as the seller didn't have enough cash flow. They only paid a deposit, and the deal fell through. Now, it was just right for them to use as a temporary place to stay. Soo Hyun activated the space again, and the two explored S-City. I initially thought that the S-City safety base would be chaotic, but surprisingly, it is peaceful inside. Also, getting into the safety base for protection doesn't require strict rules. Even in areas not managed by the safety base, different groups are in control. So, the two of them decided not to enter the base right away. Instead, they would observe the surroundings for a few days before making further plans. After all, they don't need to be completely honest to get inside. Lee Xiao doesn't know that Ji Nani has already gone to S-City. She is still giving orders to her subordinates to watch the exits carefully. Only by meeting with Ji Nani can she find a chance to guide him to S-City and let Lu Xiaoji and others fight among themselves. Like a mantis catching a cicada while a sparrow waits behind, she plans to wait until they are exhausted and then take advantage of the situation. Thinking of her plan, Li Xiao's lips curl into a slight smile, as if she has already succeeded. Her tone becomes light and cheerful. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rings out at this moment. Because Li Xiao is in a good mood, her response carries a hint of happiness. This surprises the person outside the door. He has never heard her sound so gentle before. It's very pleasant. Lu Cheng pushes the door open and sees Li Xiao with a joyful expression on her face. He glances at her briefly and immediately turns away. He doesn't dare look too long. He knows he doesn't deserve her, but since she saved him, he has fallen hopelessly in love with her. He notices that his mood changes with hers. When she's happy, he's happy. When she frowns, he feels uncomfortable and distressed for her. In this harsh world, how did a delicate girl like Xiao manage to get everything she is now? He knows how much she has suffered. Because of this, Lu Cheng feels even more heartbroken for her. But Lu Cheng forgets himself. Li Xiao is indeed good, but many things later were done by him. At least half of her reputation and image in everyone's mind are thanks to him. Feeling her good mood, Li Xiao speaks more gently to Lu Cheng. Has the person come out? Lu Cheng shakes his head. Probably left through another window. They didn't come out the main door. I asked Dongzi to check, and there's no one inside now. They might have left earlier. So, they actually left. Li Xiao's tone was a bit regretful, and now her plan needed to change. Since Ji Nani couldn't act now, she decided to go directly to Lu Xiaoji's side. That place was easier to handle anyway. Based on how things were developing, Lu Xiaoji and Ji Nani would meet sooner or later. She should go find Lu Xiaoji first. After thinking this through, Li Xiao decided that capturing Lu Xiaoji in S-City was the most important task. She stood up and walked over to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, tell your brothers to get ready. We're going to S-City. Lu Cheng looked at Li Xiao with a hint of doubt. They were doing well here, had enough supplies, so why go to S-City? That place was now controlled by different groups, and the strong didn't dominate the local forces. If they went there, they would just be swallowed up. How could they still be living comfortably? He tentatively asked, Xiao, why are we going to S-City? The brothers are finally living peacefully, and I think, Lu Cheng spoke while watching her face. Seeing that Li Xiao didn't look upset by his words, he relaxed a little and wanted to say more. But Li Xiao didn't give him a chance. She stepped forward, took his arm, and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. I have a good friend in the S-City base. I want to visit her. Here, it's just you guys, a bunch of stinky men. And you said you wanted to marry me, right? Even if we can't get the marriage certificate now, going to S-City with my best friend as a witness is like having family there. Li Xiao kept talking on, but Lu Cheng couldn't hear her words anymore. All he saw was her small cherry mouth moving enticingly in front of him, and her soft arm made him want to press her down and hold her close. In the next second, Lu Cheng acted. He pushed her onto the bed, stared directly into her eyes, and didn't want to miss her reaction. His voice was hoarse and low. Xiao, are you really willing to marry me? Li Xiao felt a surge of pride. She didn't expect Lu Qing to react so strongly. She hadn't been with a man for a long time, and she was starting to miss that feeling. She knew how good Lu Qing's body was, so she didn't feel she was losing out. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The control of several coastal docks seems to be in the hands of certain people, with ships and fishing boats still working. It appears that the survival of more people in City S is closely linked to the rich ocean resources. Jinani pulls Su Hian back to the spacious apartment. It's almost dark now. Tomorrow, she plans to ask someone for detailed information and then make the next plan. After all, they're still not very familiar with City S. Jinani and Su Hian walk along the river. The city was once very lively, with cruise ships singing and dancing on the river every night. When did it ever stop? Now, the cold wind blows fiercely. Even if people come out, they are cautious, afraid of attracting the attention of the zombies in that corner or making loud noises that might draw their attention. Let go. You animals, let go of my sister. Jinani hears a strange noise from an alley ahead. She and Su Hian slow down and walk toward the alley entrance. A heartbreaking scream from a girl comes from the alley. Jinani quickens her pace and soon reaches the alley entrance. A man is hanging from a second-story window of an old house by a rope. Below, several men surround a girl with a doll-like face, looking lecherous as they pull at her. The girl is so scared she keeps retreating, but there's a wall behind her, leaving only a small space to escape. The leader, a man with a lecherous face, stares greedily at the girl and pushes forward without care. The other men watch and shout. Big brother, you go first. When you're done, we'll try this little girl's taste. Don't worry, big brother. We'll watch over you. No one will dare bother us. This little girl is usually watched closely by Wei Feng. He's always flirting with us, but never gets to taste her. Today, we'll have a good time. The man hanging from the second floor struggles desperately. You, let go of my sister. Stop. Stop. I won't let you go. I'll make sure you all get a bad ending. Wei Feng cannot break free. The old window can't support his weight and creaks loudly. But he cannot stop what is happening below. Wei Feng feels hopeless. He looks at his sister, tears falling from her eyes like big beads. Despair fills the hearts of the brother and sister at this moment. Wei Shui opened her eyes wide and looked up at her brother. She was already ready to face death. She would rather die than let anyone bully her. Still, she couldn't completely let go of her brother.
Stop. No.
Swear. Wei Feng saw what his sister meant and shouted anxiously, trying to stop her. Suddenly, a loud noise made Wei Shui tremble, and the man on her was startled and immediately softened. The man became angry and embarrassed, looking for the reason for his shame. Wei Feng struggled desperately, causing himself and the old window to fall together. The glass shattered everywhere, cutting his back and making him bleed, but he stopped the man from continuing to hurt his sister. Wei Feng didn't care about the pain. Jinani was about to intervene but withdrew his hand when the commotion caused by Wei Feng falling distracted him. The remaining 4 men saw their leader embarrass himself and all turned to punch Wei Feng on the ground. Jinani stood at the alley entrance and shouted at the men swinging their fists. His voice immediately caught their attention. The leader turned around and saw Jinani, who immediately sneered and laughed mockingly. Oh, a new little beauty. Seeing the man's appearance, Jinani thought he was truly disgusting. The man proudly said, "Where did this little beauty come from? Does she want her brother to make her happy? Look, her brother's big thing really likes you." The man was so captivated by Jinani's looks that Wei Shui lost her appeal instantly. She hurriedly tried to pull Jinani into her arms. "Little beauty, come to brother's hug." Before the man finished speaking, he felt a cold sensation below and a sharp pain spreading through his limbs. He looked down and saw his hand covered in blood. This scene happened so quickly that everyone present had no time to react. Jinani quickly stepped forward, kicked away the thing the man had cut off, which landed directly into the trash can behind him. Trash should stay where it belongs. With a series of swift movements, Wei Shui's tears stopped. The 4 remaining men finally reacted and hurried to stand in front of their leader, protecting him.
Who are you?
How dare you attack my boss? Do you want to die? The man spoke harshly but didn't dare to step forward. He looked at his boss's bloodied groin and instinctively protected his own sensitive area. Being cut there alive would be extremely painful, and he didn't even want to imagine it. Jinani slowly stepped forward. Another man holding a knife stopped him, saying, You can't go any closer. Just stay there and talk. You cowards, useless trash. Come on, fight me. The man was sitting on the ground. Due to heavy blood loss, his lips had turned pale. He looked at his 4 helpless subordinates with anger, and the blood flowing from him increased. At some point, Jinani had a sword in his hand. He looked at the remaining 4 men with a faint smile. Because of his casual smile, the 4 men suddenly felt a cold sensation in their groins. They quickly lifted their boss and ran away. Wait for us. Don't let us see you again. Next time, I will kill you. One of the men thought running away was too shameful, so he turned around and spat out a harsh threat before running off. Jinani took out a set of clothes and a down jacket from his space. Put these on first. Wei Shui looked at Jinani for a long time without responding. Only when Jinani handed her the clothes again did she realize what was happening. She carefully took the clothes and kept thanking him. After trembling and putting on the clothes, Wei Shui heard Jinani call out Su Hian. Only then did he walk from the alley to Jinani's side. Wei Shui staggered over to her brother and helped him untie the ropes on his hands. But they couldn't untie them. The ropes had been tied tightly from the start, and after pulling and struggling for a long time, they were knotted together. Without tools, they couldn't untie them. Jinani threw his sword over. Wei Shui immediately understood what he meant. After thanking him, she picked up the sword carefully, worried it might cut Wei Feng's skin again, and carefully cut the ropes. With tools, the ropes were quickly removed. Wei Shui ignored her own injuries and hurried to treat Wei Feng's wounds. She was very grateful that her healing ability had awakened. She could heal her brother and stop his wounds from bleeding further. Jinani didn't stop Wei Shui or leave. I decided to act because I couldn't stand seeing a few grown men forcing a young girl. Also, I was interested in their special abilities. They were originally looking for someone born in S City to gather information, and they happened to help someone along the way. It was no big deal. When Wei Feng was badly injured and fell from a high place without any protection, Wei Shui used her powers to help him recover only halfway, despite exhausting her energy. This made Jinani realize her potential. She saw that Wei Shui's talent for her abilities was very high. After awakening her powers, she was already stronger than most. Achieving this level of healing early on was impressive. Wei Shui and Wei Feng supported each other as they approached Jinani. Wei Feng knelt heavily and bowed his head. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. Wei Feng's lips were pale, and he refused to get up. He kept staring at Jinani. For some reason, he felt that she was his only chance for revenge. He wanted to stay with these 2 people, because only then could he give his sister a better life. Please take us with you, Wei Feng begged firmly, though his tone was serious.
Why?
Do I have to take you just because I saved you? That sounds like blackmail, Jinani said, showing no sympathy. Because I want revenge. I want to protect my sister, Wei Feng answered clearly, teeth clenched. In that moment, he didn't care about survival. He even thought about dying to end it all. But now he wanted to live and live well. My sister has healing powers. You already know that. I have wind and fire abilities. If you take us, I promise my life will be yours to command. I will follow your orders, Wei Feng said. I have combat experience. I can fight zombies and am not afraid of them. Bringing us both will definitely be more beneficial than harmful, he added, trying to persuade Jinani. Wei Feng pulled his sister closer and tried to sell himself to her. If he hadn't trusted others today, his sister wouldn't be in trouble. He thought everyone was from the same base, and those people seemed genuine. He never expected they would betray him. Their initial goal was to help his sister. He couldn't imagine what he would do if these 2 hadn't saved him. This cruel end of the world has taught him a harsh lesson. He should have known long ago that there are no free favors and nothing is truly deserved. The rules of this world are so harsh that he shouldn't have held onto false hope. Nani didn't reply, but looked at Wei Feng carefully. With your dual abilities after this loss, even if you don't follow me, you can still live well. Why do you insist on staying with me? Even without Wei Feng's dual abilities, Wei Shue's healing power alone would be highly valued by many bases or small teams. Because you'll help me get revenge, and because you didn't show any other thoughts after seeing Shue's abilities, Wei Feng said honestly. He knew from the start that his sister's power was stronger than many others, not just a little. At first, he wanted Shuer to secretly use a crystal core to upgrade her abilities, but the base had a machine that could detect abilities. He was afraid his sister would be caught, so he never let her use a crystal core. Only when most people's abilities started to improve did he give her a crystal core. That one core made her ability jump from mid-level to early second level. After that, he dared not let her use another. He knew that no matter how strong he was just one person. He might not be able to protect his sister. He didn't stop his sister from healing him just now because he wanted to see how these two would react. He wanted to be sure how they would respond to such obvious abilities. He was both scared and hopeful. When his sister finished healing him and he saw no unexpected reaction, he decided to take a gamble. Nani's lips curved slightly. She was waiting for Wei Feng to confess. If Wei Feng hid his true feelings, she would consider it. But since he openly admitted everything, she liked his honesty. Nani took a military coat from her space and threw it directly onto Wei Feng. Wei Feng understood that these two people were willing to bring him and his sister along. He immediately, excitedly put on the coat. My name is Wei Feng, and this is my sister Wei Shue. Wei Feng excitedly introduced himself and his sister. Nani, Su Hian, Nani replied. Su Hian took a familiar-looking porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out 2 pills, and handed them directly to the two of them. Eat or not, it's up to you. If you eat, you can come with us. If not, before Su Hian finished speaking, Wei Feng and Wei Shue directly put the food into their mouths. Follow us. Su Hian didn't waste words anymore. Wei Feng's quick and decisive attitude pleased him. The two, originally planning to enjoy a little more intimacy, were interrupted by a knocking on the door. Lu Cheng was still immersed in the recent sweet moment, his voice hoarse and a bit charming. Lu Cheng softly comforted Li Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao, rest for a while. I'll go see what they want. I'll explain everything to them. We'll pack up and leave early tomorrow. Li Qiao Qiao wanted to remind Lu Cheng about something, but she didn't expect him to speak up first. Perhaps because they had spent the night together, Li Qiao Qiao felt Lu Cheng's tenderness, and her heart softened a little. But she quickly suppressed this feeling. Li Qiao Qiao believed she deserved a better life. Once she achieved everything she wanted, if Lu Cheng still wanted to stay by her side, she wouldn't mind taking care of him. Thinking of this, Li Qiao Qiao was truly exhausted from Lu Cheng's antics and fell asleep unconsciously. In the living room, the men heard Lu Cheng's words and showed varying degrees of reluctance. Brother Cheng, are we really going to S City? As soon as Lu Cheng finished speaking, a young-looking boy nearby hurriedly asked. Lu Cheng nodded, not intending to hide anything. Although their group was small, everyone considered each other close friends. They were like brothers, and they discussed everything together. After getting Lu Cheng's clear answer, the boy continued, Brother Cheng, we should stay here. We finally found a safe place. Isn't that good? Going to S City will use up a lot of fuel, and that's the fuel we need for searching for supplies. And if we go to S City, where will we stay? What if we encounter a large zombie horde on the way? Wang Fuyue's worries grew more intense, and he didn't notice Lu Cheng's eyes starting to look a bit strange. After Wang Fuyue finished sharing his thoughts, the room fell into complete silence. Others didn't see that Lu Cheng was acting strangely. We are all adults and have been through a lot in society. Although we seem like brothers, only those with strong abilities are truly in charge. Wang Fu is young and doesn't understand these things. He openly said things Lu Cheng didn't want to hear, and each comment hit the mark. Lu Cheng remained calm and quietly listened to Wang Fu's objections. The others around him were worried, but Lu Cheng didn't react. He simply looked at Wang Fu and said calmly, "If you don't want to go with us, you can leave." What does leaving mean? Everyone else understood clearly. They were glad they hadn't spoken up earlier. Half of the people were saved by Li Qiaoqiao's special power. Although some doubted that Li Qiaoqiao was a woman, they all recognized Lu Cheng's abilities. Before, Lu Cheng and Li Qiaoqiao's relationship was unclear, and people didn't know what to think. Today, in the afternoon, the sounds of intimate breathing inside the room made it obvious. They were together. Even though they tried to hide it, others outside could hear. Now, everyone knew Lu Cheng and Li Qiaoqiao were a couple, and there was no more hiding. They understood what to do next. But no one expected Lu Cheng to suddenly say they should go to S City. After Wang Fu's example, everyone looked at each other, unsure how to respond. They could survive the end of the world without Li Qiaoqiao and the others. There were many men and food wouldn't be a problem. But the trouble was, Li Qiaoqiao was a healing ability user. Not only could she heal, but she could also harm them. They had to obey her. Healing ability users are very rare. In this world, where medicines are gone, having a healer nearby is like having a life insurance. It's extremely important. Everyone was unsure how to answer. Wang Fu, who was nearby, finally understood. Lu Cheng, whom he respected most, was telling him to leave. That meant he had to leave the team. Lu Cheng couldn't possibly send him away. Wang Fu was saved by Lu Cheng. In this world, Lu Cheng was the only person who truly cared for him. He couldn't leave Lu Cheng. Thinking of this, Wang Fu felt a bit excited. He stepped forward and grabbed Lu Cheng's sleeve. "Brother Cheng, I don't want to give up. I don't want to leave you." Wang Fu was still a 16-year-old boy. Although he was already 180 centimeters tall, his emotions got the better of him, and he spoke without thinking. He didn't notice this and kept talking. "Brother Cheng, I'm just doing this for your good. We finally have some supplies stored, and we even got some gasoline. If we waste it, it's not renewable. It will only get less and less. Also, Brother Cheng, you brought me back and said I should follow you. That makes me your person. You can't just kick me out like this." Wang Fu wanted to keep shouting at Lu Cheng, but Lu Cheng couldn't listen anymore. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and he radiated a strange anger. The others also stepped in to hold Wang Fu back, signaling him to stop talking. But unexpectedly, Wang Fu was as stubborn as a mule. No matter what they did, they couldn't stop him. His words became more and more suggestive, as if he had been played with and then abandoned, which made the others in the room too scared to breathe. What was this kid talking about? If they didn't know about Lu Cheng and Li Qiaoqiao, those words sounded like a scorned woman blaming a bad man. It even looked like Lu Cheng and Wang Fu had some secret relationship. Seeing Lu Cheng's expression, everyone dared not think further. They just held Wang Fu back. This kid had good abilities, but it seemed he was raised in a bubble and didn't understand social rules at all. If it weren't for their rough nature and their interest in his handsome face, they might have just admired him as a pretty sight and ignored him. But because of his mouth and personality, they would have beaten him dozens of times. Wang Fu's words made Lu Cheng look at him with complete disgust, even feeling sick. Lu Cheng truly misunderstood, but the misunderstanding seems impossible to clear up now. Ignoring Wang Fu's words, Lu Cheng glanced at the person in front of him and asked, "We plan to leave early tomorrow morning for S City. Does anyone have any objections? If not, let's pack our things early today and set out early tomorrow. If anyone doesn't want to go, just tell me. I will save some food for you to last a while." Everyone shook their heads in agreement. They had enough food, but they were more reluctant to part with Li Qiaoqiao's healing ability. Everyone nodded in agreement, and no one raised any objections about going to S City. Jinani and Su Hian originally wanted to take Wei Feng and Wei Shui back to the penthouse. Suddenly, they remembered that the penthouse was on the 16th floor, and there was no electricity now. While Jinani and Su Hian could come and go freely, it seemed unkind to make the injured people climb 16 floors. They decided to find a villa to stay in instead. Jinani released her mental power and checked the villa for danger. Finding none, she and Su Hian broke the lock and entered. Seeing how Su Hian easily handled the door lock, Jinani casually said, The locks are still intact. We won't get caught off guard, right? Let's go inside and see, Su Hyun replied, pulling open the door. Inside, the luxurious decor made Jinani exclaim, "Wow, it's so clean and tidy. I think today we'll definitely find some good stuff," she said happily. Wei Shui, exhausted from her psychic energy, was already weak. When she saw the soft, large sofa, Wei Feng hurriedly helped his sister onto it. He wasn't in great shape either, so he sat beside Wei Shui to rest. Jinani looked around while using her mental power to explore. To her surprise, she really found some good items. She opened the cabinet next to the dining room, which was full of bottles of alcohol. She also noticed several limited edition red wines inside, symbols of status that money couldn't buy. Without hesitation, Jinani quickly stored the entire liquor cabinet and its contents into her space. A good opportunity, she thought. Every second of hesitation was her mistake. With this success, Jinani continued to find many valuable items. Not only did she discover supplies in the storage room beside the kitchen, but she also found several wooden crates in the backyard. Honestly, Jinani really liked the decoration of this villa, especially the soft furnishings. All the furniture was packed away without hesitation. Half an hour later, the once luxurious villa was almost turned into a bare shell with just a fresh coat of white paint. Everything Jinani thought was good was packed into the space, including the sofa where Wei Feng and Wei Shui were resting. Jinani looked at the two siblings standing there, lost in thought, and asked, "Are you guys done resting?" Since they didn't know what Jinani was planning, the siblings just nodded instinctively, indicating they had rested enough. The next second, Jinani pulled all three of them and left the villa. When she was unlocking the door, Jinani sensed something was wrong. But sticking to the principle of not missing out on a good deal, she used the universal key she had traded in the Space Mall to open the door. Inside, she saw the decorations and belongings and realized she wasn't just taking a chance, but had broken into the home of a powerful person. So, if she didn't leave quickly, was she planning to stay and get caught? Getting caught was impossible, so Jinani took the three of them and ran away. Su Hyun believed that no matter what Jinani did, he could protect her, so he just let her play around. After leaving the villa area quite far behind, Jinani and Su Hyun discussed and decided to go back to the big apartment. After all, it was her place, and she felt confident there. She didn't have to worry about being driven out, especially since the 16th floor was full of supernatural abilities, and their physical strength could definitely keep up. However, Wei Feng, upon hearing that Jinani wanted to take them to her big apartment in Fengqiao, shook his head. That place is not accessible right now. Hearing Wei Feng say this, Jinani remembered that she and Su Hyun had entered directly through the space. She wasn't sure what the situation inside was now, so she patiently asked for more details. Wei Feng then slowly explained, after the end of the world, the biggest difference in City S was the gap between the rich and the poor. Fengqiao in Jiangcheng already had strict security. The community's supplies were well stocked, and in the early days of the apocalypse, money allowed people to act recklessly. The wealthy in Fengqiao quickly mobilized their resources, monopolizing large amounts of rice, flour, oil, and daily necessities. Additionally, within Jiangcheng Fengqiao, there are several local power brokers who originally worked in warehousing, supermarkets, or e-commerce. They have several large warehouses under their control. When others were still unaware, they had already secured about 1/5 of the supplies in City S. Later, as more people discovered their special abilities, Jiangcheng Fengqiao recruited many capable but resource-lacking individuals, making their strength grow stronger. Now, City S is controlled by 3 groups. First, the safe base arranged by the government. Second, the owners of Jiangcheng Fengqiao. And third, the families involved in shipping and fishing at the old docks. Wei Feng paused before continuing. However, the safe base is rumored to have become independent of government control, but this is just a rumor. Each of these 3 groups controls their own territory. They only cooperate when necessary, but otherwise, they keep to themselves. After hearing Wei Feng, Jinani became curious. What if the owners of Jiangcheng Fengqiao want to move back in? It depends on their abilities. If they have rare abilities like fire, lightning, healing, or fog, they only need to pay 500 units of basic food supplies, either rice or flour, to enter. Other items are not required. For some rare abilities, there might be a direct chance to join. For more common abilities, the entry depends on the level of their powers. Overall, it's very difficult to get into Jiangqing Fengqiao. Their screening process is very strict, and the people inside are very united. Others have always been jealous, but they have no way to challenge them. The safest place to enter in City S is the safe base, but Wei Feng hesitated, unsure whether to speak. It was just a rumor passed around, and he worried that sharing it might influence Jinani's judgment. It's okay, go ahead. We need to learn more about City S, Su Hian said from the side. The safe base was everyone's first choice. Many people fled to it during the chaos, but after the cold weather ended, a rumor started spreading. Some say the safe base is actually a trap, a place that eats people. No matter if you have abilities or not, going in is risking your life. So, after the cold spell ended, many small groups of 10 or so people appeared one after another. They took control of areas and formed gangs in uninhabited places, then went out to steal supplies. Cannibal base. Jinani gently repeated these words. Wei Feng thought Jinani was confirming with him. When he heard her repeat, he nodded immediately. Yes, cannibal base. What about the families at the dock? Su Hian asked from the side. When mentioning the dock, a fierce look appeared in Wei Feng's eyes. Wei Shui also showed a clear reaction, clenching her fists tightly and trembling uncontrollably. Seeing their reactions, Jinani spoke directly. Are they your enemies? Wei Feng gritted his teeth. Father's killers, sworn enemies. Hearing this, Jinani understood. It seemed that their trip to City S had some important things to do. She thought for a moment and said, We came to City S for a reason. Once we're done, we'll leave. If you want revenge, do it as soon as possible. Seeing the siblings get excited because of her words, Jinani knew it wasn't a good time to keep talking, so she interrupted them. Let's find a place first and talk in detail later. Wei Feng immediately calmed down. Yes, revenge for his father and the hatred with those at the dock couldn't be settled quickly. His desire for revenge was confirmed, and he was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Wei Feng held back Wei Shui, who was trembling with excitement, trying to calm her down. His only thought now was, as long as he could avenge his parents, he was willing to die right now. He was willing to do anything. Jiangqing Fengqiao was beyond reach now, and he didn't know how long he would stay. Moreover, Jinani didn't want to disrupt the existing order and rules there. She wasn't a savior or a saint. They had their own rules, and the team was united. They weren't planning to join or cause trouble. Wei Shui cautiously suggested from the side, Why don't we go to our home? We still have some supplies and things there. We shouldn't waste them. Knowing Nanny nodded, thinking the idea was good. Most of the city's rooms were empty, so she could find a place to stay easily. But she didn't want to spend every day looking for a place to sleep. Plus, many places had been empty for a long time and were occupied by zombies. If she didn't clean them up, she couldn't live there. Su Hian asked Wei Feng about their living place. After learning about it, he directly told Jinan to take out a small van from her space. There wasn't much else happening in City S. The small van was enough. As the two fathers had warned her before leaving, Jinan remembered not to show off her wealth. Long before Jinan casually took out a down jacket and a military coat, Wei Feng knew she had space powers. When he saw the van appear out of nowhere, he didn't find it strange. Wei Feng was in charge of driving, and Wei Shui sat in the passenger seat. Since their parents passed away, Wei Feng hadn't driven for a long time. His hands on the steering wheel made him feel a little excited. The place where Wei Feng and Wei Shui lived was a bit far from where they were now. Wei Feng drove quickly, and in less than 15 minutes, they reached near Wei Feng's home. At the entrance of the alley opposite Wei Feng's house, a short man saw a car coming and hurried into the alley. Meanwhile, a man on the second floor saw Wei Feng in the driver's seat and turned to speak to the man sitting behind him. Big brother, Wei Feng is back. I don't know where he got that broken van. At the same time, outside the door, there was a shout. Big brother, the car is about to enter the alley. I saw Wei Feng, that kid. The man sitting there stood up, looking annoyed. Let's go. I'll take you down to see who they are. How dare they hurt my men? Just as Wei Feng parked the car, the man led a dozen followers to block the alley entrance. Jinan Yi looked outside through the window. Each person's abilities and rank appeared in her mind. Of course, Wei Hian also knew. He leaned to Jinan Yi's ear and said, "They're just some small fry. Maybe you shouldn't get out of the car?" Jinan Yi shook her head. "No, I don't want to miss such an interesting thing." Wei Hian couldn't persuade her, so Jinan Yi pulled herself and the others out of the car. Wei Feng stood beside Su Hian, staring straight at the man across from him. The man saw Su Hian and Jinan Yi, a playful smile on his face as he teased. "So, you found a strong supporter?" Wei Feng clenched his fists. He hadn't had a chance to explain the situation to Su Hian before these people showed up. Now, he was worried that his problems might cause trouble for Jinan Yi and the others. He had planned to wait until their matters were settled, and they were about to leave S-City, then seek revenge. At that time, they would have left, and no one would be able to find him. But now, these people had come to him, and he was worried. Wei Feng wanted to step forward, but Su Hian stopped him. With his current strength, Wei Feng could fight these dozen or so people, but it would cost him a lot, possibly half his life. Once his supernatural energy was drained, his stamina would drop too. If he kept pushing himself to fight, it could backfire and harm his body. Su Hian's eyes flashed with a sharp look, openly meeting the probing gaze of the leader. Chun Qing noticed that Su Hian was not afraid of this group. Instead, the intense look in Su Hian's eyes made him feel pressured. Who was Wei Feng's backing? Chun Qing immediately sensed that this person was dangerous. He could tell that Su Hian's hands had blood on them. They weren't like those who had to fight and spill blood after the apocalypse. Su Hian was someone who had truly experienced battle. The aura around him was not something ordinary people could have. Chun Qing immediately regretted meeting such a formidable opponent. But then he remembered he had 18 men with him. His numerical advantage made him feel a bit more confident, so he hesitated. Jinan Yi had been standing behind Su Hian the whole time, so Chun Qing hadn't noticed her. Now, she moved slightly, and Chun Qing saw her face clearly. His earlier regret vanished instantly. He changed his mind. Everyone knew that the boss of the Black Wolf gang loved beautiful women. Bringing such a stunning woman back to the boss would surely boost his status in the gang. Fortune favors the bold. If they took her back, the boss would immediately understand what he meant. Even if this man was powerful, he couldn't match their numbers. Wei Feng's defeat earlier was because his supernatural energy and stamina were completely drained. Thinking of this, Chun Qing's pride was obvious on his face, and he immediately changed his mind. He put on a gentle smile and warmly and proactively approached Su Hian. Chun Qing extended his hand and said, "So, you are a friend of Wei Feng's." Wei Feng and Xiaoshua's friend. I am also Chun Qing's friend. Chun Qing suddenly changed his attitude. A dark look flashed in Su Hian's eyes, but he showed no expression on his face. He shook hands with Chun Qing, but did not respond to his words. Chun Qing was not upset. Instead, he kept smiling and said, "It was all a misunderstanding. Our gang is holding a banquet today. Since you're Wei Feng's friend, you're also my friend. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more ways. I want to invite you to join us for the gathering." Chun Qing spoke sincerely. If it hadn't been for his previous attitude, Jinan Yi might have truly believed him. Wei Feng saw that Jinan Yi and Su Hian were actually considering going to the gathering.
He felt a bit worried.
Wei Shui stepped forward, grabbed Jinan Yi's sleeve, and whispered so only the two of them could hear, "Nani, don't go. They are not good people." They are. Wei Shui, who was 2 years older than Jinan Yi but looked younger because of her doll-like face, had just been on the car with both sides getting to know each other. Plus, Jinan Yi had saved Wei Shui. Although Wei Shui was trembling badly, she still mustered her courage and came over. These are a bunch of demons. She can't let Jinan Yi jump into the fire pit. Wei Shui's actions warmed Jinan Yi's heart. Jinan Yi held her outstretched hand and felt Wei Shui trembling intensely. She quietly activated her supernatural power, sensing Wei Shue's discomfort, and helped stabilize her mind. Wei Shue gradually felt her emotions stabilize. A warm flow of energy rose inside her, constantly soothing her. Wei Shue immediately understood that it was because of Ji Nani. Her eyes filled with gratitude, almost overflowing. "Don't worry, we have it under control." Ji Nani thought for a moment and still told Wei Shue, but she didn't fully reassure her. She remained worried, but didn't continue speaking. Ji Nani's fierce side was something she had seen before. She couldn't do much to help, only offering a reminder. Qing Chen kept smiling and stood beside Su Hian, waiting for him to speak. To him, Ji Nani was just a woman who depended on Su Hian to survive. As long as he brought her back, even if he didn't succeed with Su Hian, he could still find a way to get Ji Nani into his older brother's bed. He blamed his subordinates for not telling him who hurt Lao Wu. If he had known Lao Wu was hurt by Ji Nani, he would never have rushed to send himself to danger. Seeing that Su Hian didn't agree to speak, Chen continued to step forward. "Wei Feng's place is small. I'll arrange for you to stay at the gang's place tonight. There's plenty of room." He kept making signals to Su Hian, but inside, he felt frustrated. If it weren't for wanting to send Ji Nani to his older brother and make him happy, he would be very annoyed. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to enjoy this woman himself after his brother was done. Once he made up his mind, Chen worked even harder. Su Hian no longer acted aloof and directly agreed. At that moment, a small voice from behind Chen said quietly, "Pretending? You're just asking to be asked by the big brother."
Bah!
What a thing! The voice was very soft, but everyone heard it because the place suddenly went quiet. Su Hian looked at Chen on purpose, giving a subtle hint. Chen cursed inwardly. These are all useless fools. He understood Su Hian's meaning immediately. He listened carefully and told the two men beside him what to do. The two subordinates then pulled the person who spoke into a corner. Su Hian didn't move to follow Chen. Chen knew there was no way to fake it now. He flicked his fingers, and his men understood immediately. Next, muffled pleas and crying came from the corner. Chen's face darkened further, but he had no choice. He was from the bottom and knew how to read the situation. When he first saw Su Hian, he realized he couldn't afford to offend him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about sending Ji Nani to his older brother. At this moment, no matter how bad his face looked, Chen could only smile and stay polite with Su Hian. Hearing a voice that satisfied him, Su Hian finally nodded and followed Chen. He raised his arm slightly, signaling him to lead the way. Chen's subordinate immediately went to start the car. They drove a pickup truck and parked nearby. Wei Feng and Wei Shue also said they must go with them. Ji Nani thought for a moment, unsure of what they might encounter later. Bringing them along was a good idea, since they didn't know who they might meet. Anyway, Ji Nani wanted to help Wei Shue develop her healing ability. In the future, she would only act in emergencies. Taking people along to train was also beneficial. After all, healing powers are not only for saving lives. Wei Feng drove the car behind Qin Qing. He knew where the Black Wolf gang was located, but they had always been led in blindfolded, so he didn't know the exact road. Ji Nani sat in the front passenger seat. She thought for a moment, then took out 2 bottles of prepared spiritual spring water and handed one to Wei Shue. "Each of you 1 bottle." Wei Shue took hers, first helping her brother open his, then she opened her own and drank without hesitation. Wei Shue's talent was indeed strong. After drinking the spiritual spring water, her ability immediately advanced to a higher level. Wei Shue knew about her change and turned to look at Ji Nani in disbelief. "From now on, no need to hide. I will protect you." Wei Shue didn't expect that Ji Nani could see through her and her brother's secret without them saying anything. She thought that was impressive. Wei Feng, although his ability hadn't advanced, could clearly feel the changes inside him. He didn't speak, but his grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. He and his sister wouldn't have to worry or be afraid anymore. He no longer had to worry about not being able to protect his sister. After finishing the spring water, Wei Shue handed the bottle back to Ji Nani. She knew how special that water was. All bottled water couldn't be handled carelessly, or it might cause trouble. This made Nani like Wei Shui even more. She was thoughtful and careful, good qualities. Seeing the house in front of them, Wei Feng understood everything. The real Black Wolf Gang was here. They had many hiding places. The boss of the Black Wolf Gang controlled Hongyun Wharf, one of the 3 major docks in S City. Before the apocalypse, Hongyun Wharf was the weakest of the 3 because the other docks traded with foreign ships. Hongyun Wharf mainly handled fishing and water product transportation. The boss of Hongyun Wharf owned dozens of large fishing fleets. During the apocalypse, Hongyun Wharf suddenly became powerful. Anyone wanting to go out to fish had to get approval from their boss. Not only did they have ships, but Hongyun Wharf also had a natural geographical advantage. The boat at Hongyun Dock is truly a real fishing boat, with various sizes. The second-in-command already controls half of the gas stations in City S. After the apocalypse, he and the elder brother discussed and decided to take a risk by gathering all the gasoline and diesel in one place, assigning someone to guard it. Meanwhile, the luxury ships docked at Qingshan Dock are unused. Although they have plenty of gasoline and money, they are not as impressive as the Hongyun Dock owner outside. This has led to the Black Wolf Gang becoming more arrogant. They walk around boldly, and their subordinates often bully others. When they arrived, Wei Feng parked the van as instructed by Qin Qing. He then stood side by side with Wei Shui behind Nani and Su Hian. Nani looked around carefully. The location was very good, inside a villa area, private and quiet. There were many houses, and the villas backed onto the sea and cliffs, so enemies couldn't easily attack from behind. The location was really excellent. After passing through a long corridor, Nani finally saw the backyard scene. All the surrounding houses were fake, creating a desolate look. Although overgrown with weeds, Nani was sure that these weeds were controlled by special abilities users, meant to confuse intruders. He used his powers to sense around and quickly found the answer. It seemed that for abilities users below level 3, entering this villa area was not easy. They would be constantly confused by the plants circling around. Nani also detected several hidden traps with sharp spikes, which could easily cause death if someone accidentally stepped into them. He thought to himself that he needed to set up a few traps near his home too. By this time, it was already 5:30 p.m., and the sky was gradually darkening. After passing the backyard, they finally reached the core area of the Black Wolf Gang. From the outside, it looked nothing special, almost completely dark. They pushed open the heavy door and entered. This was probably the so-called dinner scene. The room was brightly lit and glamorous, clearly decorated luxuriously. This was a reception room on the first floor of a villa, which had been specially renovated to make the space larger. The room was not only decorated luxuriously but also played soft, calming music. Several long tables had been rearranged into a new, large table filled with all kinds of food. There was no shortage of chicken, duck, fish, or meat, but most of it was seafood. Behind a hot food area, there was a section dedicated to desserts and fruits, not to mention various drinks and beverages. These high-priced items, which are usually hard to get outside, seemed just as abundant here as before the end of the world. People's lives hadn't changed at all. In the center, there was a special stage with a few beautiful women dancing passionately. This scene of luxury, night after night of singing and partying, seemed normal for these people. Several women clung to a man, calling him brother sweetly, feeding him drinks with their mouths, making him laugh loudly, and their hands became playful. There weren't many people in the room, about 10 men and 8 women. But now, everyone was drinking and chatting loudly. Some men's eyes looked a little dazed. Seeing this scene, Nani was truly amazed. Who would have thought that after more than a year of the end of the world, these people still lived so extravagantly? The food on the table was the kind that ordinary people couldn't usually afford before the apocalypse. The man sitting in the main seat noticed Nani as soon as she entered. Seeing such beauty after a long time, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He was known to be very flirtatious. When Chun Qing brought her back, he immediately understood. He thought to himself that even if she wasn't his, she wouldn't escape today. He hadn't seen someone so attractive in a long time. Usually, women would come to him, but Jinani's cold aura really fascinated him. He secretly rubbed his hands together and then stood up, walking toward Jinani. Chun Qing saw his boss stand up and quickly led her over, standing confidently behind Song Qingyang. Song Qingyang reached out his hand first. Su Hian didn't refuse his gesture and politely shook hands with him. While Song Qingyang was greeting Su Hian, his eyes never left Jinani. Seeing this, Su Hian's face darkened. Chun Qing noticed Su Hian's darkened expression. He also looked at his boss, who was glancing at Jinani with a strange look. If only their eyes could speak now, you would see the tension between the two men. Jinani was pulling Wei Shui to start eating. The dishes on the table looked very good, and Jinani was really hungry. She didn't care about the ongoing conflict among the men. She just focused on eating. Wei Shui, encouraged by Jinani, also relaxed and followed her. She couldn't remember the last time she had such delicious food. Hearing Jinani say she must eat until she was full, Wei Shui became even more eager to eat a lot today. After a hearty meal, Jinani took a tissue from Su Hian to wipe her mouth, then picked up a glass of juice and sipped slowly. Song Qingyang smiled and asked, "Miss Shi, are you satisfied with the food?" "Very good." Jinani thought she had everything she wanted in her space, but she had never enjoyed such luxury before. She was happy to eat well and wanted to show some respect. She understood the principle of not hitting a smiling face. Hearing her say the food was good, Song Qingyang felt more confident. Not many people had his financial power now. He didn't believe Jinani wouldn't be moved. As long as Miss Shi is willing, you can enjoy such delicious food anytime. And it's not just this. Whatever you want, I can provide it. Jinani then realized that this man was trying to steal her away in front of her partner. Too bad, he was a bit ugly. If not, she might have played along. Knowing Song Qingyang's intention, she consciously didn't talk to him further to avoid making her partner jealous. Song Qingyang wasn't angry. Instead, he waved to the woman serving nearby and said, "Xiaoya, make arrangements. Miss Shi must be tired after a long day. Call the massage therapists over to help her relax. Tonight, I plan to drink with Brother Su until we can't anymore." Seeing Wei Shui, who was with Jinani, pause, he added, "and also arrange for Miss Wei." Xiaoya received Song Qingyang's instructions and immediately stepped forward to stand beside Jinani, ready to guide her. Jinani truly felt tired and used his mind to tell Su Hian, "Then I will go for a massage. I'll leave this to you. I want to enjoy a little." Su Hian nodded at Jinani. Go ahead. Be careful." Jinani pulled Wei Shui and followed Xiaoya out of the hall. Xiaoya led Jinani away, and others also politely got up with their companions and left. In an instant, only Song Qingyang and Qin Qing remained in the hall, sitting next to Su Hian and Wei Feng. Su Hian didn't speak, calmly eating the food in front of him. Song Qingyang felt a bit uneasy because of Su Hian's calm attitude. Usually, only others couldn't sit still in front of him, but Su Hian's composure made Song Qingyang quite annoyed. Holding his fork, Song Qingyang tapped it on the table absent-mindedly. Normally, anyone else would have put down their food by now. Wei Feng glanced sideways at Su Hian, silently encouraging himself to stay calm, then continued eating. Su Hian had only been watching Jinani eat earlier. Now that Jinani had left, he was hungry. So, what could Song Qingyang do to affect his appetite? Of course, nothing at all. Before coming, Su Hian had already asked Wei Feng that Song Qingyang was not the leader of the Black Wolf gang, just the second-in-command son. His wife had desperately left him a son, and since the second-in-command had the power, he could give anything he wanted. Finally, Song Qingyang couldn't hold back. He frowned and looked at Su Hian with a teasing tone, saying, "It seems Brother Su hasn't eaten these things in a long time. In this chaotic world, just being alive is good. Brother Su, eat more, or you might not get another chance next time." But what made Song Qingyang feel powerless was that Su Hian seemed to ignore him completely. His punch felt like hitting cotton, soft and painless. Seeing that it was useless, Song Qingyang continued speaking. He didn't believe Su Hyun wouldn't be moved by his offer. Although he could just take what he wanted by force, he didn't want to cause trouble with the old man again after being scolded recently. Brother Su, do you want to always enjoy good food in the future? And big, white rice. By this time, Su Hyun had finished eating and gracefully wiped his mouth with a napkin. This made Song Chingyang misunderstand, thinking that his words had moved him. Seizing the moment, he quickly pressed on. Next to him, Wei Feng saw Su Hyun sitting upright and immediately put down his fork. Honestly, he was about to collapse. When Jinan Yi was eating just now, he was already focused on his food. If Su Hyun didn't finish soon, he really couldn't eat anymore. Brother Su, if you're willing to send your woman to my bed, I promise you'll have no worries about food and clothing in the future. You won't need to go out looking for supplies, and you'll even get to eat meat at every meal. How about this? I'll give you 500 pounds of rice and 500 pounds of flour. Take her and eat as much as you want. After saying this, Song Chingyang looked proud, confident that Su Hyun would agree. With so many supplies, if they were shown to ordinary people outside, they would rush to grab them. Some might even risk their lives for it. The more Song Chingyang thought about it, the more convinced he was that Su Hyun had no reason to refuse. A sly smile spread across his face, and his expression became more lecherous, as if he already saw Jinan Yi lying on his bed. He couldn't help but change his sitting posture. Mr. Song, what do you mean? Su Hyun looked at Song Chingyang as if he didn't understand. Song Chingyang thought Su Hyun was probably surprised to hear about so many supplies and was unsure, so he repeated carefully, word for word. Su Hyun nodded slowly and said leisurely, then I will give you 1,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 pounds of flour, and a 300-pound pig. You let him sleep with you once. While speaking, Su Hyun pointed at Chin Ching beside him. To make sure Song Chingyang heard clearly, he repeated it and emphasized the last 7 words. Then he looked seriously at Song Chingyang, waiting for his answer. Su Hyun's words made Chin Ching feel a chill behind his back. He was furious inside, thinking, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small fry. Don't hurt me. Chin Ching quietly glanced at Su Hyun. He originally wanted to warn him, but Song Chingyang saw this glance. Chin Ching immediately shrank his neck and lowered his head. Oh no, if the boss thinks I have that intention, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. I should have just knocked Su Hyun out or drugged him instead.
I am doomed.
Song Chingyang's face darkened. The smile in his eyes twisted into a look of cruelty. Brother Su, what do you mean by that? He asked. Song Chingyang stood up and angrily slammed his hand on the table. With a loud, the table split apart. Su Hyun, don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? Song Chingyang, do you have any shame? Su Hyun replied calmly, without showing any emotion. No one had ever dared to speak to Song Chingyang like this, which made him completely lose his composure and reveal his true self. Song Chingyang is a power-type psychic. Although he's not the rarest kind, he started using a lot of crystal cores early on to boost his abilities. Now, he's a mid-3rd level psychic. Most others are still at early or mid-1st level, so he's quite powerful. Plus, with his background and resources, he has the confidence to be bold. But unfortunately, he met 2 weird people, Jinan Yi and Su Hyun. Song Chingyang was furious and no longer wanted to hide. He narrowed his eyes and shouted at Su Hyun, what do you mean? Su Hyun was even more arrogant. He was taller than Song Chingyang and looked down on him as he spoke. What? Are you this stupid? Don't you understand? As Su Hyun finished speaking, Song Chingyang's last nerve snapped. He activated his psychic power and attacked Su Hyun. Usually, people don't use their abilities during fights unless fighting zombies, which require a deadly strike. But Song Chingyang was different. He gathered his strength, grabbed the broken half of the table, and threw it at Su Hyun. Seeing Su Hyun easily dodge, Song Chingyang tried to lift the other half of the table. As he reached out, he suddenly felt his legs go weak, and he fell straight to the ground, as if all his strength had vanished. He didn't see Su Hyun make a move and couldn't understand why this was happening. He had no strength left and could only glare fiercely at Su Hyun.